Nate grasped her arms gently and lowered her to the pillow. She let him. He tugged the sheets up over her. Janie sat at Ciel's desk, fist propping up her chin, equally catatonic. "What did I do?" Ciel asked hoarsely. Nate could feel his fingernails digging into the flesh of his forearm. "Something brave," he said. "Did I just kill myself?" "No," he said. "It'll be all right." "How will it be all right?" "Because I'll make it all right." Her blinks grew longer. "I screwed everything up. It was my choice. So I get it if you want to leave now." "I'm never leaving you again." Her face shifted, a softening. "What do you want?" she asked, not unkindly. "From me?" "The honest truth." "Is there any other kind?" "So many." He wanted to pet her shiny dark hair to soothe her to sleep as he used to when she was young, but he restrained himself. Instead, he kneaded his palm, working the tiny bones, chasing the burn from the muscle. He was also, he realized, working up the courage to respond. He cleared his throat quietly. "I want the chance to mean something to you again." But she was asleep. He stared across at her doorway, all those pen marks notching off her height, Janie's scrawl recording a progression of key dates. First day of preschool, 5th birthday, elementary school graduation. Would there be more? College? A wedding? He pictured the bulge of Yuri's muscles as he'd hefted the rescue saw, tendons shifting beneath pale skin and swaths of arm hair. An obscenity. Janie's words were muffled by her hand. "Are you scared to death?" "No." He lied. He rose and walked down the hall into the master bathroom, shut the door, and sat on the floor. He pressed both hands over his mouth and set the back of his head against the full-length mirror behind the door. Pain radiated from his forearm into the crook of his elbow, tendrils of fire. His left hand had gone stiff and dead against his lips, and he squeezed his eyes shut and pictured those marks again in Ciel's doorway, how they stopped about waist-high. Panic unfolded inside his chest, a poisonous flower blooming. His rib cage heaved, and he pressed his hands tighter against his mouth. When he dared, he opened his eyes, and was not surprised to see Charles sitting on the closed lid of the toilet. His entrails were exposed, his hands charred and smoking, and for once he was not smiling. A feeling of overwhelming helplessness gripped Nate, the same as he'd felt in the car outside Charles's childhood house, watching Grace Brightbill bustle over the dishes, knowing he was supposed to walk to the front door to serve her son's death notification. The same he'd felt in this very bathroom, sitting where Charles now sat, unable to move his stubborn body into the next room, to comfort his sobbing wife. "What do I do now?" he asked his old friend. "You know what you need to do," Charles said. "You need to keep going." "My fucking hand hurts, Charles. I'm losing my body." "You can do this." "No, I can't. I'm the guy who froze on the helicopter." "No," Charles said. "You're the guy who dove into the waves to rescue a drowning girl when no one else would." Janie knocked on the door, vibrating the mirror beneath Nate's shoulders. Charles lifted his face to the sound, smiled enigmatically. Fear invaded Janie's voice. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Nate said, rising. "I'm okay." Straining to steady his hand, Nate spooned tomato soup to his lips. When he'd admitted, under Janie's line of questioning, that he hadn't eaten in a day and a half, she'd heated some Campbell's. If ever there was a time for comfort food. In his uncertain grip, the spoon handle rattled against the brim of the bowl, so he set it down gently. "We have 48 hours until that list is due in Shevchenko's hands," he said. "Our only advantage is that we know now I'm not gonna be able to deliver it. 2 days to come up with an alternate game plan. Let's put you and Ciel on a plane tomorrow. Get you out of here. But we'll be cautious as hell. We'll buy tickets the day of, a few hours before the flight. Doesn't matter how much it costs. And we'll leave the house separately at different times." And if Shevchenko finds out anyway? Nate pressed the edges of his teeth together. The deal was that I wouldn't flee, not you. I'll stay right here in plain sight. Doing what? That FBI agent, Ibarra. He suspects me, but he also knows there's more to the story. So you'll go to him? Right now, what do I have? A story about a list that went up in smoke? I've got to get him something concrete, something definitive enough that he can move on Shevchenko and his men and arrest them immediately, something serious enough that they'll be held with no bail. Which means a murder charge, Janey said. Right. I need to find out why Shevchenko wants those people dead. I connect him to that murdered schoolteacher or those other names, I have something to bring to Ibarra that might actually save us. Shevchenko goes to prison. You and Ciel go into witness protection or whatever. Witness protection? Jesus. Janey slid the pot from stove to sink and threw the faucet handle. Steam rose. How are you going to go about this now that Ciel burned the list? We don't even have the names anymore. We've got 3 of them. Nate slid his computer over and clicked on the history function in the browser. Sure enough, there were the last 3 Google searches. Patrice McKenna, Brentwood, Luis Milan, Marina Del Rey, and Wendy Moreno, Westchester. Tomorrow, I'll start here. Janey nudged his bowl closer to him. Eat more. He reached for the spoon, but his hand was vibrating, the strain of typing having taken a toll. He withdrew it, hiding it in his lap, but not before Janey had noticed. Again. She came around the counter, moving close enough that she pressed against his knees. She beckoned, a nurse's impatient gesture. Let me see. It's fine. Come on. I owe you. That day on the beach. He mustered a grin. The tidal wave in the tropical monsoon. The very one. You saved my life. Nah, he said. You saved mine. Her teeth tugged at her lush lower lip, emotion working on her face. Don't get philosophical. It doesn't suit you. Their proximity made itself suddenly known, her thighs pushing lightly against his knees, her standing, him sitting on the stool, her mouth slightly higher than his, but close. They searched each other as if trying to read some hidden code. He prayed silently that she wouldn't step away. And she didn't. She twisted the engagement ring around her finger, then became aware she was doing it. Her eyes moved to the diamond. I think I knew somewhere, she said slowly, even when I said yes. But it made sense, kind of. And then it was this thing, gaining momentum. Again, her gaze found Nate's. I'm glad you're here. She took a half breath. It was never you. He leaned forward on the stool, bringing his lips to hers. Tender, close-mouthed. She softened into him. Her fingers went to his cheeks, but then she stiffened, shrugging up and out of his embrace. Sorry. Look, with everything going on. What? He prompted. What if this isn't real? It's real, he said. She smiled sadly, taking a few backward steps before turning for the stairs. Chapter 29. High-end condos sprouted up along the water's edge in Marina Del Rey, sturdy structures of tinted glass, rounded by a scalloping of balconies. The weekend was getting into swing, sorority girls shuffling from juice bars, surfers peddling beach cruisers, their longboards tucked under tanned arms. Wafting inland from the small boat harbor, the breeze carried salt and the faint sewer tinge of low tide. Lincoln Boulevard ran straight through the class divide, the apartments to the east severed from the ocean view and the organic cafes. The complex where Luis Milan lived, at least according to several online directories, was 3 stories high, with bubbling pink stucco and wedding cake railings. Work trucks proliferated in the parking lot, which backed on a body shop. Window air conditioners cantilevered out into space, dripping water and evoking calamity of the Looney Tunes variety. After looping around the block a few times to ensure he wasn't being followed, Nate climbed the first flight of stairs, double-checked the address, and rang the bell. He had yet to land on a point of entry for the conversation to come, but having had plenty of practice knocking on doors and delivering bad news, he figured he'd wing it. The guy who answered wore a pork pie hat, Bermuda shorts, and a V-necked undershirt. His facial hair was delicate and elaborate, soul patch, thin ridge lining either side of the jaw, strip along the upper lip that could have been stenciled on using eyeliner. His gold box chain necklace looked like it had fallen out of a vending machine in 1983, all the more pronounced given that it was strung around a pillowy cervical brace holding his head regally erect. Though he was slight, his freckled shoulders bulged like softballs, masses of sinewy muscle. Two men on a couch were playing Xbox, working joysticks sophisticated enough to land a fighter jet. "Luis Milan?" The guy nodded. "That's me. Can we talk a minute? Alone?" Luis's hand rose to his brace, which Nate realized was upside down. "You from the insurance company?" "No." "You look familiar. Did you go to North Hollywood High?" "Nope." Nate glanced at his watch. 3 hours before he'd attempt to get Janie and CL on a plane to Manhattan, where they'd try to lose themselves among 9 million people. "Listen, I'm sorry to walk in on your Saturday, but I really need to talk to you." Luis stepped back, letting him in. "Go on, homies. You heard the man." His friends grumbled and rose, administering elaborate handshakes and shuffling out. Luis grabbed a Pacifico from the fridge and leaned against a cabinet in the galley kitchen. "You sure you ain't with the insurance company?" "I'm sure." He ripped off his brace with a groan, tossing it aside and rubbing the red skin beneath. "Screwed up my neck. Whiplash. Had to do rehab, all that. But the bullshit insurance companies don't believe you unless you look like Christopher Reeve, so my lawyer, he says I have to wear the thing." He palmed a few aspirin and downed them, which reminded Nate he was late for his own morning dose. Removing the riluzole and antibiotics from his pocket, he popped them in his mouth, then looked around for a glass. Luis tilted the beer bottle at him, and Nate shrugged, grabbed it, and washed them down. Luis took back his bottle. "What's yours for? The meds?" "Just some aches." "The worst, isn't it? Not like when we was younger." He paused, thoughtful. "I got off lucky, I guess. Could have been worse." "Yeah," Nate said. "It could." He leaned against the fridge. "I have to ask you a bunch of weird questions." "Shoot." "Ever heard of somebody named Pavla Shevchenko?" "Nope." "Do you know a Patrice McKenna?" "Uh-uh." "How about Wendy Moreno?" "No, man. This one of those talk shows? You gonna tell me I got a daughter I don't know about or something?" "No, nothing like that." Nate tried for another possible point of connection. "What do you do for work?" "Auto part sales." He gestured at the pass-through counter, stacked high with tool catalogs and invoices pinned to clipboards. "You work here?" "Based in Torrance. But I travel a lot." Nate glanced around the small apartment. An antique L.A. Raiders poster sagged from tacks on the far wall. Pep Boys magnets pinned a variety of material to the fridge. Domino's pizza coupons, an airport shuttle brochure, pictures of Luis on a boat with several bikini-clad women, a Pacifico, and a grin wide enough to show his molars. A heap of wrenches lay on the spent living room carpet like a scattering of bones, something about them recalling Urban's box of mail-ordered lock-blade hunting knives. Nate decided to go at it directly. He took a breath. "Do you have any idea why someone would want you dead?" The beer was almost to Luis's lips, but he pulled it to one side, the skin of his forehead twisting. Then he laughed. "Ex-wife count?" "I'm serious." "Why the hell would someone want to kill me?" "I have no idea." "You talking about this guy? Pablo Shevchenko? What the hell? How's he know me?" "I don't know." With thumb and forefinger, Luis smoothed his pencil-thin mustache. "What did you say your name was again?" "I didn't." Luis nodded once, slowly. He knocked back a last gulp and lowered the empty bottle to his side, his fist tightening around the long neck. "I think maybe you should go, homie." "Okay. But you should know. Your name was on a list. Some people are looking to hurt you. I don't know why. I'm trying to find out. But if you can get out of town, take one of those business trips. Now might be a good time." Louise's eyes turned to slits. "Wait a minute. I recognize your ass. You're the guy from that bank shooting. Lost his shit during the press conference." "Nah," Nate said. "Wasn't me." They stared at each other, blinking, both of them unsure of the next move. Nate trapped in the narrow kitchen. A standoff. Finally, Louise shifted to the side, opening up a slender gap for Nate to exit. Nate slid past him, smelling the beer on his breath. Louise kept a tight grip on the bottle, but never raised it. As Nate stepped outside, Louise lifted a black boot and kicked the front door shut behind him. Chapter 30. They huddled together at the boarding gate, trying to blend in with the businessmen and students, the families laden with diaper bags and cameras. Janie had bought Nate a ticket for American Flight 4 as well, so he could accompany her and CL right up until they crossed the threshold to the jetway. He had been in a continuous state of alarm, scrutinizing every face, peering at every cluster of travelers, glancing over his shoulder every few steps. There'd been the predictable LAX tangle slowing them down at security, and groups 3 through 6 were already boarding. As he watched the throng leak slowly through the checkpoint and onto the plane, it struck Nate that these could well be the final minutes he'd have with his wife and daughter. For most of the morning, CL had remained leaden and, aside from numerous whispered calls to Jason, silent. While Nate had paid the visit to Luis Milan, Janie had busied herself withdrawing wads of cash from the bank and making sure she'd have full remote access to her funds, dwindling though they might be. It wasn't exactly a long-term plan, and Nate well knew that if he found himself ensconced in another ice block come Sunday night, there would be no end of troubles accelerating to meet Janie head-on. Now she checked and rechecked her purse, her phone, her carry-on luggage, a non-stop cycle of small distractions that no doubt kept her from confronting the terrifying big picture. The check-in agent called for Group 2, Janie and CL's departure now one announcement away. Time was scarce in another regard. Nate had to get to that next name on Urban's hit list, Wendy Moreno of Westchester, and hope he nailed down a connection to Shevchenko firm enough to bring to the FBI. The geography was convenient, Moreno's place just a few miles north of the airport. Nate took a deep breath and stepped over to CL to say goodbye. She had looked up into his face, her expression blurred with concern. He felt a faint elation that, at long last, she was going to say something warm and daughterly. But she wiped her nose and asked, "When can Jay come?" The sensation was a bit like having a battering ram swung into his gut, but he covered as best he could with a lame parental standby. "Why don't you talk to your mother about that?" And now Group 1 was boarding, and they were out of time. He moved to hug her, and she half started for him, and they wound up clutching at each other briefly, like robots simulating a human custom. When they parted, he bent so he could look at her directly. "When you were a baby, we got you home, and we were going to sleep you in our bed between us. But you were so little and I was so big I was worried I'd roll over and smother you or crack your neck. I was so scared I'd hurt you that I stayed awake all that night and the next until finally your mom said she needed one of us to get some sleep, so we put you in a cradle by the side of the bed. And then finally I could fall asleep." CL searched his face. "Why are you telling me this?" His thoughts roiled. He could find no clarity in the heat of a dozen conflicting emotions. The remaining passengers were funneling toward the checkpoint, an hourglass down to its final grains. "I don't know." Janie nudged her. "We have to go." CL started for the gate, Janie following, rolling her carry-on, Nate watching them walk away. Janie got 2 steps, and then she let go, the handle cracking the speckled tile floor as she spun, and then she was in his arms, squeezing him. "I'm sorry I never went to Paris with you for our make-up honeymoon, and for all the times I yelled at you, and for us fighting so stupidly, and for the time I called you a useless asshole." His hands remained raised in the air behind her in stunned flotation, as though he were fearful that if he embraced her back, she'd evanesce. "I don't remember you calling me a useless asshole," was all he could manage. You don't? Her face was hot against his neck, moist with tears. You can't imagine how many nights I've lost beating myself up over that, and everything else I did wrong. Actually, I can. Ahead, Ciel waited at the zipped-back stanchion, ticket in hand, chewing her gum impatiently and tugging on her purple and green Seuss-like scarf. The check-in agent gestured, a pert smile hiding her irritation. Tentatively, Nate lowered his arms to Janey. She remained, firm and alive in his grasp. "Thank you for this," he said, and let her go. She turned and boarded briskly, not looking back. He paced a bit before the vast windows as the crew loaded the luggage and unhooked the jetway. Finally, the 767 pulled out of the gate and turned majestically for the runway. Nate watched, hands pressed to the glass, counting the airplane windows from the front. Row 7, row 8. And there was Ciel, her frayed sweater a spot of black against the blinding white panels of the jet. She pressed a sleeve-covered hand to her window, and he waved back. The plane drifted forward, the rest of its sleek body pulling into Nate's line of sight. In the row behind Janey and Ciel, a pale face loomed into view against the pane, bullet-shaped head fringed with bristle. Even from this distance, he could make out the displaced nose, the broad seam of the mouth twitching with something like amusement. Nate's fists ached, and he registered distantly that he was beating them against the window. Spittle flecked the reflection of his own roaring face. Yuri lifted a hand in mock farewell, and the plane glided forward to the runway. Chapter 31. "Sir, you'll have to calm down." Nate leaned over the check-in counter. "I told you. You want us to stop a flight because you don't like one of the passengers, whose last name you can't even produce." "No, that's not why." He glanced through the giant windows, the plane now taxiing to the end of the runway. "My wife and daughter's lives are at risk. We've already left a message for them at the arrival gate. If they are uncomfortable in any way in the air, they can report it to the flight attendants. We have a very competent crew aboard, and—" The rest of the agent's response was drowned out by American Flight 4 roaring into takeoff. Nate backpedaled from the counter despondently and watched the 767 mount the mockingly clear blue sky. Onlookers returned to their newspapers and laptops as the plane shrank to a speck. Again he called Janey's cell phone and then Ciel's, but both were of course still turned off for the flight. Arguing with himself, he vacillated between fleeing and staying, rising and sitting at intervals, a liturgy of panic. What if Yuri killed them en route, or right upon landing? Nate couldn't let his wife and daughter spend a 5.5-hour flight unaware that their prospective killer was sitting right behind them. But what the hell could he do? Flight 4 was now a memory lost to the cumulus clouds heaped at the horizon. Gone, thin air and all. His lungs felt incapable of drawing a full breath, and for once he knew that the ALS was not to blame. What would Shevchenko have planned for Janey and Ciel when they sat down in New York? He turned from the window, nearly banging into a man standing behind him, facing away. As he started to apologize, the figure made a stiff, horror movie pivot. Charles. He opened his mouth and puffed out a ghostly sheet of smoke from his charred insides. As it rose, he grinned, impressed with himself. "Know who my favorite officer always was?" As usual, oblivious to the context. Nate was almost too infuriated to reply. "Right now, I don't give a shit who your favorite officer was." "Lieutenant Spick-and-Span. Remember him?" Nate glowered at his dead friend, barely resisting the urge to inflict more bodily damage. "One time we were rolling out for recon, and I stopped by his office to grab coordinates," Charles continued. "He was gone, but he'd left a note nailed to his door. Said, in the absence of orders, figure out what those orders would be and execute aggressively." He took a step to the window, his fingers leaving red wine streaks on the pane. Funny motherfucker LT was. Nate followed Charles's gaze to the sky into which the plane had vanished, the vapor trail already starting to dissipate. Charles's ill-timed story bounced around in his head, 2 words sticking. Execute aggressively. That sounded about right. He turned and walked briskly away from the gate, passing a continuous loop of storefronts, newsstands, Starbucks, McDonald's. Just before the escalator to baggage claim, he spotted what he was searching for, a white courtesy phone. Snatching it up and turning his face to the wall, he waited for the operator. When the pleasant voice came on, he said, "I'm calling about American Airlines Flight 4. There's a bomb on board planted by the Ukrainian man in the 10th row. If you don't turn the plane around, it'll detonate." He set down the receiver and, keeping his face lowered, strode the 6 steps to the escalator. As he descended, he dialed Janie on his cell phone, waiting for voicemail. "Janie, listen to me. I know you can't turn your phone on till you're taxiing in, but Yuri's on your flight, in the row behind you. Don't look back. Don't be obvious. But watch yourself. Delete this message now. There will be security all over when you land. Get yourself and CL to them, and I'll figure something out by then." "Okay. The question of how to sign off caught him by surprise. He was still searching for words when the escalator sank into the floor, and he stepped out into the chaos of the baggage claim area. At once the phone was snatched from his grasp, an arm slid around his waist, and a point dug into the side of his lower back, pressing so hard it seemed his skin would pop at any quick move. He grunted and jerked away, making out only the bill of a baseball cap just behind his shoulder. The arm tightened across his waist so that he and the small man moved as a piece, their bodies in lockstep. Twisting, he craned for a look beneath the cap. Misha's boyish face peered up, dense bangs shoved down nearly to his eyes. "Keep walking, or I will push the screwdriver straight through your kidney." The pressure intensified, sending flames across the band of Nate's lower back and down the back of his thigh. "Okay," he grunted. "Okay. Where are we going?" "To Pavla." "How do I know he won't just kill me?" "Because you're still breathing." They hadn't stopped moving, a brisk pace across the floor. People clustered all around, and yet no one paid them any mind. The automatic doors rolled open, the dry midday heat enveloping them. As they stepped to the curb, a white van pulled up, the side door rolling back with a screech. Valeric waited on a bench seat, gun resting flat against his thigh, the sleek stub of his ponytail so solid it looked carved from wood. The point of the screwdriver prodded Nate up and in, and a moment later Misha hopped up front with Dima. Valeric pressed the barrel of the pistol to the top of Nate's knee, and they coasted out into the flow of traffic, Dima returning the traffic cop's polite nod as they passed. Chapter 32. The van deposited Nate and Misha on a seedy downtown block where, with mounting concern, Nate was led up a set of cracked marble stairs into a sweat chamber announced as a banya on the sole sign providing translation from Cyrillic. They moved through several thick oak doors, passing hoary valets manning cash registers and towel booths, Misha's mere presence dispensing with procedure of any sort. Broad, hewn-featured men lounged naked on long benches before lockers, eating pickled fish, sipping chocolate-colored liquid from mugs, and arguing in rough Eastern tongues. The temperature rising with every step, they passed a bank of urinals and a stone arch, entering an open antechamber where men of all makes and models sank into icy plunge pools, lolled corpse-like in steaming claw-footed tubs, and rinsed beneath shower nozzles protruding from the walls at inexplicable intervals. Misha shoved Nate onward through the furnace and a sturdy wooden door into a miasma of steam so dense that Nate choked against it. Bodies sprawled about the stone ledges framing the large room, glimpses of marbled flesh visible here and there through the mist. The men were naked, save a few who were absurdly accessorized with oversized mitts and bell-shaped felt caps. A worker fed a firebox with logs of white birch, the scent and taste as biting as eucalyptus, though less medicinal. The outside air from Nate's forced entrance blew a wavering corridor through the haze, revealing a masculine form sitting centered on the stained stone slab, his flesh an angry red beneath the elaborate ink. Pavla Shevchenko lifted a hand, and the room emptied. No rush, no ado. The others simply exited, sweat dripping, feet padding moistly, leaving them alone. Nate's clothes clung to him, damp and oppressive. The heat was like nothing he had ever experienced. An approximation of hell within sweating insane asylum white tiles. What kind of men would subject themselves to this for leisure? The steam reintroduced itself, rendering Pavla's outline vague and ghostly, smudging the tattoos into bloodstains. The slab was elevated, throne-like. Misha shoved Nate forward, bringing him eye-level to the stars tattooed across Pavla's knees. I kneel before no man. Pavla's face was little more than an impression in the heavy air. I know everything you do. I have eyes on computer screens in important offices. You file police complaint, you spend on credit card, you make flight arrangement, I will know. Nate stepped forward again until he could discern the old man's eyes. You never said my wife and daughter couldn't leave. You said I couldn't leave, and I haven't. I'm still here, working on getting into that safe deposit box. You had ticket too, in your name. Just so I could make sure they got on the plane. I didn't go. Pavla stared, his face carved from stone. Where are they? Nate asked. In Los Angeles. Flight was cancelled thanks to your clever call. Everyone was questioned and released. It is fortunate Yuri has proper work visa. I need one man who can travel. Don't hurt them. That wasn't the deal. I haven't broken the deal. Kneel, Pavla said. What? Kneel. Shevchenko pointed down, a dog-training command. Nate stood, dumbfounded, his shirt pasted to him. The cut on his shoulder from the letter opener gave off a healing itch so intense he wanted to reach back and claw it open with his nails. The heat was wreaking havoc with his symptoms, his hand and arm aflame, his legs weak, his lungs straining to draw full breaths in the soupy air. This is what it will feel like soon, he thought, all the time. Pavla sprang to his feet, causing a violent disruption of the steam around him. He towered, enraged, glistening with sweat. On your knees! A blow from behind knocked Nate down, Misha kicking out one of his legs. Nate's kneecaps ground against the stone. His muscles screamed beneath the heat. Pavla leaned over him. If you have hope of success to get into safe deposit box, why do you panic and go to LAX? I have a plan. I know Danny Urban's safe deposit box is number 227, and I've acquired the key. Agent Ibarra wants me to retrace my steps through the bank one more time to see what I can recall. For obvious reasons, the bank manager wants to do it on a Sunday when the bank is closed. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to walk the crime scene again. I'll ask to be left alone when I get to the bank vault. You will need a master key. When I went to the bank Thursday, they gave me the VIP treatment, left me behind the teller bank alone. His brain raced a quarter second ahead of his mouth. He was lying as fast as he could speak. I got to the master key and made an impression. I cast the duplicate Friday. Shevchenko frowned, impressed. If you can deliver, why do you put your wife and daughter on plane? Nate moved to rise, but Misha shoved him forward again, back onto his knees. He was having trouble breathing, thinking, his left arm trembling. Sweat stung his eyes. He forced the words out. My daughter is willful. She gets in my way. It's easier for me to do this with her gone. And he sucked in a moist breath. I don't trust you. The silence, dense as the air. Then Pavla gave a resonant laugh, genuine amusement that seemed to catch him by surprise. These are first words of yours that are not lies. He chuckled a bit more, a deep sound that held little mirth. You have daughter you struggle with, who no longer cares for you. Americans let their children speak to them with disrespect. This is why they do not obey. For the first time, his face held a sentiment that Nate found familiar, human. They are impossible creatures, daughters. They wind barbed wire around your heart and tug. He gestured mercifully for Nate to rise. Nate found his feet, stooping in the heat, his legs aching. You have a daughter? Nate asked. I thought you made some Russian mafia promise to have no family. Only the Brotherhood of Thieves. Russian mafia. Pavla chuckled. Sounds frightening. Like your Marlon Brando. We are not mafia. We are not even Russian. The only real criminals from Russia live in the Duma and the Kremlin. There are no laws, only loopholes, favors, bribes. We have been under the heel of war for generations. We fear no God. We believe in nothing. To survive, you need muscle and will. Here you need only lawyers. And I have them, a team of them. Jews, working in concert, burning midnight oil. They protect my businesses, my freedom. His gaze sharpened, zeroing in on Nate's aching arm, which Nate had been holding against his stomach. He dropped it, letting it dangle, though the skin felt scoured by sandpaper. Your guy twisted my arm at the restaurant, he said quickly. Tore something. Pavla sneered at him. We are not our bodies. We are more, greater. This, our skin, is a cage. We must be more. The firebox leaked a steady stream of heat. Nate's vision dotted. He had never felt the disease so acutely, his muscles hanging about him like rags. It's not always that easy, he thought. Pavla's expression demanded a response, so Nate gestured at his tattoos. But your body defines you. Because I am decorated. No. I am my body no more than you are yours. I have pride in my code. These? His hands slid across his sweat-slick skin, moving from tattoo to tattoo. They are my passport, my story. They cannot lie. In prison, do you know what most valuable currency is? His thumbs rubbed across his fingertips. Pigment. One burns a boot heel, sifts the ash through handkerchief and mixes with urine. The needle? A guitar string sharpened on strip of a matchbook. In the worst conditions, we find a way to speak our truth. To say this is my promise. It is carved into my flesh. He slapped his flushed chest, leaving white handprints on both pectorals. I fulfill every promise written here. Then fulfill your word to me, Nate said. I didn't break the code. Don't touch my family. Go home. Your wife and daughter will be waiting. They must now behave. You do not know when we are looking. At last Pavla sat, his bare flesh slapping the stone wetly. Enjoy them for next 36 hours. The next time you see me, I will either release you or force you to watch your daughter die. Chapter 33. Dima pulled up in front of the house. Valeric lifted the gun barrel from Nate's thigh, and Misha rolled back the door and prodded him out. A few shaky steps up the walk, Nate heard a whistle. When he turned, his cell phone was flying at him, and he moved to catch it in front of his face, but his hand couldn't clench in time. The phone bounced unbroken on the pavement, and he stooped painfully to pick it up. The door slammed shut as the van pulled away, leaving Nate alone in the thickening dusk with the smell of wet grass and a cell phone screen showing 17 missed calls from Janie. Moving toward the front door, he sensed a tingling in his ankle and realized that his left foot was dragging ever so slightly along the concrete. The first sign of the dropped foot that heralded, for the afflicted, the beginning of the descent. No wonder Lou Gehrig started having trouble with grounders. With concentration, Nate returned his stride to normal, his pace quickening at the thought of seeing Janie and Ciao. The front door flung open, two backlit feminine forms crowding the opening, their bearings conveying distress and trepidation and, yes, relief at the sight of him. Firming his leg, he kept on, even as Janie and Ciel rushed out to meet him. His dread, as enveloping as the creeping nightfall, was penetrated by a single prick of light, a sharp gratitude for the embrace to come. 3 a.m. Kneading his forearm, Nate sat on the couch with Janie, Ciel looking on with chagrin and flicking the edge of her scarf fretfully across her lips. Watching his daughter, He was reminded of what was at risk, and had to look away to keep the dam of emotion from breaking inside him. It had been a day without beginning or end, just a prolonged episode of trauma, twisting through the hours like a trapped creature that refused to die. After stumbling in from the coerced Banya visit, he'd showered, changed into fresh clothes, and driven Janie's car down to find Wendy Moreno. That last name they had from Urban's list. His knock had gone unanswered, and he'd waited outside for 6 jittery hours until, assuming that Ms. Moreno would be spending the night out, he'd driven home in a state of exhaustion he could describe only as a stupor. While he'd been on his fruitless stakeout, Janie had scavenged every nook and cranny of the internet to see if she could find anything about Patrice McKenna, the murdered schoolteacher from Brentwood, that might connect her to Pavla Shevchenko. Janie had turned up little more than stunned testimonials from neighbors and relatives, variations on a common theme. Patrice was a pillar of the community, the last woman they'd ever expect something like this to happen to. 21 hours to 0 hour, and Nate had not one scrap of evidence to bring to Ibarra. In fact, every dead end they hit reacquainted them with the alarming reality. They didn't even know what they were looking for. Now they were rehashing the contingency to their contingency plan. First thing tomorrow he'd drive back to Wendy Moreno's and hope that he found her and could, through some Sherlockian miracle, scare up a piece of leverage that might flip the script on Shevchenko. Moreno's house was near the airport, so on his way he'd drop Janie and CL at LAX to retrieve his Jeep from short-term parking, where it had been languishing since he'd been snatched by Misha. Janie would get the Jeep home, pack it, stay visibly present in the house in case Shevchenko's men were watching, and wait to hear from Nate. Short of his finding the magical clue at Moreno's to bring to Ibarra and the FBI, he'd race home and they'd go on the run together well ahead of Shevchenko's midnight deadline. No credit cards, he said. No flight or hotel reservations. No phone calls. Janie looked across at CL. That includes Jason. CL's face wrinkled at the injustice of this, and she was about to reply when she registered something in Nate's face. What's wrong? Nothing, honey. Her gaze hardened. Remember our deal. No keeping stuff from me. He looked down at his hands. I haven't been able to draw a full breath since... The heat, I think it screwed with me. My arm, and then my lungs, and my goddamn ankle now. A glimpse at his daughter's face made him clamp his mouth shut. The words had flooded out, coming with more intensity than he'd intended. He shook his arm gently, trying to force sensation back into it. Janie gestured at it. Do you need? It's okay. I got it. He rested his arm on his thigh and dug at the muscle with his thumb. CL curled her legs beneath herself on the couch. Is it scary? Being sick? She nodded. Her fists rose to her chin, elbows on her knees. She might have been 6 or 10. What's it like? He could feel Janie, too, focused on him. The stillness was electric. It teaches you that no part of you is sacred, he said, and that other people are. Chapter 34. When the garage door lifted, revealing the gray morning sky, Nate heard Janie's and CL's breathing accelerate. The world had become a different place, full of dark rows and hidden eyes. He eased Janie's car from the garage, the street drawing into view. But there seemed to be no one there, no dark town cars or faces in the bushes. On the freeway, blazing toward LAX, he could feel his heartbeat still surging. After dropping off Janie and CL to pick up the Jeep, Nate drove north toward Wendy Moreno's house. Idling at a stoplight, he glanced across at a board shop, a few kids skating outside and sucking on cigarettes, gliding through another world where cool still mattered. The surf rat vibe reminded him of the marina, where he'd paid the ill-fated visit to Luis Milan, just a few miles farther north. He felt a faint charge, the precursor to a thought. Pulling over, he grabbed a map and a pen from the glove box and circled the locations of Wendy Moreno's house and Luis Milan's apartment, then the Brentwood residence of Patrice McKenna. They were in an almost precise line, running north-south. What the hell did that mean? He tapped the pen against the tattered paper, considering, before folding the map and shoving it into his pocket. 3 targets, all in a row. How could that possibly be relevant? Why would Shevchenko want to kill 3 strangers whose addresses aligned? He pondered this question the rest of the way to Wendy Moreno's house. Though residential, her street was animated with a constant stream of through traffic. Keeping an eye on the rearview mirror, he drove around the block a few times. No one following. On the porch, as he waited for an answer to the doorbell's ring, more questions hectored him. What if Moreno was out of town? What if Shevchenko's men had somehow identified her already? What if she hadn't answered last night because her corpse had been lying behind the front door, draining into the carpet? He hardly had time to weigh these considerations when a Honda Civic pulled into the driveway and a bespectacled woman in her 30s climbed out and started for him. High heels looped around one finger, she tugged at an evening dress to straighten it. Her hair was a tangle. Her night out had not been a planned one. Wendy Moreno? That's me. Can I talk to you a minute? I got your name through someone else, and I had a few questions. World of Warcraft? She suddenly looked embarrassed. Oh shit, I thought you were a salesman. Come in. Give me a minute. I just need to, He entered the small house and sat on the couch, listening to her bang about up the brief hall, closet doors opening, water running. Finally she came back out, more put together, and offered him something to drink. Sipping ice water, he ran through the initial questions. She'd never heard of Luis Milan, Patrice McKenna, or Pavla Shevchenko. Wait a minute, she said. You lost me. I thought you were from the crew I met at BlizzCon. Which realm are you playing? He held on to his next breath longer than necessary, contemplating the variety of ways the next moment, if mishandled, would likely combust. An airplane rumbled overhead, buying him another few precious seconds before he confessed, I don't know you from World of Warcraft. I got your name off a list held by a very dangerous criminal. You did something to get on his radar. She guffawed, hooked a strand of hair back over one ear. You're kidding, right? Did Cytherian put you up to this? No. This is real. A back and forth ensued, different versions of the same questions and answers, until finally Wendy Moreno looked convinced. What the hell? She said. Do the cops know about this? Not yet. Only I do. I wanted to warn you so you can get out of town, maybe, until you or I can find out what this is about. It should be easy to stay somewhere. I have friends all over the place from WOW. But still, Christ. You're sure you can't think of anything? Any reason you might have crossed a Ukrainian mafia guy? I think I'd have noticed. Unless maybe he's a pissed-off gamer? Doesn't seem the type. Her breaths grew shallow, and then all at once she was crying in short, suffocating spurts. After a few moments, she took a deep, shaky breath and pulled herself back from the edge. God, she said, your life can just turn on a dime, can't it? Everything's normal and then... Wham, Nate said. Yeah, Wham's right. She pulled off her glasses, wiped the lenses. His work instincts kicked in, that urge to comfort, to solve. Is there someone you want to call to help map out the next steps? But her mood, it seemed, was more existential. Fate's a bitch, huh? You ever think about it? He rotated his ankle, testing it. Since he'd awakened, the foot had been fine, as if healed by the few hours of broken sleep. That was the problem with ALS. It progressed in ebbs and flows. The spiral was downward, that much was promised, but you didn't know how many times the symptoms would loop the loop on the descent. More lately, he answered. I think about the bullets I've dodged. The ones I caught. She set her glasses aside, her face wan, washed out. I saw this car crash a while back. This Jag came through an intersection and... A nod to Nate. Wham! T-bone. Driver was some drunk girl. A scared, stupid kid so hammered she could barely stand up. Her face was all fucked up, but she stumbled off. But the other car, man, it was a Volvo. Supposed to be safe, right? With his family? A car seat, The infant facing backward, it was a mess. Like a crumpled beer can, just parts. Right in front of us. I mean, right there. And I couldn't help thinking, that jag missed us by 2 seconds, maybe 3. If I'd left the house a little faster, or if we'd accelerated quicker off the last stoplight, or if that girl had sneezed even and taken her foot off the gas for a sec. She chewed at a cuticle and kept on in a kind of trance, the words flattened by the weight of everything behind them. I still see it. The dangling mobile from the car seat, little giraffes and elephants on the asphalt. And I think that could have been me. And I think how lucky I was. And then I feel guilty for feeling lucky when that family wasn't. But I can't help it. I think thank God I missed that car. Well, you know what? That fucking car. It hit me now, didn't it? She blew her nose into a tissue. No one gets a free pass, do they? No, Nate said. I guess not. But his mind had wandered away from Wendy Moreno, locking on to a different image. Luis Milan and his upside-down neck brace. Screwed up my neck. Whiplash. Pulses of cognition. Words and images pulling into place quicker than Nate could process them. The plane's roar overhead. That brochure pinned to Luis's refrigerator with a Pep Boys magnet. I travel a lot. Shevchenko's ghost-like face in the steam, holding that first faint glint of humanity. They are impossible creatures, daughters. They wind barbed wire around your heart and tug. Nate pulled the map from his back pocket, looked at the address he'd circled. That neat line, north-south. He traced his finger down, connecting the dots, his nail ending at Los Angeles International Airport. Wendy was mid-sentence. You think Chicago's far enough if... You were in an airport shuttle, he said slowly. When you saw the accident. Wendy stopped, Kleenex halfway to her nose. How could you possibly know that? Her mouth came open a little. I was going to the wedding of a girlfriend I met online. There were 8 people in that shuttle, Nate told her. One of them was a Hispanic guy. He hurt his neck. Yeah. One guy got whiplash. Our driver stood on the brakes. The girl driving the Jag. You all saw her when she fled the scene. She literally staggered right past the shuttle. The cops caught up to her. Yeah, later. I gave a statement. I said I'd testify if they... She went ashen. Oh my God. The guy. Pavla Shevchenko. That was his daughter. Nate stood, pulling the phone from his pocket. You need to get out of town, immediately. Just get in your car and start driving. Shevchenko doesn't know your name yet, but don't take any chances. Wendy called after him, but his ears were ringing, and he kept on, moving mechanically, almost on autopilot. He banged through the screen in the front yard just as Janie picked up. Not trusting the house line, he'd called her cell. The name's on the list, Nate said. Those people, they're all witnesses to a drunk driving accident that killed some people. Shevchenko's daughter was behind the wheel. Holy crap, Janie said. I'm going to Ibarra. Keep lights on in the house. Make sure it looks like you're home. Wait for me. I don't know how long it'll take with Ibarra, but I'll come for you well before the deadline. Wait. What if Shevchenko's men catch wind of you going to the FBI right now? I'm covered. I told him I was going to see Ibarra today. That it was part of my plan to get to the safe deposit box. Something seemed odd outside, but when Nate paused and looked up the street, it was peaceful and still. No suspicious cars, no loitering Ukrainians. He shoved the car key into the lock. Keep the gun close, he said. She agreed and hung up. He swung the driver's door open and was about to climb in when it occurred to him what felt strange about the neighborhood. It was perfectly still. When he'd waited at the front door earlier, traffic had been a constant background buzz. And now not a car. He shut the door and moved slowly to the center of the asphalt. He looked up the street, then down. A few orange and yellow leaves scraped the sidewalk, the only movement. A roar of engines shattered the silence. With stunned amazement, Nate watched black SUVs screech into view from every side street, cascading in synchrony like stunt cars in a commercial, one after another, a ballet. They hurtled forward, sliding to within feet, corralling him, and then there were shouting voices and sunglasses and pointed guns. Agent Ibarra broke through the vanguard, reaching Nate first, spinning him neatly to the ground, knee in back, zip ties on his wrists, frisking him high and low. "Nate Overbay, you are being taken into custody." "For what?" "Issuing a terrorist threat against the United States airliner." Fisting Nate's shirt between the shoulder blades and grabbing his belt in the back, Ibarra hoisted him painfully to his feet. "Forget third base, Overbay. Now you're gonna get fucked." Shoved from behind, Nate stumbled and tripped, disappearing into the dark interior of a waiting SUV. Chapter 35. When Pavla entered the kitchen, Nastia was eating red caviar on Borodinsky, wiping crumbs of the black bread from her glossy lips with the back of her hand. Dima and Valeric sat with her at the table, shots of cloudy horseradish vodka set before them. She was in the middle of a story, her graceful arms gesturing comically, and the men were laughing, basking in her radiance. A black halter top and miniskirt displayed her woman's body, and yet she was still so much a girl, telling tales through a full mouth, laughing with abandon, wearing sunglasses even in the house, even at dusk. A razor-blade pendant, made of thick, blunted steel, dangled on a black cord, resting against her flat chest. Misha remained by himself at the counter, sipping tarkun, the cheery, bright green tarragon soda failing to lighten his dark expression. The fingers of one hand shifted and rubbed a set of matte black handcuffs, working them like a rosary. He stared straight through a Russian soap opera on the wall-mounted TV, his thoughts as impossible to gauge as ever. 6.5 hours to wait, and they would have resolution with Nate Overbay one way or another. They would have the list, those names, and shortly thereafter 7 hearts would stop beating, and all would rest right in the world again. Pavla paused in the doorway, taking in the sight of his daughter, young enough to be his granddaughter, and yet ageless, timeless, the kind of girl-woman he'd chased around Kiev when he was 12 and 20 and 40. She was framed against a wall of plate glass that showed off the dizzying view. The lights of the strip twinkled below, the wattage of Sunset Boulevard waging war with the encroaching night, whispering its age-old promise that it was not yet time to sleep, that there was more fun still to be squeezed from the residue of the day. Youth, beauty, and dangerous promises, all there in a single snapshot. Had there ever been a better encapsulation of the City of Angels? Misha noticed Pavla first and stood, the others following suit. Nastia smiled and removed her sunglasses, a sign of respect. The light limned the fringe of her face, the feathered seam of scar tissue along her ear in sudden evident relief. He recalled coming into the back room of the club where she'd fled that night after the accident, her panicked, babbling phone call still echoing in his head. She'd been hunched over as if vomiting into a friend's maroon t-shirt, and it was only as he'd stepped closer that he'd realized that the cloth was not maroon at all, but had started the evening as a white undershirt. At the sound of his voice, she'd looked up, her face hanging off, hinged at one side. He had known immediately that it was not severe. He had seen and inflicted injuries such as these, and knew the ways that flesh could tear and mend. Her friends were shocked at his collected demeanor as he'd reseated the living mask and bundled her off. Then again, he was not like most fathers. She'd had the best surgeons, one who'd been brought in to improve a pop star's nose, and within days the reconstruction had been complete. Swelling had diminished, purple had faded to tan. Flesh had knit together, leaving only tiny cracks, like etched veins. In short order, all that remained was the imprint of the accident at the back of her cheek, like a manufacturer's stamp, a reminder that people were no more than toys that could be broken apart, and occasionally, when luck and fate complied, put back together. "Papa? What's wrong?" "Nothing, my beauty." He crossed and took her face in his rough hands, holding it delicately, like a bird, kissing her softly on the scar. Nastia squeezed him in a hug, her mane of hair redolent of French cigarettes. A lovely smell, the closest thing to home these days. Shot glasses clinked, and Dima cracked a joke, and there was laughter, muted in the soft glow of the kitchen. A haven up here in the Hollywood Hills, safe from the chill of evening and the world outside with its fangs and claws. Even Misha smiled and hoisted his glass in a toast, his boyish cheeks tightening into ovals. The Nastia stiffened in Pavla's arms, all bone and angles. Pavla pulled back from their embrace, followed her gaze. The television. A commercial. Plump diapered baby sitting in a car tire, floating safely along. He looked back at his daughter, frozen with remorse and horror. The TV shut off. Yuri had the remote. Then the men faded from the room like wraiths, and there remained only the sound of Nastia's hard breaths. I forget it, like a dream, a drunken dream. But then images come back, here and there. Nastia's chest heaved. The baby. You hit no one. You were at the club all night. The Jag was stolen from valet there. You were struck in the face with bottle during fight on dance floor. I know, she said. But no, this is you and me now. We can talk. There is no need for talk. There is only what happened. You hit no one. You were at the club all night. The Jag was stolen. A thin, high-pitched noise escaped her throat, a stifled scream. Tears streaming down her face, she shifted her weight from boot to boot, as if the parquet flooring burned her feet. I need to say the words. I need to know what I did. I need to know who I am. She tottered back a step and collapsed into a chair, her miniskirt stretched wide, and he saw on the soft flank of skin beside her crotch several dark lines. Rage bubbled up inside him, a familiar ally, there waiting in the shadows. He swept the plates from the table with his forearm and grabbed her throat, forcing her legs apart with his other hand. What is this? What did you do to yourself? She choked out a few words. Papa. No. He dropped to his knees, peering up her skirt at the inside of her thigh. But the marks were not ink. They were cuts, a neat row of them. The top mark was mostly healed, the middle ones scabbed, the bottom slice still fresh. He stared in disbelief. Cuts. There? Why? He had forgotten he was still gripping her throat. He released, and she coughed and hacked. Who did this to you? She wiped her face on the inside of her collar. Who did this to you? I did, she screamed in a fury, her torso twisting away from him. He was on his feet, stepping back from her, perplexed and oddly on edge, coals in the pit of his belly. You cut yourself. Why? To feel. I just want to feel something. I just want... She leaned onto the table, burying her face in her bare arms. The air of the kitchen had grown thicker. He was having trouble inhaling fully. He needed the breadth of the floor upstairs, his perch atop the world. Her sobs trailed him up the stairs. Pacing the perimeter of his vast bedroom, counting his steps, he heard her cries still, rising through the floor. The sound of her ripped him back to the night itself. Quiet enough at first. A carved turkey served by a nameless maid who, like the others, spoke no English, the atmosphere in the dining room frigid with Nastia's mood. What's wrong? He'd finally asked. I'm sick of this, she said. Always us. Always alone. And I'm sick of her. She glared at the maid. You can't even understand what I'm saying, can you? Can you? The maid withdrew meekly. She might as well not even be here. Nastia skewered a cooked carrot on the tines of her fork and held it before her face. You have no idea what you have, he said softly. You have everything. It's like a mausoleum. She dropped her fork, which clanged against the fine china, chipping the 24-karat gold band at the rim. Cold and empty. He folded his hands, straining for patience. What do you want? I want to belong. We do belong. Here. No. We float above the city, away from other people. She took a big gulp of red wine, the crystal throwing slivers of light across her face. Turning sideways in her chair, she stared at the wall. What was my mama like? She asked. Tell me again. He set down his silverware, pushed his plate away, studied the markings on his knuckles. Prison ink asterisks in a circle, the symbol of a thief from a broken home. When he looked up again, he saw that Nastia had guzzled the rest of her wine. He spoke the mantra. She was simple country girl, seamstress. She loved you very much. Nastia's body sagged a bit, relaxing into a daze. And how'd she die? Diphtheria outbreak. She caught. Nastia closed her eyes. And she said? On her deathbed she say, my daughter must always know I carry her in my heart, and she carries me in hers. Nastia mouthed the last sentence with him. She pushed away dreamily from the table and drifted back toward her room. He sat and stared at his knuckles, the table. Turkey and wine, stuffing and potatoes, a dripping gravy boat, all that American excess. He felt a hole grow inside him that could be filled with neither food nor rage. He thought about the bundle of pink blanket delivered into his arms by the whore, how the sight of those sapphire eyes had delivered him into another life. His chair screeched when he pushed back from the table. He walked down the hall, the house staff shrinking into the walls as he passed. Nastia's room, when he entered, smelled of schnapps and sweet perfume. A galloise protruded from an ashtray, sighing a wisp of smoke, and a plastic tumbler sat beside Nastia's hand on the mousepad. At his footfall she started, then swiftly began clicking screens closed on the computer. He'd come to comfort her, but now his steps across her lush carpet were hard, enraged. He brushed her aside, tapping the mouse around on pages with an unskilled hand as file after file repopulated the screen. Papa, no, she slurred. I was only... He stared at the monitor, doing his best to force the words to make sense. Requests made to a genealogy forum online. Subject line, American girl trying to find her mother. A response to an email she'd written to the U.S. Embassy in Kiev. A database of victims of the diphtheria outbreak that had occurred after perestroika. Weeks, maybe months of searching and requests and secret communications. Is my mother dead? His face glowed with heat, the pulse of an infection. He drew himself erect over the desk, gathering into himself. You doubt me? Me, who gave you everything, who brought you here to give you this life. I see the guns on the men. I know your tattoos. I'm not stupid. She wobbled on her stork legs, emboldened by the alcohol. I got a letter from the embassy. They said you served time. I don't know your story. I don't know my mama's story. I don't know my story. I told you your mama's story. I know it's fake. I know she wasn't a seamstress. I'm not a child. I'm 17. Her eyes were glassy, her breath 90 proof. What happened to her? It is history. No more. We are our history. No, we are who we are. Now, you and me, we have each other. It's not enough. The hollow in his gut spread, devouring his intestines, flesh and blood, a black hole of pain. I gave up everything for you. And this is how you show respect. His mouth was moving, throwing words before thought. It felt like vomiting to say this. She was backing away from him, tripping over the furniture, terrified. You want to know who your mama was? I do not even remember lying with her. I remember only when she dropped you into my arms like trash. She was a whore who died with a needle in her arm. Nastia's mouth twisted open, emitting a startled moan. Then she was scrambling out, away, clawing across her bed to the door, pulling the sheets in her wake. Her feet slapped the tile of the hall. Then the door to the garage opened and slammed harder than he believed a door could slam. The Jaguar fired to life in the garage, the roar of 470 horses. There came a scream of grinding metal, car scraping house, as she flew out into the night. Chapter 36. Agent Ibarra's smooth, handsome face remained so blank, so non-committal that Nate, shivering in the cold box of the interrogation room, wondered if the man was devoid of human emotion. There were no windows here, but Nate knew he was somewhere high up in the federal building overlooking Westwood's National Cemetery. He'd noted as much through the windows earlier, before he'd been deposited in the proverbial chair before the proverbial table. Beside a digital recorder, a bolted metal bar protruded from the table, there to cuff suspects of less gentle demeanor. Nate had endured the full rotation of the Joint Terrorism Task Force, a gruff supervisor sporting a broad, unironic mustache from an earlier era, and a succession of female agents, each smarter than the last. He'd spilled all, directing his responses largely to Ibarra, praying that their previous rapport, no matter how strained, might accelerate the process. When he'd come clean about going out on the bank ledge to kill himself, he'd watched Ibarra do a Sixth Sense rewind and play the film over with the missing piece laid in. The name Pavla Shevchenko brought immediate color to the agent's cheeks and bought Nate a bit of back and forth. It quickly became evident that Ibarra had built impressive scaffolding around his suspicion of Nate. An interview with the bank security guard had led the agent to safe deposit box 227, where he'd found Danny Urban's key bizarrely locked inside. And yesterday Luis Milan had called the cops after Nate had paid him the unsettling visit, a red flag landing the complaint on Ibarra's desk. These names, Danny Urban, Luis Milan, all connected now to lend some credence to Nate's tale of crazed Ukrainians and witness lists. But until confirmation worked its way through the maze of the system, Ibarra maintained a note of skepticism in his voice. Ibarra's expression still gave up nothing, but through the course of the discussion, he'd eased from the room's corner to point man position, dispatching the others to make queries. "We're running out of time," Nate said. "You have to believe me and do something now." They'd confiscated his phone, and of course there was no clock in the room, but he could feel the minutes ticking down to Shevchenko's deadline. "We need to verify that you're—" Frantic, Nate let his hands slap to the table, an outburst he regretted immediately. Appearing calm and sane was a necessity. Ibarra's cell phone chimed, a text message, and he glanced at the screen. "What?" Nate said. "What's that?" "Confirmation of your medical records." He replaced the phone in his pocket, some of the severity draining from his expression. "You want a cup of water? Bathroom break?" "No. I want you to tell me what time it is." 6:37, Ibarra said. Nate pictured Janie and Ciel at home, waiting to hear from him. Pavla's men on standby, ready to swoop in. His knees bounced frantically beneath the table. "You have to let me out of here, or—" A junior agent entered with a fat file and a concerned expression and asked Ibarra to step outside. Ibarra rose. "1 sec. I got 5 hours and change until my daughter gets cut in half with a chainsaw," Nate said. Ibarra paused, hand on the knob. "I won't dawdle." For a small eternity, Nate drummed his fingers, paced the room, glared at the one-way mirror. Finally, Ibarra returned. "Here's where we are." He slid a sheet of paper across the table at Nate. A large stamp proclaimed Attorney Work Product, Confidential. There was the witness list, the 8 familiar names. The whole black plot confirmed. Anastasia Shevchenko had 2 prior DUIs and was driving on a suspended license, Ibarra said. "Which means they'll nail her on a Watson murder. She's staring at a life sentence. They have her dead to rights." Finally, they were into the meat of the matter. Nate forced himself to slow down, to parse the matter properly so they could come out the other end rather than run frenzied circles. "So her only way off," he said, "is if Pavla kills the witnesses." "Pretty much. She smashed that family to shit and ran away, like you said. At which point her old man swung into cleanup mode, reported her Jag stolen, all that. So her lawyers, her dad's all-star roster of lawyers, are trying for the no-driving defense. It must be proved that she was behind the wheel when the car was moving for her to be found guilty. No other witnesses? No. For the first time, Ibarra looked weary, his eyes puffy. But beneath the fatigue was something harder-edged, a calm fury. Knocking off a van load of witnesses to protect a drunk driver probably at a level of lawless disregard that even an FBI agent didn't encounter every day. After the hit and run, she ran to Nebesa, a Ukrainian club. She's there every fucking Tuesday. Given who her old man is, good luck reversing an alibi out of that joint. How did Urban get his hands on the witness list? Not sure. He had some known associates who were skilled hackers, so maybe they cracked it out of the prosecutor's hard drive. It was confidential as hell, that's for sure. The prosecutor went to great lengths to protect the names, blacked out the police report, all proceedings in camera, judge's chambers with only one side present, no transcript available to the defense. The judge had had a turn or two around the dance floor with Pavla, knew the colorful backstory. She figured the risk of witness intimidation was high enough to keep the names of material witnesses secret. And the trial is next month. Thus the urgency, Nate said. Why didn't the witnesses know about all this? If they knew who they were testifying against, it might spook them. Might, Nate said. Might? Never know. One of them might be a crazy-ass loose cannon. Like you. Nate blew out a breath. So what now? We'll get to those witnesses right away. Make sure everyone's safe until this thing settles. How quickly can you get Pavla in custody? A case like this takes a while to build, Ibarra said, let alone file. Your confidence is comforting. Ibarra's mouth tensed. Believe me, crimes this flagrant, the entire justice system is taking this personally. Whatever warrants we need, whatever resources we want, judges will line up to sign their names. But that doesn't mean a conviction will be easy. What would you need to make it airtight? A confession? Ibarra snickered at the thought. Flipping his daughter, maybe, in exchange for immunity on the drunk driving murder? Getting any of the club witnesses to change their story? In other words, shit that won't happen given who Shevchenko is and the power he has over these people. With what you do have, can you get to an arrest? Probably. But with his lawyers, he'll be out on bail. Plus his men. What about his men? We know some of the names in his orbit, Ibarra said. The old-school blues with the tattoos, all that. Yuri Ivashko just applied for naturalization. Valerik Koval. Dmitry Zotov. Sure, we can roll them up, see if we can make something stick. But word is, Pavla has a new hitter off the boat from the old country. A stone-cold pro. Misha, Nate said. Number 6. We don't know who he is, let alone where to find him. Nate's teeth ground, a muted shriek of frustration inside his skull. My family, he said. We can dispatch agents to your house right now. If sedans pull up to our front door, you might as well paint a target on my daughter's forehead, Nate said. Can you get her and Janie into witness protection? We will make sure they're safe. A cold flutter moved through Nate's stomach. That's not what I asked. Troubled, Ibarra pivoted aside in his chair and regarded his reflection in the one-way. A lot of people have been waiting for a break on Pavla Shevchenko for a long time, not least of all the DA's office. The head deputy of major crimes wants to press the strongest plays with the cleanest links and the most physical evidence. Solicitation of murder for Danny Urban and the names on that list. As for you, your wife, your daughter, unfortunately none of you are witnesses. You're not actually testifying to anything. That asshole kidnapped me. He made a death threat against my daughter. Nate's voice rang around the cold box for a while. He studied Ibarra's even stare and said, Right. No hard evidence. For that. Not a scrap. It's your word against Pavla's. Watch your average rape trial to see how well those cases turn out. Ibarra's even features tensed into a grimace. He smelled of cologne or scented deodorant. Plus, no one's been killed. Yet, Nate said. The two men stared at each other, the cold of the room chilling Nate's lungs. His arms were crossed, his left wrist giving off an ache that would have been agonizing if he were of a mind to focus on it. Ibarra spidered his fingers on the table. I have a buddy at the Marshal's Service. I'll call him to look into WITSEC for your family. But it's a long shot, and there's a process. What the hell are we supposed to do in the meantime? Nate didn't like the panic he heard creeping into his voice beneath the anger. As I said, we can roll a couple sedans right now. It's not right now I'm worried about. Right now, they're home safe, at least for 5 more hours. I'm worried about what happens in a day, a week, a month, while you guys build your case. Look, we can send a patrol car around at intervals. Keep an eye on them. Like you did me after the bank robbery? Because within 8 hours, Pavla had me ensconced in a fucking ice block. The throbbing intensified in the bones of Nate's left hand. He clasped it under the table, but it refused to form more than a loose claw. Given that man's reach, are you really telling me that half-assed police protection is a good idea? Ibarra pursed his lips, said nothing. The FBI can't move into our house and play nanny indefinitely, Nate said. I get it. Then let me out of here. Now. I've got just enough time before that deadline to get my family safely off the grid. You're wanted on charges, remember? Terrorist threat to an airliner. Nate stood quickly, his chair toppling, and Ibarra matched him, one hand raised calmingly. You're not keeping me in here, Nate said. If you can't protect my family, I will. You gonna shoot your way out, Nate? You saw what I did at the bank. Ibarra's pulse beat at his temple. A tense smile. Then he said, Why don't we sit a second? I don't have a fucking second. You put me in jail, Janie and CL are dead. Plus, tell me a guy like Pavla can't get to me in jail. Easier than on the street. He'll have me gutted in there. Ibarra eased back into his chair, strummed his fingers. Despite all logic and reason, I like you, Nate, so I'm not gonna lie to you. Having a patrol car check on your family at intervals does carry some risk. Some risk? It's like filing a restraining order when there's a raving psychopath kicking down the door. Nate grabbed the edge of his rising temper, reined it in. He pulled out his chair, sat, folded his hands. If it was your wife, your daughter's, what would you do? Ibarra chewed the inside of his lip for a time, then moved his finger a few centimeters and clicked off the digital recorder. You're a dog guy, right? Nate tried for patience, but failed. Is this another heartfelt family anecdote with a not-so-hidden moral? Because if so, let's skip to the end. I have a dog, too, Ibarra continued, as if Nate had not spoken. And he's a man about town. Likes to roam. Before I leave for work, I open our side gate and let him out for the day. But we have years of trust built up, the way trust is built up between a man and his dog. You feel me? Nate risked a hopeful glance at the turned-off recorder. Yes. You're tangled up in some serious shit right now, with a lot of outstanding legal issues. And you're a resource still in the Shevchenko case. If I let you roam while I look into the witness security program for your family, I have to trust that you won't go far in case I need you. You'll want to stay close anyway, in case I can push WITSEC through. How will we be in touch? Nate asked. Your cell. Paranoia swelled. Can Pavla track it? I don't care who his contacts are. He's not gonna be able to triangulate a cell signal. That takes major resources. I can't get that done officially sometimes. Ibarra moved to the door, then stopped. I have determined that you are not an active terrorist threat, which doesn't mean that the charges against you are dropped. While you're out in the cold, find a good lawyer. He produced Nate's cell phone from a pocket, held it out on his palm, an offering. You'd better get a long-term plan in place. By the time this gets resolved, I'll be dead. Nate grabbed the phone from Ibarra's palm. I don't need a long-term plan. Ibarra nodded solemnly and stepped aside, shoving the door ajar. Chapter 37. The rough October winds were acting up, fallen palm fronds littering the streets like knocked-off fenders. Dialing his cell phone, Nate urged the cab driver to step on it. The house was mercifully close, mere miles from the federal building. As they screeched onto Montana Boulevard, Janey finally picked up. Nate, what happened? How'd it go? Good and bad, I'll explain later. Any sign of Pavlo's men? The words came out in a rush, together, one long sentence. No, CL's been keeping watch at the windows. They don't seem to be. I'm almost home. Finish packing up the Jeep. We're leaving now. An abbreviated pause, but Janey read his voice and simply said, Okay, got it. Rocketing past the multi-million-dollar houses with their lit front gardens and spit-polished sedans, he saw his situation in stark contrast with his former life. When had everything careened so drastically and suddenly off track? It was as if he'd taken a left turn and dropped into the Grand Canyon. He asked the driver to let him off around the block. Then he cut through the Rogerses' side yard, his left foot dragging through the fallen leaves. He'd been told that ALS symptoms could intensify at night, and so far he'd found that to be true, his body weakening as darkness encroached. His fingers fussed at the gate latch, numb and ineffective, until he knocked it open with an elbow and spilled into his backyard. Empty. No sign of anyone watching. The lights were on upstairs, but not down, probably so no one could see Janey and CL loading the Jeep. He banged on the rear sliding glass door, and Janey rushed down the stairs, dropping a duffel bag, and let him in. He slammed the slider behind him and locked it. Casper scrambled in from the other room, excited, slipping on the tile and ramming his muzzle into Nate's crotch. Nate scratched his ears, guiding him aside. Where's CL? Grabbing the last few things in her room. Go get her. I packed you already. Janey was flushed, breathing hard, tamping down her fear. The Beretta swung heavily in her jacket pocket, its etched grip protruding. The sight of it there, so out of place, did something painful to his heart. Janey hoisted the duffel and started for the garage. The phone rang. Even across the kitchen counter, the illuminated LED screen was visible in the dark room. New Odessa. Janey stopped. The phone rang again. Nate lifted it from its base. It shrilled in his hand. He clicked talk, moved the trembling receiver to his ear. Pavla's voice, rich with age. Where is my item? I have until midnight. No, it is done. Your time is up. Nate's throat went dry. We agreed that your VIP trip to the bank to get inside box would have happened by now. Do you have what I want? Nate breathed through clenched teeth. Yes, I have it. What is it? Janey's eyes were on him, wide and wild. Nate tried to weigh his options, but time was moving too fast for him to keep up. Well? Pavla asked. A list of names, Nate said. A sigh of pleasure came through the receiver, almost a hiss. I'll bring it to you. I'll leave right now. Nate gestured furiously for Janey to finish loading the Jeep, but she didn't move. She just stood there, the weight of the duffel tugging at her arm. No, Pavla said. Tell me names. Any name Nate gave carried with it a death sentence. A drop of sweat ran from his hairline, stinging his eye. Casper whimpered at his side and shifted paw to paw. Now, Pavla said. Patrice McKenna, Nate blurted. The schoolteacher Danny Urban had already murdered. The one safe name to give. They couldn't kill someone who was already dead. A pulse of excitement beneath Pavla's words. Yes. Now others. Nate's last thought remained, banging about his head like a bird stuck in a room. You can't kill the dead. His personal theme since he'd come in from the ledge, the source of his fearlessness in the face of bullets, ice blocks, rescue saws. But there was something else. Something. Aiden O'Doherty, he blurted. The last death notification he had served, the teenage boy who died in the car crash. He heard Pavla breathing through his nose. Nothing more. Nate cast his memory back to the previous 6 death notifications he'd served, naming the names of the dead. Paula Jenkins, overdose. Martin Padilla, drive-by. Shin Sun-won, knife in the stomach. Wally Case, suicide dive in front of a bus. Clarissa and Frederick Frigerio, shot in a convenience store robbery. When Nate had finished, Pavla said, "Fine. Now bring list to me. I want to see with my own eyes." Nate hung up, and Janey sprang back into motion, hauling the bag to the jeep. Nate took the steps up 3 at a time, Casper at his feet, calling Ciel's name as he charged down the hall. She was in her room, clutching an armload of photo albums, phone pressed to her ear. "No, Jason." She tugged at a maroon streak in her hair. "I told you, do not come over right now." Nate grabbed her arm. "We gotta go." "He's almost here, Dad, and—" Casper's head jerked toward the door, his tags jangling. The patch of hair rose at the base of his ridge. His ears lifted, squaring off at the tops, then flattened back against his skull. He took several slow, stalking steps toward the hall. Ciel still hadn't moved, but the cell phone bobbed beneath her thumb, giving a barely audible click as it turned off. Nate raised a finger to his lips and flattened a hand. "Stay here." He crept down the stairs, Casper a half step ahead, slinking like a great cat. The door to the garage was closed, and he could not hear Janey beyond. He started for her, but Casper moved swiftly across the kitchen and growled at the sliding glass door. Nate followed, flipped the lock, and had barely tugged the door open when Casper skimmed through. The dog stopped 10 feet away at the near edge of the lawn, snarling down at something. Nate moved out into the night air, took a few steps across the brief patio, and stared down. 2 oversized footprints crushing the grass, facing the house. With mounting dread, Nate turned slowly and looked over his shoulder. Yuri finished slipping inside and stood in the kitchen, staring out at Nate through the narrow gap in the door. No gloating, no anger, just an empty, gray-eyed stare. A shushing noise as he tugged the sliding glass door closed. The glass threw back only a reflection of the yard, the porch light a scorch mark in the corner of the pane. Before Nate could move, Yuri's chalky hand ghosted into sight behind the double panes and flipped the lock. Chapter 38. Casper sprang before Nate did, swiping at the glass, barking furiously. Nate unlocked his legs and charged, crashing into the sliding door with his shoulder and bouncing back, landing on his ass. In the pane, he saw only a few feet of reflected patio, the uniform black sky, and his own expression of abject terror. Rising, he shoved his face to the glass to see inside, his breath clouding the view at quick intervals. Indistinct in his massive dark coat, Yuri reached the door to the garage just as Janey passed into the house again, gun in hand, nearly colliding with him. Her expression clicked instantly from worry to horror, and then Yuri's massive hand palmed her face like a basketball and shoved her out into the garage, the gun spinning from her grip. She tripped, striking the still-opening door, tumbling off the step and out of sight. The door banged wall and wobbled back, slamming shut. Calmly, Yuri reached over and threw the deadbolt. Crouching to retrieve the fallen gun, he turned and looked across the kitchen, fixing his glinting possum eyes on Nate. Then he rose and headed up the stairs. Nate's skin caught fire, every nerve ending, every cell. Casper's barks elongated into rumbling howls as he jabbed at the sliding door with his front paws, gouging up curls of wood from the frame. Nate spun, grabbing the nearest thing he could lay hands on, a wrought iron patio chair. He hurled it with all his strength. It struck the pane, rippling the reflection, sending out a warbling sonar cry and bouncing back, narrowly missing his head. A thumbnail-sized chip marred the perfect pane. Nothing more. In a fury, Nate swatted aside another chair, then kicked over a table, at last laying eyes on the cast-stone umbrella base waiting patiently for springtime. Squatting, he hoisted it, his compromised left hand useful only as a grappling hook. His back straining, he lifted the base above his shoulder and barreled at the sliding glass door, rotating to let the cast stone hit first. The sound was limp, a muted cracking as the safety glass webbed. He punched through, sprawling onto his back, the umbrella base rocketing dangerously to bite up a chunk of kitchen tile. From upstairs, he heard Ciel's scream. "Dad, help me!" Her voice, the terrified plea, the word at last, "Dad," had him back on his feet as if he'd been yanked up by the collar. Trapped in the garage, Janey slapped and pounded on the door. Hurtling past to the foyer, he leaped at the stairs. In full gallop, trying to make the turn behind him, Casper skidded out, nails scrabbling helplessly across the floorboards. Nate seemed to fall up the stairs, 4, 5 at a time, and then Ciel's door rocked into view, funhouse tilting back and forth as his legs pounded the carpet. "Dad! Dad!" He crashed through, catching one frenzied glimpse of Ciel recoiled against her window before Yuri's fist swung into view from nowhere, firmed around the handle of Nate's own gun, reverse brass knuckles flying at his forehead with dizzying speed. A blip of blackness. Then Ciel's ceiling staring down, a blank screen. Somewhere, a fuzzy voice, blood in his eyes. He tried to lift a hand to wipe it away, but his muscles did not respond. Blinking away the blood seemed to be the only movement he could muster. On the far side of the closed door, Casper was at the wood like a vampire, fangs and nails. The unique agony of face pain and the stunned moment of laid-out paralysis transported Nate to that dune, his mouth pressed to the sand, his eardrums thrumming, the heat of the helo explosion roiling across his back. But no, this was worse. Even over the snarls, Nate could make out the voice now, across the room, addressing Ciel. "I am bigger. I hold the power. This is way of the world. You will learn." His head felt filled with concrete, the weight pulling at him. He let it fall to the side. The step stool carved with his daughter's name had been kicked over, the letter puzzle pieces crowding his field of vision. Across the room, Ciel was sobbing, black eyeliner streaking, her round face lit with disbelief and shock. Yuri spun her and pushed her brusquely against the window. "Undress." She tried to look over her shoulder, a crescent of flushed cheek coming visible. A tiny voice. "Dad?" Nate moved to rise, and daggers of pain shot through his skull. He coughed up a mouthful of vomit. Yuri pushed the steel gun barrel against Ciel's shoulder blade so the skin dimpled. "Your father not help you now. Undress." She crossed her arms weakly, gripped the hem of her sweater. Then she stopped, sagging against the wall, her knees giving out. "No," she said. "No." "Relax." Yuri lowered the pistol's tip, grazing her kidney, menacing her. "I just want to see your insides." Nate shoved himself up on his elbows, but static blotted his vision, and he knew that if he rose too quickly, he'd black out. He paused on trembling muscles, panting, the scene unfolding right across from him. "I come right back, Princessa." Yuri's footsteps creaked the floor, and then an enormous boot pressed down on Nate's trachea, pinning his head to the carpet and denting his windpipe closed. A long view up to that expressionless, tilted face. Nate gagged for air, his legs writhing like snakes. Nausea swelled, blotting out sensation, the breath gone from his lungs. His fingers curled around Yuri's boot, but his grasp was weak, his left hand worthless. In seconds he'd lose consciousness. Ciel's sobs kept on, a horrible background murmur. Helpless, he rolled his head an inch or two toward the door, an arm's length away. The dog hurled himself against the far side, snapping and howling, but there was no way Nate could reach the knob to let him in. A rush of white noise hummed in his ears. The static came again, filling his eyes. Through the black and white specks, he noted a band of color running down, kissing the carpet. Ciel's purple and green scarf, hooked around the doorknob, the lever doorknob. He strained to reach the scarf, the tips of his fingers brushing the soft wool. Yuri smirked, amused. "You are going to hit me with scarf?" He shoved down harder, and Nate's throat ignited. He could see nothing now but static, a great wide field of it. With a final burst of strength, he stretched, clinched the ends of the scarf in his weakened left hand. He commanded his fingers to close. They slid uselessly down the fabric, then finally clamped, the grip just firm enough. Too late, Yuri realized what Nate was doing. The boot lifted, oxygen screeching into Nate's lungs even as he tugged. The scarf pulled the lever knob down, releasing the latch bolt. Before Yuri could take his first step, the door blasted open. An explosion of animal. Chapter 39. It seemed at first that the dog was flying. His paws didn't touch so much as skim the carpet. There was a single superhero bound, a coiling of flanks and legs, and then 110 pounds of Rhodesian Ridgeback went airborne. As Yuri swung the gun around, Casper rocketed directly up into his face. The Beretta fired into the wall and the floor beside Nate's cheek before kicking free from the big man's grasp. Casper didn't re-establish contact with the ground. His paws digging into thigh and throat, he stayed in a horror movie flotation, driving himself continually up into Yuri's face. The big man stumbled, bellowing, swinging blindly, crashing into the bed, the wall. He finally managed to bat the dog away, and he lurched toward the door, his flailing arm throwing an arc of crimson drops against the stark white wall. Casper landed on his side but rotated immediately onto his paws, and then he was gone, shot from a cannon down the hall, clawing up the fleeing man's back. There came a crashing on the stairs, a tumble of man and dog, then a high-pitched animal yelp. Thunderous footsteps, the front door swinging open, a masculine shout outside, and a secondary crash. Nate was on hands and knees, hacking, the air so fresh it burned. He forced himself up, wiping at his face. Ciel was slid down beneath the window, balled up, hugging her knees, her face streaked with tears. He went to her and held her, and she clutched at his arm hard, finally sobbing, letting go. He cradled her head and arm, even as he pulled her to her feet, her dark hair sticking in the blood of his forehead. "Baby, we have to go. We have to go." She nodded rapidly, like a little kid. On the way out, he snatched up the pistol. Her legs were loose beneath her, but he braced her down the hall. Casper waited at the base of the stairs, one leg raised and bent delicately back to protect the injured paw. His snout gleamed darkly with liquid. There was blood on the stairs, the walls. Not his. Casper turned to trot beside them. Calling for Janie, Nate rushed to check the garage. It was empty, the Jeep there and loaded, the big door raised. As they spun back for the kitchen, Janie shoved through the jagged mouth in the sliding door, glass pebbles cascading over her shoulders. She ran to them, grabbing Ciel's face, checking her. "You're okay," Janie said. "You're okay." Her knuckles glittered white, skinned from hammering at the locked door to the kitchen before she'd thought to open the big garage door. "The Jeep," Nate said. "Right now. Let's go." They rushed to pile in, Casper hopping into the back seat with Ciel. Nate reversed, leaving streaks of rubber on the concrete. As they blasted backward into the driveway, a body came into view in the bed of azaleas, mashing down the magenta blossoms. "Yuri?" Nate hit the brakes. The body stirred. Rolling her window open, Janie pulled the lever on her seat, dropping back to clear the way. Nate lifted the pistol, taking aim past her face through the open window. Next to Ciel, Casper licked his paws, a moist lapping. They watched, waiting, Nate aligning the sights, casting his mind back to the shooting range during basic. Slow, steady pressure. Even exhale. The flowers rustled again, and then shithead Jason pulled himself up from the bed, brushing dirt from his flannel. He spotted Nate and threw his hands in the air, stick-up style. "What the fuck? Don't shoot me!" Even from that distance, it was clear his eye was swelling, mauve creeping in around the socket. His lip was split, too, probably from the fall. A guitar case and overnight bag lay in the flowers where they'd dropped. Nate thought of that masculine shout he'd heard outside, the secondary crash. Yuri punching the boy and knocking him off the porch as he'd fled. Nate lowered the gun, exhaled through clenched teeth as Jason grabbed his stuff and bounded toward them. "Where'd that big fucking guy go?" "I don't know," Nate shouted, "but you've got to split. Go home." "Where are you guys going all loaded up? Are you just taking off?" Nate craned his neck, looking around, expecting Yuri to lunge from the bushes, snarling saw in hand. Jason, it's not safe here. Get the hell gone. CL was leaning out her window, crying. Jay, you have to go. Nate started to reverse again, but Jason was jogging alongside the vehicle, guitar case rattling against his knee. Hang on, I'm going with you. The Jeep chirped to a halt again, Nate shouting out the window, Janie now chiming in. You can't. Go, Jason. You have to get out of here. Wait. He banged the side panel. Just wait. If you don't take me, I'll camp out right here. And I'll tell those guys, and I'll say who I am, and they'll kill me, and it'll be on your head. I'll sleep on the porch. I'm not leaving. He was blubbering, snot and blood streaming down his chin. I love her, okay? I love her. CL made a noise in her throat, indicating, somehow, that she found this romantic. Jason stood there hunched pathetically in the driveway with his bag and guitar case and sad sack eyes. If you leave me here, you might as well kill me yourself. Nate looked at him a moment longer, then stomped on the gas pedal. The Jeep lurched backward out of the driveway, leaving Jason there, his hands extended plaintively. When Nate stopped in the street to yank the gear shift into drive, Janie was looking across at him. What? He said. They've seen him now, she said. They could come after him. No matter how much of a pain in the ass he is. It's our fault. He's a kid, Nate said. He's got parents. We can't just... CL now, from the back seat. He's emancipated. His dad's dead. He hasn't talked to his mom in months. The words flying. There was no time to discuss this, and even less to decide. Jason was shuffling toward them, his hands still out as if catching rain. Mom, please, CL said. Oh, for the love of Christ. Janie cranked down her window. Get in. The waterworks shut off immediately, and Jason hopped in, tossing his bag and guitar into the back. Grimacing, Nate took off, eyes rotating from wing mirror to rear view. 5 blocks away. 10. On the freeway now, exits sailing past. He almost dared to breathe normally. So what went down back there? Jason asked, one hand covering his eye. Silence. He glanced around. Okay. He leaned forward, taking in Nate's face. You're all bloody. Nate's mouth was sour, laced with the bitterness of spent adrenaline. Yes, Jason. I'm all bloody. Dude, you can call me Jay already. Jason sounds like you're all angry. He blinked a few times, awaiting a response that Nate withheld. Where we going anyway? We, Nate said. Great. A big green freeway sign flew by overhead. He squeezed the steering wheel, the nerves of his fingers giving off a worrisome tingle. On the lam with a deteriorating medical condition, hardly ideal. We can't use credit cards, can't make reservations, can't book flights. So just this second, Jason? I don't know. Huh. Jason chewed his lip. He turned to CL. Give me your phone. She passed him her iPhone and he clicked around. Nate watched in the mirror, irritated. Janie kept her thin arms crossed, doing her best to stop them from shaking. CL cried silently, tears slipping down her cheeks. The trauma catching up to them. The gentle iPhone tapping continued, and finally Nate said, What the hell are you doing? Facebook, dude. Do you really think this is the best time for... I'm looking up my friends in the Los Angeles network. Well, it used to be a network, but now it's listed as current city. Lame. Quiet would be good right now, Jason, Nate said. Like this, dude. Status update. Can't wait for 2 weeks in Maui. Then it links to his Twitter account for the real-time skinny. See? Cool. Here's his latest tweet, rocking it with the P's at the Grand Wailea. P's stand for parents. Yes, I figured. Then there's the location map icon with the tweet. Here. Yep, dude's in Maui, all right. Fascinating, Jason. We just squeezed out of that house with our lives, and now you're... And I'll scroll back a few tweets to find an old one, like this. Dear funky smell in my sock drawer, please go away. He brayed a quick laugh. Now I'll click this location map icon. And here. He shoved the phone at Nate. What? It's a house in Silver Lake, Jason said, with no one home for the next 9 days. Nate took the iPhone, glanced down at the screen. A neat little map. Janie looked across at the device too, and then they looked at each other, and her eyes reshaped themselves with a touch of amusement, though they were still wet. CL wiped her tears, leaned over, and kissed Jason on the cheek. He leaned back, crossing his arms gangsta style. Booyah! Janie, deadpan, her eyes still glassy. He was kind of growing on me till the booyah. I hope they have a hot tub, Jason mused. I thought you said this was your friend, Nate said. Don't you know anything? Jason snickered. No one's really friends on the internet. They drove east in silence, Janie reading the electronic map and issuing directions in a flat, almost lifeless voice. Jason took CL's hand, giving her knuckles a quick kiss, and Nate was surprised to feel not disapproval, but a tremor of appreciation. His daughter had endured an edge-of-hell scare, and Shithead at least knew to offer a bit of comfort. Drinking in the silence, they tended their private worries, the thrum of the tires carrying them into the unknown. Nate exited at Silver Lake, home to hipsters, slackers, aspiring artists, indie musicians, and other redundancies. The hilly, tree-intensive neighborhood sits east of Hollywood and north of downtown. Nate navigated through a gauntlet of cafes, boutiques, coffee shops, Pilates studios, gay bookstores, and martini clubs, each crowded with a full rainbow of patrons. They drove past the famous flight of stairs where Laurel and Hardy had lugged that player piano up and ridden it down a time or 12, and then they were winding up toward the reservoir and the address marked on CL's iPhone by a virtual guitar pick. The architecture varied, Spanish bungalows interspersed with sleek Nutra knockoffs and a few actual Nutras. They reached the house, a modern structure of glass and concrete, and Jason let out a whistle. Leaving the jeep up the street, they zombies shuffled back toward the front yard, bruised and bloody and hollowed out, dead on their feet. Circling like predators, they assessed the doors, windows, and gates for vulnerabilities. In the side yard, Nate found an unlatched window letting into the laundry room and jiggled the pane up. No alarm. The smells of detergent and fabric softener wafted through the gap, a reminder of normal lives lived normally. Turning to call to the others, he found his voice missing. The circumstances had dawned, reality riding in on the household sense, rattling him into speechlessness. He swallowed hard, dried blood crackling at his hairline, and tried again. Chapter 40. The sun broke the horizon, sending a plane of yellow through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Light crept across the great room floor, claiming the oriental rug, the paisley-shaped coffee table, shithead Jason sleeping in a swirl of blankets, finally reaching the base of the couch, Nate's bare toes, shins, knees. At last he was squinting into the glare rather than watching it stalk him. After a fitful few hours of sleep, he'd awakened as if jolted by a live wire, and sat silent watch as Jason snored at his feet and his wife and daughter slumbered in the bedroom up the hall. He'd left the house only once, creeping outside to swap the Jeep's license plates with those from the Range Rover parked in the garage. Now Jason stirred and rose, rubbing his black eye, his hair practically on end. Yawning, he regarded the furnishings. Who knew Monkey Biz 12 came from Sirius Dosh? Nate elected to interpret the question as rhetorical. He closed his eyes, breathed, tested his muscles. Left hand weak. Right hand tingly but functional. He raised his left foot and rotated it as if stretching his ankle. It seemed to be back online, another morning semi-recovery. Padding across the kitchen, he set down the Beretta on the counter, found a glass of water, and swallowed his pills. Antibiotics for the mostly healed stab wound in his shoulder, Riluzole to slow the ALS symptoms. Fat lot of good the latter were doing of late, not so much as a charitable placebo bump. If his condition worsened, it would be too risky for him to break cover and go to a doctor. He was over the crest already, the brake lines snipped. There wasn't much he could do now but buckle up. CL and Janie shuffled down the hall, hungover from stress. The four of them regarded one another at a collective loss. Casper's nails clacked against the floorboards next, a slight unevenness to the cadence as he favored one paw. Nate regarded him with empathy. Like father, like son. Given the fight in CL's room, he considered what he owed this animal. Crouching, He scratched the dog's underbelly, a hind leg springing into instinctive motion. Janey spoke first. "Let's get everyone cleaned up." They located towels and rotated through various showers, reconvening in the living room. With a nurse's frank touch, Janey tended to the various injuries. A flashlight check of Jason's eye for a corneal abrasion, then Advil for the swelling. Butterfly stitches from the Jeep's first aid kit for the gash at Nate's hairline. She leaned over him, close, forehead furrowed with concentration, front teeth dimpling her puffy lower lip. The pinch of her fingers, her soft breaths across his face, those light freckles stamping the bridge of her unimprovable nose. Finally, she leaned back. "That should do you until you run into the next Ukrainian." Despite the joke, he could see the dread in her eyes, hiding just beneath the surface. "What now?" Jason asked, sounding an inappropriate note of adventuresomeness. "I'm starving," Ciel said. Jason hugged her from the side. "You still freaked out?" he asked. "From last night?" "If we get scared, the terrorists win," Ciel said. She was joking in a Fox News sort of way, but also not. Nate couldn't help but note the quaver in her voice. "I checked the fridge already," Janey said. "The cabinets. Looks like they cleared out most of the food before they left on vacation. Someone should go on a grocery run." "I will," Jason said. Before Nate could protest, he held up his hand. "Come on, man, no one's looking for me, really. At least as much. Plus, I can go stealth. I took Taekwondo." He put more into the pronunciation than seemed necessary. "Yeah," Ciel said. "A yellow belt. With a green stripe." "Kids, enough." Janey peeled a few bills from her wallet. "Be careful. To the store and home, Bruce Lee. Don't stop anywhere." "Except Nicky D's," Jason said. "What's Nicky D's?" she asked wearily. "What's Nicky D's?" Jason clutched for air. "Only the best pizza ever?" It struck Nate that Jason had the emotional maturity of Charles, or vice versa. One frozen in time, the other painfully present. "I don't know about this," Nate said. "I think I should go." "With your head all Frankensteined up?" Jason said. "He's right, Dad," Ciel said. "You should stay here." "Chillax, man. It'll be cool." Jason started for the door, then turned. "I'm a strict vegetarian," he declared. Janey now threw a tight smile. "Of course you are." "I'm just saying. I hope that's cool. With the pizza, I mean." "Anything's fine, Jason." "Jay," he pleaded. Then, "Can Ciel come with me?" "No," Nate and Janey said at the same time. Okay. With a cheery shrug, he headed for the front door. "And by the way, Mrs. Overbay, Bruce Lee practiced Jeet Kune Do, not—" "Back door, Jason," Janey said. He reversed course and headed out. Ciel thumped herself down on the couch, and a moment later a reality show blinked to life, strident women dripping with jewels and makeup, debating over Beverly Hills sushi restaurants. She called the dog over and hugged him, her savior, twirling his ears and baby-talking to him. His eyes closed in languid pleasure as he basked in her affection. He looked ridiculous, a dragon getting a pedicure. Janey walked across to the wall of glass and stared out at the reservoir. Nate came up quietly beside her. With the midday heat wavering through, warming them, they watched the scene below, a painting come to life. The sun slanted down on the water, turning it to a sheet of hammered copper. Cyclists circled the path around the perimeter, blurring by beneath them. Couples strolled and held hands. Dogs strained on leashes. Life in motion, everyone oblivious to the troubles of the three people on the near side of the glass. The depleted, tentative family doing their private best. Knowing that the world continued on with its quotidian pleasures and challenges was an unexpected comfort. Nate sensed a burn in his left hand, as if he were clenching it, but when he looked down, it was hanging loose. He considered the traitorous muscle beneath the skin. "I wish I could call my parents," Janey said softly. "My friends. But Shevchenko's men found out about the flight, didn't they? We don't know what or who's being monitored. So we're just here, in a bubble, cut off from the world." He couldn't think of what to say, so he said nothing. I'll withdraw more money, she said. Stop at different ATMs in no particular pattern. Hit the daily max. All that law and order stuff. Below her words, he could make out the faintest suggestion of her extinguished lisp, one of those imperfections that seemed to catch and distill the light of her. She placed a hand on the pane, as if testing the heat. We're safe here. For the moment. Then what? I'll touch base with A.R.M.Y, he said. See if he can give us a time frame for his answer about witness security. And if he can't get us into the program? Then you and CL should hit the road, Nate said. I won't leave, Janie said. I feel safer with you. She does too. Then let's hope it doesn't come to that. Her throat jerked in a strained swallow. Then she was back in control. He risked a direct glance across at her. The sun turned her irises translucent, a postcard shade of blue, and he forced his gaze back to the reservoir before she could read his expression. Behind them, from the TV, Bitch, you wouldn't know good hamachi if it bit you in that... Call A.R.M.Y, she said. He moved to open his cell phone, both arms giving off a dull ache, as if sore from lifting weights. He added the new symptom to his mental list and did his best to move on. There was no time for foreboding just now. His fingers clawed weakly around the edge of the clamshell phone, finally prying it open, and he turned it on with a jab of his thumb. A voicemail waited from his boss. He knew that something was amiss when she used her title in the salutation. Nate, Sergeant Jen Brown here. It's been brought to our attention that you were detained as a person of interest in an ongoing terrorism investigation, and that there are charges pending. Needless to say, you are suspended until the matter resolves. I need you to come in, clean out your desk, submit final paperwork on the last few notifications you served, and sign some papers from legal. The last one being, of course, the real reason she wanted him there. He shook off the call and dialed A.R.M.Y, who answered in a hushed tone. Hang on. Some rustling as he moved around, and then Nate could hear wind whipping across the receiver. You can't just call me, Overbay. When will you have an answer about witness security? Soon. Look, sit tight. The DA is less than thrilled with me for releasing you before arraignment. I can't talk right now, and not over the phone. We barely got out of the house, Nate said. We're twisting in the wind here, A.R.M.Y. A sigh blew across the receiver. Give me 24 hours. How will we... I'll text you a meet time, and we can talk through our next move. The connection clicked off. Nate used his chin to flick the cell phone closed. He looked across at Janie and said, Tomorrow. And she nodded solemnly and turned back to the view. For a few moments they stood quietly, the stillness gnawing at them, the first relative calm they'd had since fleeing the house. CL's face cracked, and then, unprovoked, she started weeping on the couch. Janie went to her and held her while Nate watched impotently from the kitchen, consumed by visions of bloody vengeance. They passed another hour or so in silence, CL zoned out on the sofa, Janie and Nate lost in various imagined scenarios. CL was crossing to the kitchen with her water glass when the rear door flew open and a hooded form leaped in at her. Blah! Janie shrieked, and Nate all but levitated from the floor, grabbing for the gun before spotting the pizza box in the attacker's hand. Shithead Jason pulled his hood down and grinned broadly. Did I scare you? CL rolled her gaze to the ceiling, an exaggerated gesture that showed off swaths of maroon eyeshadow. That was so unscary it was comfortable. Jason looked disappointed. In fact, CL continued, it gave me a warm, fuzzy feeling. Janie was sagging against the wall, pale, twisting a clawful of shirt fabric at her chest. If you do that again, she told Jason, I will shoot you myself. Jason looked across at Nate, breathing steam, holding the gun, and he reached over and let the pizza drop gently onto the counter. Roger that. He licked his lips nervously. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean anything. You don't have to get all pissed off. I'm sick of being treated like an asshole by you guys. Then quit acting like one, Nate said. The blow registered immediately on Jason's face. Dad, CL said. Jesus. No, Jason said. It's fine. Whatever. He ambled out and returned with several bags of groceries: milk, orange juice, bread, a tub of red vines, cookies, dog food, spaghetti, ice cream, peanut butter, and Mountain Dew. Nate moved to pick up one of the white plastic bags, and the handle slipped right through his left hand. He tried again, focusing, but the weight tugged his fingers open, a carton of Ben & Jerry's rolling onto the floor. Janie called across the counter, "Need a hand?" "No, thanks." He reached with his right hand, but found it shaking. Clasp and lift, he told himself, but again his fingers pulled apart. Ciel and Jason were playing around, enacting a sword fight with red vines. Sweat dripped from Nate's forehead. Nausea swept his stomach. He reached again. Janie, at the fridge now. "Everything cool?" "I got it," he said. "No problem." The bag came an inch or two off the tile and fell, the jar of peanut butter bouncing free. He stared at his fingers in chagrin, Ciel and Jason's laughter washing over him from behind. He straightened up and said gruffly, "Ciel, come put this away." "You're right there, Dad." "Just do it, please." Angrier than he'd intended. Janie's head swiveled in his direction, taking in his face and then the fallen groceries. He pretended not to notice. Crossing to the pizza, he flipped open the lid. Hawaiian style. Pineapple and Canadian bacon. "Aren't you a vegetarian?" he said flatly. "Oh," Jason said. "Yeah, except for bacon." A round of looks was exchanged. "What?" Jason said. "Think about it. What makes everything good? Bacon. A BLT, bacon. Salad, bacon. A baked potato. Right, bacon. I get it. I figure if I just eat bacon, I can be a good vegetarian. Oh, and heroes." Somehow they got through the afternoon, keeping clear of the front windows despite the pulled blinds. Sitting on the floor leaning against the sofa back, Nate dozed off in the fall of sunshine near the wall of glass, Casper curling across his thighs the way he had as a puppy, his paws and rump spilling over the sides. It had never occurred to the dog that he'd ceased being lap-size years ago. At some point between sleep and waking, Charles made a brief appearance, stroking Casper's fur with a bloody hand missing 2 fingers at the knuckles. "A bacon-eating vegetarian," he said. "If you don't punch that douche, I'm gonna." "Okay," Nate mumbled. "Do it when I get up." When he came to, it was dark. They'd agreed to keep the lights mostly off in the house so as not to attract attention. He slid out from under the heap of warm fur, Casper emitting a rumble of irritation. With 2 spoons and 1 bucket of Cherry Garcia, Ciel and Jason were zoned out in front of the television. Nate paused by the doorway and took them in, the light flickering over their faces, turning the room into an aquarium, peaceful and blue. Their hands were intertwined on the cushion, and there was something about it so youthful and unconscious, chaste even, that Nate skipped a breath. Ciel's spoon scraped the bottom of the empty container, and she peered down and said, "Rats." Jason's spoon, en route to his mouth, paused. He moved it across to Ciel, and she took the last bite of ice cream. "Thanks," she mumbled through a full mouth. He lifted her hand and kissed her knuckles. Their eyes never left the screen. Nate felt the faintest softening of the verdict he'd been carrying around since shithead Jason's first appearance. Maybe, just maybe, these 2 weren't a universe apart from a young couple playing house and serving each other Eggos in a tiny Westwood apartment. Nate drifted back down the dark hall in search of Janie. The light in the master bathroom was on, and he found her sitting on the lip of the tub, clutching tweezers, focused on her hand. A bottle of rubbing alcohol stood within reach on the sink. She looked up and smiled. "Glad you got some sleep." He came closer and took in her knuckles, shiny from striking the door to the garage during Yuri's assault. The diamond engagement ring had bitten into the flesh, bruising her finger. It struck him that she had spent the morning tending to everyone else's wounds, and no one had taken care of her. He took a knee before her. "Let me see." She put her hand in his, giving it a little Southern Belle flair. He tilted it toward the harsh light of the vanity. Embedded in the pale white dermis, a scattering of splinters. He moved her ring around so he could take stock of all the splinters. She frowned down at Pete's ring. It's in the way, isn't it? She tugged the ring off and threw it. It clanged off the sink and wall, then rattled around on the tile for what seemed an unnaturally long time. They can consider it rental money for the house, she said. Now get on with it. He stuck out his hand. Tweezers. Tweezers. She slapped them into his palm. He looked at her. This is going to hurt. I know. His grasp was suddenly, inexplicably steady. He worked at the splinters, her delicate hand jerking in his. I'm sorry, he said. And then, I'm sorry. And, I'm sorry. He extracted the last one and reached for the alcohol and a bag of cotton balls that had fallen into the sink basin. He doused one of the balls, which shrank with the moisture, and then he was dabbing gently at the tender underskin of her hand. Janie bit her lip. Her eyes watered. Her bare feet twisted this way and that. I'm sorry, he said. I'm so sorry. And then it was done, and he kept her hand, and he stayed there on one knee before her, his eyes downcast, and he was still saying it, the words having migrated to another meaning. I'm sorry. She stilled his mouth with a kiss. Tender and soft, and then less tender, less soft. He rose awkwardly to a half-crouch, and she leaned back on the tub, parting her legs to let him nearer. Their lips stayed attached as if they were afraid to break apart. Then they were standing, shuffling together toward the dark bedroom, knocking knees and half-tripping, and she fell back on the mattress, one hand hooking the back of his neck to pull him closer, closer. Rolling, twisting, pants tangled on ankles. The warmth of her laid bare against him, thighs, stomach, arms matching flesh to flesh, zippering up into one body. She gripped him tight, ankles crossed at the small of his back, her nails breaking the skin of his shoulder blade. Her mouth at his collarbone, blurring the words, Why'd you make me wait so long? After, they lay, a cross-section of legs and arms, breathing hard. Her blinks grew longer, and then she was asleep, basking in the silent glow of her. He tried not to think of the seconds slipping away, heartbeat by heartbeat. Chapter 41. As they ate cereal on the couch the next morning, a text arrived from Ibarra. 9 p.m., Travel Town, Griffith Park, locomotive engine number 3025. The phone made its solemn rounds, from Nate to Janie to CL to Jason. Guess we'll know something tonight, Janie said. One way or another. The rest of the day they stayed holed up in the house like fugitives, which Nate supposed they were. Though he did his best not to fixate on the upcoming meeting, he grew more antsy as night fell, his mood exacerbated by CL and Jason. The honeymoon had ended, and again they were quarreling like, well, teenagers. Preparing dinner, Janie and Nate could hear them down the hall. Jason's voice first. I didn't say she was hot, he backpedaled. I just said I didn't think she was ugly. Checking the stove, Janie murmured to Nate, he said she was hot. CL's reply now at equivalent volume. Christina Verducci. As in, OMG, I would like so kill for a mani-pedi. Like, see how much time I saved through my clever use of abbreviation? If you find that hot, what are you doing with me? Janie poured pasta into the colander. When the hiss died away, the debate had intensified. In telling me to shut up, Jason said, you're clearly not shutting up. Janie, again with the color commentary. She did just tell him they both needed to shut up. CL back on the offensive, her voice echoing down the hall. You're so wrong. I wish we had a tape recorder just so you could hear the extent of your total wrongness. I wish we had a tape recorder to rewind this conversation to prove I never said Christina Verducci was hot. If we asked like 100 people, 99 would agree with me. Sure, and Rosie O'Donnell is gay. She is gay, dipshit. I meant not gay. Strident as it was, the youthful banter did provide, Nate had to admit, a respite from the oppressive heaviness of the weight. Janie handed him a stack of plates, and he set them on the wooden table, the knock of ceramic and the jangling of flatware momentarily drowning out Lincoln and Douglas. When he'd finished pouring water into the glasses, things had grown quiet down the hall. Janie cocked her head. What now? Forrest, CL was saying. Nah, Jason's husky voice barely audible. Too hippie-ish. Carson? No. I knew a Carson in elementary school who used to eat his eyebrows. How about Taylor? I like it. Taylor Hensley. No, Taylor Overbay. Nate thunked the final water glass into place. Oh, Jesus. Are they? I believe they are, Janey said. They listened. Nothing. Silence is bad, Janey said, but already Nate was moving. He stormed down the hall and into the study. They were upright, thank God, but making out on the leather couch. He cleared his throat angrily, and they scrambled apart and gave him Garfield eyes. No, okay? Nate said. Just no. Now come eat. They followed him sheepishly, Jason muttering, Dude, we were just kissing. We weren't all boom chicka wow wow. Nate held up a finger, and the boy silenced. In the kitchen, Janey had lit candles to avoid turning on the overheads, the effect soothing and inadvertently elegant. The pasta steamed on the plates, but by some unspoken agreement none of them started eating. There was no sound, save the faint crackling of the candle, and Casper at his dinner, his collar dinging the salad bowl into which Nate had emptied a can of dog food. Nate stared down at the woven placemats, the folded napkins, and understood fully for perhaps the first time in his life why people said grace before meals. For a brief stretch, they'd managed to forget about what awaited them beyond the comforting walls of this borrowed house. Sitting down at a well-set table threw their situation into sudden relief. Even shithead Jason kept his mouth sealed. CL broke the stillness first, tentatively picking up a fork, and they followed suit, eating almost shyly. With dismay, Nate realized that his jaw quickly tired from chewing, soreness radiating out from the hinge of the bone. The first weakness to reach his face. The invasiveness of this, the increased proximity now of the illness to his brain, seemed dire and insurmountable. The irony was sickening. He'd finally found the will to crack free of the frozen suspension that had kept him from his family, and now his muscles were fighting to paralyze him. Struggling to contain his reaction, he set his fork aside. You okay? Janey asked. Sure, he said. Just not hungry. He dabbed his lips with his napkin. Excuse me a sec. He walked back to the master bathroom on wobbly legs and splashed water on his face. His fingers slipped over the faucet without purchase, so he knocked the water off with an elbow and stared at himself in the mirror. Hold it together, he said. He took a leak and used the heel of his hand to depress the flusher. He had trouble tucking his boxers back into his jeans, his hand gone numb, and he shoved at the fabric, frustration driving him to the verge of tears. He finally succeeded, but then the buttons wouldn't heed, and it struck him that he'd soon have to buy pants with elastic waistbands. The time for his meeting with Ibarra was fast encroaching, and he needed his limbs to function if he hoped to get through it. His left arm was in worse shape, so he tried to use his right thumb to knead the muscle, pressing as hard as he could to feel something, anything familiar. But no matter how hard he dug, the ache stayed foreign, a new shade of pain. In short order, his right hand, too, began to lose its strength, and he stared it down, willing it to grip tighter, to obey the signals he was straining to send. A faint knock at the door. He said, Just a minute. Janey pushed into the bathroom. What's going on? Nothing. I'm nothing. He was having trouble getting any strength into his voice. Her stare moved across him. Belt unbuckled, left arm curled to his stomach, his right hand still groping at it weakly. He was mortified to think what he looked like. Stepping forward, Janey reached down and gently tugged the top button of his jeans through the hole, then fastened his belt. He stayed motionless, as if that might help him disappear. His arm shuddered against his stomach, his right hand clasping, yet barely denting the skin. She took his arm firmly in her warm grasp. He pulled away from her, his hand quaking, but she held on tight. Look at me, she said. Her gaze was steady, those blue eyes shining right through him, forcing his gaze to meet hers. He and his arm were going nowhere. Stop fighting, she said. His words from the riptide in which they'd met. With effort, he relaxed, releasing his arm to her, and she compressed his wrist gently, stilling it. He drew in a quick, surprised breath. The motion of her hands resumed, working the muscles of his forearm, squeezing the feeling back into them. A melancholy smile touched her mouth, faint enough to miss. "I got you," she said. Chapter 42. By the time he left, Nate felt better, the muscular fit having subsided under Janie's touch. His grasp of the steering wheel remained firm, if stiff, all the way up and through the dark bends and grassy slopes of Griffith Park. The municipal parcel of land, hemmed in by 3 freeways at the eastern edge of the Santa Monica Mountains, was LA's answer to Central Park, only larger and more untamed. Nate passed turnoffs for the zoo and the merry-go-round, then the observatory where causeless James Dean had faced down a pack of baddies with a switchblade and his trademark smolder. During the day, the park was a democratic gathering place for the city, an explosion of movement and color, but at night shadowy foliage predominated. Every idling car and solitary wanderer took on an ominous cast before the headlights, a reminder that the city, with its temptations and vices, was as close as the obscured freeway pushing white noise through the California oaks. A 9-acre sprawl at the northern bulge of the park, Traveltown was part gymnasium, part museum, a place for kids to climb on retired cabooses, throw levers, or woo-woo around the wooded perimeter aboard a miniature Pullman. Nate left the Jeep at the edge of the lot. Given his grip, he had difficulty scaling the wrought iron fence and had to walk the perimeter until he found a shed roof he could use as a launch pad. He tumbled over and rose from the dirt, brushing himself off. The grand trains, perceptible only as impressions on the darkness, recalled nothing so much as an elephant graveyard. Moving among the freight cars and trolleys, he felt the place tug at his heart. All these battered servants saved from the scrap heap, put out to pasture here where they could soak in the laughter of children. It was a hopeful, sentimental interpretation, and Nate realized upon second reflection that it had less to do with repurposed machinery than with his own impending demise. Unsettled, he kept on, searching out Ibarra's meeting place. The giant locomotive loomed ahead, number 3025, a 100-plus-ton oil burner that had pulled a few presidential specials in its day, conveying Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson up the rocky coast route to San Francisco. Years ago, Nate had taken CL aboard this very engine for a third-grade classmate's birthday party. Pausing, he recalled the cone hats and plastic tablecloths, how her tiny fist had yanked the cord and made the big brass bell clang. He thought about the 2 curved and worn photographs from his apartment, now tucked safely in the back pocket of his jeans. Janie and him laughing through their first dance at their wedding, and CL's childhood soccer picture, her eye teeth missing, her face still slender. A year or so after that photo was snapped, he'd brought her here to that birthday party, and a few months after that, he'd shipped out to the desert. The distance between now and then seemed endless and minute at the same time, a long sleep or the blink of an eye. He climbed aboard the venerable train, his eyes adjusting to the dimness. Ibarra's form resolved up front, reclining in the engineer's chair. Nate ambled up and sat beside him. The air was rich with oil and tasted of metal. Ibarra glanced over, his stare snagging on Nate's forehead. "Nice butterfly stitches." Like I said, we got out just in time. Nate took a breath. "Where are we with everything?" "I dug around, but..." Ibarra's tone torpedoed Nate's hopes instantly. "Witness security is an even bigger deal than I thought. It requires a sign-off by the Attorney General, as in the Attorney General. So we're not going to get it." "You're not going to get it." Ibarra rubbed his eyes. A thin gold chain fell from his collar, attached to a holy medal that glinted in the darkness. "I know it's faint consolation, but the witnesses to that car crash, they're out of danger for now. Thanks to you." Nate managed a nod. "I'm glad. We got them into protection until they're needed to testify next month against his daughter. Luis Milan even sent along an apology to you. Let's just pray Shevchenko doesn't find out their names. It's much safer without him knowing who he's looking for. He knows us. Nate made a faint noise of amusement. He wiped his mouth. I don't suppose you could get my family the same protection, even for a month. He already knew the answer, but he had to throw some words out to keep despair at bay. In short order, you're going to be charged with committing a terrorist act, Ibarra said. You're not exactly beloved in the law enforcement community right now. No, Nate said. I suppose not. You wouldn't believe how much shit I'm catching for letting you go before arraignment. If the DA had it her way, you'd be in a cell waiting for... Ibarra, Nate said. I know this isn't your fault. The agent paused, catching up to himself, his face boyish in the darkness. There's something else. What? There have been some unauthorized searches of your name in the databases, and your wife's name, and your daughter's, from different departments in different states. I backtracked a few, and the logins don't match up, which means people are logging in under their colleagues' names to cover their tracks. Right. Information like where you've checked into hotels or used a credit card, it's not hugely classified. Unfortunately, people do favors like that all the time, whether running a background on a prospective nanny for a friend or trying to track down a cousin's deadbeat husband. He blew out an annoyed breath. It's not hard to run a basic search. Nate knew. Hadn't he done it himself on the databases at work? His mouth had gone dry. That's how they knew about the plane ticket. Ibarra nodded. I looked into the requests and got a bunch of fuzz and static. A labored breath. So progress with the assumption that Shevchenko has a few purchased friends keeping an eye on various monitors. Where's that leave us? Don't trust anyone. I was looking for something a bit more specific. I'm afraid you're gonna have to hang on till we can remove Shevchenko from the equation. Your family's not gonna be safe unless we can get this case tied up. How's it looking? The case. Ibarra's thumb worked the medallion's edge. Ibarra? Not great. We pulled Danny Urban's financials looking for payments from Shevchenko, but your boy, he knows how to cover his tracks. All we found were several wires originating in Moldova, and you can imagine what the trail looks like from there. If we can't establish a connection between Urban and Shevchenko, then you can't get Shevchenko for the murder or solicitation. Right. It all stops with a dead hitman. For Pavlo, we got motive. That's it. And given his lawyers, motive alone won't get you far. Ibarra lifted his hand, palm up, and let it clap down on his knee. I don't know how to help you, Nate. As he gazed across the locomotive controls, Nate caught the faintest glimmer of an idea. He remembered Ibarra's snicker when asked what the DA would need to make a conviction airtight. Flipping his daughter, maybe, in exchange for immunity on the drunk driving murder? And he'd told Nate earlier across that interrogation room table. After the hit and run, she ran to Nebesa, a Ukrainian club. She's there every fucking Tuesday. He pulled his phone out and stared at the date stamped across the blue LED screen. October 30th, Tuesday. Maybe, Nate said, I can figure out a way to help you. Ibarra's face swung around, and Nate could feel the weight of his stare. I can't be party to involving you in an investigation. I'm not asking you to. Good. They sat in the locomotive, staring through the windshield, going nowhere. After a time, Ibarra bobbed his head thoughtfully. But you know my cell phone number already. If you wanted to send me a text, there's not much I could do to dissuade you. No, I suppose there's not. Ibarra rose, slapping Nate on the shoulder as he headed out. I would say, don't do anything stupid, but that's all you seem to do. Chapter 43. Gauche and trendy, Nabessa lived up to every stereotype of an Eastern European club. Movie premiere searchlights swept the sky, Range Rovers and limos gleamed in parking spots, and the towering sign above the valets glowed violet. Many of the girls trickling in were indistinguishable from hookers, and the necklace doorman looked like an icebox in a knockoff suit. With a neat stack of folded 20s in hand, Nate stepped past the red velvet rope and approached the overhang of the entrance, doing his best to firm his weak left ankle and keep his foot from dragging. The doorman gauged his approach, scowling, hands crossed at the crotch, one gripping the other at the wrist, a posture no doubt studied at bouncer school. He stared down at the bills, unimpressed, and then his eyes flicked up at Nate. His bearing and mien matched those of the other Ukrainian heavies, and sure enough the accent did too. "Cannot come in." "Why?" Nate asked. "You are not pretty enough." "Explains why you're out here." The man had no eyebrows, but the glossy bulges of flesh above his eyes rose. He shifted slightly, his loafers inching out to shoulder width, balancing his weight. Another bouncer of equivalent size steamrolled out through the dark-tinted door. "Is there problem?" "No. Our friend is just leaving." The man nodded and withdrew back inside. "I'm here on behalf of Pavla Shevchenko," Nate said. "I have a message for his daughter. He will be displeased if you interfere with his directive." The doorman sneered. "You do not look like friend of Mr. Shevchenko. You do not sound like friend of Mr. Shevchenko." Nate remained in place, keeping his stare even and, he hoped, menacing. Thumping bass vibrated through the walls of the club, and two women across the parking lot greeted each other with squeals of delight. The cut on Nate's forehead tingled beneath the butterfly stitches. The doorman breathed down on him for a moment or two. Then, affecting a bored expression, he calmly removed a slender but wicked-looking knife from inside his lapel. He touched the tip to just beneath Nate's eye. Nate didn't flinch, didn't take a step back. The man let the point skim down across Nate's lips, his throat, and come to a rest on the ball of his shoulder. He applied a bit of pressure. Nate stepped forward into the blade. It broke the surface tension of his skin cleanly, a spot of crimson spreading on his white shirt. The doorman pulled the knife back quickly, alarmed, but Nate gave him no space, leaning in until the hard edge rested across his own throat. He stared up at the bouncer's wide face. "Yeah," Nate said. "But do I act like a friend of Mr. Shevchenko's?" "You act like crazy person." Nate pushed into the knife a bit more, feeling the pressure against his Adam's apple. "Do you want to step aside, or do you want me to wake up Pavla Shevchenko and ask him to handle this matter himself?" The doorman withdrew the knife carefully and put it away. "She is in VIP booth on balcony." His bare skull glistened. "I'm sorry, bro. We do not always know Mr. Shevchenko's men." Nate moved past him, and the tinted door flew open as he neared, the backup bouncer nodding deferentially. The noise hit Nate like a truck, the strobe lights making him doubt his balance up the stairs. Despite the smoking ban, the air reeked of cigarettes. As he reached the landing, a girl with glassy eyes and a latex dress swiveled, lifting a maraschino cherry from an apple teeny and sucking it, twirling the stem languidly in his direction. With its cabana-like drapery, cushioned benches, and rock-star view of the undulating dance floor, the VIP booth was clear enough. Boy-men clustered at the edge, bouncing, pumping fists in the air and lifting their cell phones to record a scene blocked from Nate's vantage. Making his way over, he saw the cause of the commotion. A blonde and a brunette, so skinny they seemed almost elongated, making out with each other as the onlookers whooped and filmed. The girls were really putting on a show, bumping and grinding, tongues flashing into view, long red nails running along endless stretches of stockinged thigh. Nate pushed past the guys, through an effluvium of spicy cologne. "Anastasia Shevchenko?" The blonde lifted her head dreamily. "It's Nastia. What do you want?" The guys with their cell phones bristled at the disruption, their complaints growing aggressive. Nate turned into them. "Get the fuck out of here. Go. Go!" They took note of his stitched forehead and the coaster-sized bloodstain on his shirt, and dissipated into the crowd. The brunette slid out of the booth, plucking at her miniskirt, and Nastia turned her glazed focus to Nate. Her sapphire eyes blazed, accenting perfect features. Her appearance was so striking it seemed almost fake. She straightened her too-tight dress, cinched at her tiny waist with a throwback 80s studded belt. Her hands fumbled at a cobalt pack of Gauloise, and she lit up lazily. "Way to ruin the party." Nate slid into a seat opposite her, took a breath to even himself out. "I know you were driving that car," he said. "I know you killed that family." "Are you another relative?" she said, unfazed. "'Cause I told you I can't talk about all that. I know you need to blame someone, but it wasn't me. It wasn't me." She jerked an inhale, the orange flare casting a glow across the left side of her face and illuminating for an instant the raised scar tissue laid like a twig across her porcelain cheek. The damage was all the more evident given her flawless skin. Nate reached across, took her chin, and turned her head, exposing the seam back by her ear. "Yeah? Then what's that?" She wrenched away, her first show of emotion. "I hit no one. I was at the club all night. My car was stolen from the valet here. I was struck in the face with a bottle during a fight on the dance floor." Her voice had turned stiff, almost robotic. "We both know that's not true." "I hit no one. I was at the club all night. My car was stolen from the valet here. I was struck in the face with a bottle during a fight on the dance floor." She punched the words, aiming them like bullets across the table at Nate, but he had dealt with his own teenage daughter enough to see right through the shell of fury. He could sense the denial in her face, behind her eyes. "No," Nate said. "I hit no one." Her voice trembled. I was at..." The long cigarette held an inch-long tube of ash that defied physics, refusing to fall. "Look at you," Nate said. "Can't keep your face straight here. Think what they'll do to you in court." She sucked an inhale, fingers trembling around the cigarette. "You fucked up horribly," he continued, "and it cost people their lives. I can promise you, you'll live with that the rest of your life. But I can also promise you, you can move on from this. You can figure out how to live again." A tear clung to her mascara-dense lashes. "How do you know?" "Because I know. But it's not over. Your father, he's ordered the killing of everyone who witnessed you in the Jaguar that night." To gauge her reaction, he watched her closely, but he needn't have. Her eyes widened with surprise. She jerked in a half-breath and then another, as if choking. "It's not true." "It is. The first witness, Patrice McKenna, was already stabbed to death. He's trying to find the names of the other witnesses." "There's no way. It can't be true." "He is willing to murder more people to protect you." "I have a daughter your age." Just saying the words made his chest burn, brought the whole flammable scenario roaring back to life. He fought away emotion, leveled out his voice. "And if your father isn't stopped, he's gonna kill her. In front of me." Her lips parted to suck in another clump of air. "He holds me responsible," Nate said. "He holds the witnesses responsible. He will do anything to protect you. Which means you're the only one who can stop it. Talk to him. Get him to tell you what he's done." Her radiant skin suddenly looked sallow. "He wouldn't do something like that. What you said. He just wouldn't." "Wouldn't he?" She looked anywhere but at him. "If the lives of those people, my daughter, matter to you, get your father to talk to you, and take what he tells you to the cops. They'll make it stop. If you do this, they'll probably be able to keep you out of prison. Everyone is so concerned about prison, prison, prison. I don't care about going to prison." "You're looking at a life sentence," Nate said. The dance beat throbbed like something living, rumbling the booth, the floor, the cushion in the small of Nate's back. The ash fell, scattering across Nastia's knuckles. She took no note. "Your daughter," she said. "Does she have a boyfriend?" "If you can call him that." "You don't like him?" "No." "Did you have someone threaten him? Bolt cutter around his knuckle. Like this?" She encircled one delicate forefinger with another. Nate felt the shift in conversation as something physical, a rise in the temperature around the booth. "No," he said. "It works well," Nastia said. She studied him a touch drunkenly, her head lolling. "And this daughter? She has friends? Real friends? Who like her for who she is? Not just for—" She spread her arms, indicating the bright drinks, the canvas drapes, the VIP view. "This." Nate nodded. Her gaze pinned him to the bench. "A mother?" "Yes," he said. "She has a mother. And this mother takes her to lunch. They talk. She gives her advice." Nate said nothing. The music thumped deadeningly. "He is the only thing I have ever had," Nastia said. "You tell me I'm looking at a life sentence? I'm already serving one." She blinked hard, stabbed her cigarette into the ashtray, and slid from the booth. By the time Nate rose, she'd vanished into the crowd. Chapter 44. Bloody, crusted, and stitched up like an American baseball, Yuri's face resembled a Halloween mask. The cool basement gym smelled of blue rubber mats on which Yuri, on better days, practiced Olympic lifts. The doctor checked his circulation in various places, poking his capped pen at the swollen flesh, then stepped away from the bench press he'd been using as an examination table. Pavla handed him an envelope, which disappeared into the white coat. The doctor said in Ukrainian, "I will return in the morning." He exited. Pavla flexed his hands and stared down at his inked knuckles. Crosses and diamonds, asterisks and bars. How many times had a needle stabbed his flesh while he'd gazed up at a prison ceiling? He'd gathered the pain prick by prick, swallowed it whole, stored it for future use. Across the space, Dima and Valeric sat on the mats, smoking and playing their cards. Misha did push-ups, one after another, his lithe body plank straight. He was shirtless, a filatary headband holding his swept-to-the-side blonde hair at bay. Dima glanced at Yuri's face. "Does it hurt?" Yuri stood with a grumble. "No." Contemplating Nate Overbay's escape, Pavla ground his teeth. "He has the list still. Now we must chase. You are to call in more favors. I don't care how much you spend. Every flight, border, bus station. Understand?" Yuri nodded. "We are." "More," Pavla said. "He failed you," Misha offered. Not the least bit winded, he continued with his push-ups. "He was beaten by a dog." "You did not see this dog," Yuri said. He walked over to Misha and glowered down. "Perhaps you think you could do better than me." Misha did a few more push-ups, bouncing up to clap his hands between reps, then rose to confront Yuri. "That is why I am here, to do better than you." His shell of swoop-around hair remained perfect, unruffled from the exercise. "No," Pavla said, "not yet. Let Yuri search through our channels. There are ways to locate someone here, many ways, not just force." "And if you don't find him?" Misha asked. "We will find him," Yuri said. "And if not in time for Anastasia's trial. If I must, I will send an army of men with semi-automatics into DA's office a week before that trial," Pavla said. "This," Misha said, "sounds like a better plan." He walked out to the balcony, knocking Yuri's shoulder. Though Yuri outweighed him by at least 100 pounds, the bigger man did nothing. Misha stretched his muscles in the darkness, steam rising from his shoulders. Pavla heard the front door open upstairs, and a jangle of keys struck the wooden table. "Papa! Papa!" He hurried up to the main floor and immediately knew something was wrong. Nastia stood in the open doorway, makeup smeared down her cheeks. Behind her, the town car glided silently away. "Coming from the cold," he said. Her chest was heaving, her ribs faint outlines beneath her dress. "Is it true?" "Is what?" "That you're killing them. The people who saw me in the Jag." She held out her phone with a news story up on the little screen. He caught a flash of the name, Patrice McKenna, and his blood ceased moving for an instant, his insides turning to concrete. "Who told you this?" "Is it true?" He tugged her arm gently, forcing her a half step into the foyer, then closed the front door. "Do not raise your voice to me." "I don't care. I don't care. Answer me. Are you doing this? Are you killing them?" He took her slender hand and led her into the sitting room, where he sat beside her on the A.R.M.Y with its ridiculous scrolled cherry veneer arms. The admission froze in his throat. He backed up, came in from a different angle. "You will not survive in prison," he said. She seemed to break, as if someone had snipped the cords that held her upright. She sagged, boneless, her mouth spreading to emit a gut-deep moan. "Many years, many times I was in prison," he said. "I am of prison. Not my daughter. I would kill the world before I let my daughter go into a box." She clutched at him. "That's not your choice." He flung her back. "It is all my choice. Everything." Spittle flew from his lips. "For you, I betrayed who I was. I betrayed my code. In prison, I remained unbroken, but for you, I went against my own skin." He slapped a hand to his wrist, shoving up his sleeve, revealing the blue ink of the zone. "Not for you to live a life behind bars like me. Like your dedushka in Babi Yar, starving and weak, made to carry a sack of wet salt across the yard and back. Across and back, a mockery of existence, a celebration of horror. You cannot understand. You will not live as we have lived. Every relative reaching back, all of us, filthy and marked, but not you." "I am filthy," she sobbed. "I am marked." "No, you are pure." Vehemence seethed in his words. "If I have to destroy the world, you will not go. I will bring war." "I have no say," she wept, a hoarse whisper. "I have no choice. Stop, Papa." She'd switched to Ukrainian, something about his native tongue bringing the words home right to the pit of him, lifting the hairs on his arms. "For me. It is all for you. Please, Papa, please." Pleading quietly, she pawed at him in desperation, pressing her palms to his chest. "Stop, Papa, please." "Stop this," he roared. "Do not question me. I gave you life. I took you from the street. You breathe because of me." She froze against the cushion, a startled animal. Not a sound, not even the soft rasp of her crying. He was trembling, his powerful hands clenched. He loosened a fist, reached for her. At his touch, she softened, drew a shuddering breath, and then another. He stroked her hair. She shifted so she was lying across his lap, the tension slackening in her neck. "You will listen to me," he said gently. She settled into him, her muscles surrendering. "Okay. It will be all right. Okay. I will take care of you. Okay. You will see." She rustled a bit and then rose. Her face had gone flat, expressionless. "I'm tired. I need to go to bed. I need to forget about all this." "Good. Forget all about this." She paused before him. Holding his face, she leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. "I know you love me, Papa." "Yes," he said. She stepped out of her high heels, leaving them empty on the pile carpet before her father, and floated into her room on stockinged feet. She put her back to the closed door and stared out her picture window at the magnificent view. Hollywood, the pulse of the universe. All those dreams and hopes bartered or bought for cents on the dollar, ground up and fed into the machine, fuel to keep the lights burning. People the world over drawn like moths to this strip of incandescence, yearning for a place, a home, an identity. Her razor blade was out of her coach wallet, in her hand, pressed to the top of her thigh, just shy of breaking the skin. She'd made no conscious choice, hadn't even known what her hand was up to while she'd taken in the view. She applied a bit more pressure, nylon and flesh yielding, freeing a quick endorphin rush. What a relief to feel something, to cut through the edge of herself, to reclaim her body as her own. Eyes watering, she bit her lip, an expression of ecstasy. Then she let the blade fall from her hand. She breathed, felt the thin tributary snake down the inside of her knee. With effort, she peeled herself off the door. She cleaned herself up, tissue and styptic pencil, a mid-size Band-Aid. The care and healing were as much a part of the ritual as the cutting itself. She had promised her father she'd keep her body unmarred, and she would do so, even now, to the best of her ability. Using her brightest pink lipstick, she wrote across the window, "No more." Then she drew her heavy shades across the brightness, blotting it out. Beneath her mattress she retrieved a hidden trove of papers, artifacts of her failed search for her mother. Genealogy trees with broken branches, chat-room threads that knit into nothing, leads that went nowhere. She let all the dead ends spill across her puffy duvet. Her sturdy desk chair fought the carpet as she shoved it to the middle of the room. Swaying, she tilted her head, letting her long hair brush her arm. With a distant smile, she ran her knuckles up her swan-like neck, taking comfort in the smoothness of her skin. Her fingertips rose to the scar tissue, traced its faint ridges. She unbuckled her thin studded belt and snapped it once. Then she stepped up onto the chair and tested the sturdiness of her ceiling fan. Chapter 45. When Nate pulled off his t-shirt, grimacing, Janie regarded the fresh slice in his shoulder with disapproval. Because between the ALS, the letter opener stab, and the butterfly stitches in your forehead, you didn't have enough problems. Price of entry, Nate said. It was an exclusive club. Aside from the reading lamp angled to spotlight the cut, the Silver Lake house was dark. With the heat turned off and the abundance of windows, the floor in the great room turned frigid. Janie stayed bundled up in a sweater. Nate sat in a leather armchair, Ciel and Jason dozing on separate couches in front of the TV. Nate had returned a few hours ago and shot off a text to Ibarra, updating him on his conversation with Nastia at the club. No response yet. Though the cut had bled nicely, it was superficial. Janie patched it up with a few more butterfly stitches, Nate squinting at her through the glare. She finished and said, "How are the symptoms?" He rolled his head back, looked up at the dark ceiling. "Getting worse." "Joints? Muscles?" "Yeah. And I don't know, fatigued. Especially at night. Dizzy. Nauseated at intervals. Hands and wrists are bad, as you know. The ankle goes in and out." "Sounds like fun." "Regular laugh riot." She regarded him, again with that bittersweet smile. "Can I get you something to eat, husband?" The old game. "No thanks, wife." He matched her grin, though the exchange made his heart ache a little too. "Being on the lam always makes me lose my appetite." She set a hand on his cheek. "Maybe we should go to Paris. That honeymoon we never took." "Dunno. I'm falling apart here. Not the best guy to be on the run with." She leaned forward and kissed him. "Now the illness is going to your brain." His cell phone chirped across on the kitchen table. Text message. On the couch, Jason groaned and sat up. Nate said, "Ibarra," and tried to rise, but his leg complained, and he winced and sat back down. She moved toward the phone. "I'll get it. Maybe Nastia already got a confession from her old man. Maybe Ibarra's calling to say the whole gang's in jail and we won the Powerball too, and NIH is announcing a cure for ALS. She stared at the LED screen, her words sticking in her throat. Her mouth came slightly ajar. "What?" Nate said. "What?" Jason stood and cracked his back, the sound loud in the quiet house. CL turned over and mumbled, "Gross." Nate's focus stayed on Janie. Speechless, she crossed to him and held out the phone. "We gotta leave," she said. Reading the screen, he felt a dull pain start up in his stomach, a beating drum. The words didn't fully compute, and he had to go back up and read them again. Anastasia killed Self. Pavlo's gonna go scorched earth. I never said this, but forget the terrorism charges against you and get the fuck out of Dodge. Now. A flood of guilt washed over him, leaving him shell-shocked, his ears ringing. She was a troubled girl, in an impossible predicament. He pictured her in the booth, the weight of her denial melting away, her fierce words about her father. He is the only thing I have ever had. Vaguely, through the haze in his head, he became aware of surging lights at the periphery of his vision. Blue and red, peaceful, almost angelic. And Jason by the front window saying something, his words fuzzed and shapeless. Jason repeated himself, sharper, snapping Nate from his trance. "Cops! The cops are here. Right outside." Indeed, those were patrol lights flickering through the gauzy curtains and rolling across the ceiling. Nate leaped to his feet, and then CL flew up from the couch, the blanket fluttering like a cape, Casper startling at her side. Reaching to snap off the reading lamp, Janie nearly knocked it off the table. "They can't possibly know we're us," she said. "Right," CL said. "Just break-in artists." "Back door," Nate whispered. "No," Jason hissed. "Two guys already headed through the side gates." He withdrew his finger from the curtain and flattened himself to the wall. "And two more are coming up the walk. Right now." They were frozen in place. Any move toward the kitchen or garage would put them in view through the beveled glass panels, bookending the front door. Fleeing down the hall would force them to cross a series of windows, draped merely with silhouette curtains. Casper emitted a faint growl, and Nate snapped his fingers. "Hush!" Jason straightened himself. "I'll go out. Make a run for it." "They'll catch you," CL said. "Yeah, up the block, though. It'll distract them, give you guys time to slip out. I'll just tell him I broke in as a prank." CL said, "No way, Jason. Don't be lame. It was my idea coming here. I don't care. I'll just get arrested, but you guys could get killed." He took a step toward the door, almost in sight of the glass panel. "Stop, Jason," CL said. "You're freaking me out." "They know you too, Jason," Nate said, in as loud a whisper as he could risk. "Yuri saw you." Jason paused, glanced back at Nate, and shrugged. "Then let it be me, not CL." Looking at the husky kid with his slouched shoulders and baggy hoodie, his hair swirled up in the back from sleep, Nate felt an undeniable pang of affection, even regard. They could hear the policeman's boots now and see flashlights strobing up the walk, rocking with each step. As Jason braced himself to step into view, Nate realized he was too far away to reach him in time. But then Janie said, "Wait." She bounced on her feet, flipping off her shoes, then stepped out of her jeans. Beneath, she was wearing a pair of Nate's boxers. Then she tugged off her sweater, revealing a stretched T-shirt that showed the points of her nipples. Mrs. O?" Jason said. CL had sagged back onto the couch, watching her mother, her mouth slightly agape. Nate had yet to formulate an appropriate question to ask Janie when the doorbell rang, the sound pronounced off the hard surfaces. A flashlight knocked wood a few times, hard. Janie turned to Nate, a harsh whisper. "On the floor." He dropped to the floorboards, the bottom 2/3 of the front door vanishing behind the half-wall partitioning the foyer. Janie's head swiveled to CL. "Lie down." CL lowered herself stiffly on the cushions, disappearing behind the couch back, a vampire returning to its coffin. On the far side of the couch, Casper also lowered himself to the floor, following the same command. Janie looked at Jason, frozen in almost comical surprise at the hinge side of the front door. Stay. He flattened to the wall inches from the panel window. Janie mussed up her hair, blonde spikes sticking out in all directions, and started for the door. Coming! Affecting a tired slump, she tugged the door open, stifling a fake yawn. Yeah? The fresh-faced cop peered past her into the house. Mrs. Newell? You boys know what time it is? The 2 patrol cars at the curb seemed to light the neighborhood, but no one was up and about on the dark street. The faintest rustle issued from the couch cushions. The hidden dog made a barely audible whine. Yes, ma'am, the cops said. We had a call from your neighbor, Mrs. Sullivan. I guess there have been lights in the house. Oh, right. I forgot to tell Sully. I had to come back early from Maui. Family emergency. I must have left a light on out here. She rubbed an eye theatrically. Look, I'm wiped out. Do you think... Sorry, Mrs. Newell, but it's our responsibility to follow up. And I'm glad you did. It's good to know you're here when we need you. We can give a quick check, make sure you're safe, and then we'll be on our way. His boots set down on the threshold, his knuckles pushing gently on the door. Janie shuffled back a bit, swinging the door open a few more degrees. 2 feet from her elbow, Jason stayed so still he might as well have been inanimate, nailed to the wall, a piece of art. Janie halted, as if having second thoughts, the young cop moving forward, head down. Suddenly, they were much too close. I'm fine, she said. I really need to get some sleep. The cop hesitated, unsure, reluctant to retreat but not wanting to force his way forward. The slightest lean on his part would bring Jason into view. Janie looked into the young cop's face, inches from hers. Boys, she said, summoning amusement and the slightest hint of scorn. Really? She gave him and his silent veteran counterpart the full wattage smile, and both sets of eyes traveled briefly to her chest and then back up again. Suddenly tongue-tied, they nodded and mumbled a few words, already backing up. The veteran gave a whistle, and a cop emerged from either side gate, nodding at her as they headed off the property. Janie closed the door, lowered her head, and blew out a shaky breath. She stood there as one engine turned over, then another, and tires crackled slowly away. Okay, she called out, her voice tight with adrenaline. We can go now. Chapter 46. The slate-colored sky signaled either the birth or the death of the day, but Pavla did not know which. He'd lost time, simply dropped out of it as if plunging through a sheet of ice into cryogenic waters. The first dot of sun nosed over the skyline to the east, casting straws of light through the grain and grit of early morning. Hastening along the fractured downtown sidewalk, he stared at the solitary point of light and thought, so that's it. A new day. The venerable marble steps, worn by a million footfalls, stood out from the surrounding concrete and rotting wood. He mounted the brief flight of stairs and pushed through the imposing oak door. Contrasted with the gray morning chill, the humidity of the banya was startling, pressing itself into his pores. He did not know what had drawn him here. The memory returned, less a thought than a primal impulse, a fury of clawed impressions scratching at his spinal cord. Around midnight he'd entered her room to check on her. Those pale, thin legs, the swaying feet, a familiar prison tableau. He'd stood breathless in the doorway, all the wrong details coming into painful focus. The dusting of drywall across her shoulders from where the fan had been wrenched from the ceiling, the rasp of the pull chain still swaying, those perfect teeth gleaming above her slack jaw. The next he recalled, he had her down and across his lap. One of his hands rested beneath her slender, bruised neck, the other clutching his heart as if to hold it together. His chest convulsed, a silent shaking. He thought he might be dying. Choking on his own air, he felt the moisture on his cheeks. He had not cried since his boyhood, and had forgotten the sensation. He made not a sound. After the parade of paramedics and firemen, the cops with their endless questions and looks of thinly veiled suspicion, That spick of Bara had arrived with another agent to sit on the couch, his couch, and make phone calls. The house was no longer his own. Medics and officers stomped about and used the toilet and left the hand towels on the counter. Nastya was conveyed out finally in a white body bag, strapped to a gurney, and Pavla was given a phone number to call in the morning. He'd closed the door on the last intruder, listening to it click shut, the dividing line between the present and the rest of his life. He walked back into the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and drank it down. For 17 years, every glass of water he'd had, each piece of bread, every bit of nourishment, he'd taken as a father. No more. He rinsed the glass, dried it carefully with a towel, and set it back in the cupboard. When he turned, his men had materialized behind him. It was safe now that the officials were gone. With its seams and bulges, Yuri's face looked like a rotted piece of fruit. Dima and Valerik remained behind the big man, as was their habit. But Misha stood to the side, clear-eyed and well-rested. His round, boyish face held a quiet contentment. He'd waited his turn, and now the bell was about to ring. Pavla walked over to him and brought his face close to Misha's. Misha did not flinch, didn't so much as blink. "There is no trial now," Pavla said. "No witness list. There is one thing only. One thing left in this world." "I understand," Misha said. "My daughter is gone, and his daughter lives." The skin of Pavla's face tightened like a stretched hide, bringing a dull ache to his temples. "You take from him what he has taken from me, and then you keep taking, piece by piece." "That is what you brought me here for," Misha said. "There is no more here," Pavla said. "No more America. There is only Vorovsky Mir." Misha nodded, keeping his head bowed an extra beat, a show of respect. With both hands, Pavla cradled his chin and lifted his head. He kissed him on one full cheek, then the other. Still he did not release Misha's face, not until he'd leaned in and hissed, "Let them hate as long as they fear." Now, sweating in the dense air of the banya, he passed several valets gathering plates and mugs from the night and preparing for the new day. All of them stepped aside and lowered their eyes as Pavla walked by. Word had spread. He entered the rows of lockers and stood before his own, removing one loafer, then the other. He laid his suit jacket beside them on the wide bench. A door banged open, and drunken voices echoed around the tile. Club revelers, here to detoxify after an all-night drunk. They stumbled around the corner, unshaven and reeking of alcohol. Pavla stood, facing his locker, pushing the buttons of his dress shirt through the holes. "Move your shit over," one of the young men said in Russian. "You don't own the whole bench." Keeping his eyes forward, Pavla pulled off his shirt, revealing his blue arms and chest. At the sight of his tattoos, the young man backpedaled so violently that he lost his footing on the slick tile and fell back into his friends, who propped him up. Kowtowing, they retreated, calling out apologies and expressions of remorse. Pavla kept undressing, his eyes never leaving his locker, and a moment later the door boomed a second time, and it was silent again. Once naked, Pavla reached for a comb he kept on the top shelf of his locker and scraped back his hair, already wet from the humidity. He did it again and again, pressing the comb hard enough to bruise the scalp, feeling the plastic teeth scour his skull. Then he padded through the antechamber, past the clawfoot tubs and icy plunge pools. Beneath a dripping faucet, a heap of thin birchwood branches soaked in a wooden barrel. He chose one with especially dense foliage and shook it in assessment, cool drops dotting his cheeks. It would do. In the banya itself, the firebox glowed, the throat of a demon. A worker, half invisible in the steam, hurled logs in. "Khater," Pavla said, and the mist-draped form nodded and fed the monster some more. Pavla set down the branch and stretched, first his hamstrings, then his groin. Leaning into the burn, he emitted a deep, open-mouthed exhalation, expunging the swamp gas from his belly up through the tube of his throat. On the hiss of his air, he could smell his own insides, cigarettes and mortality. His skin was aflame, the heat at him with its pitchfork and horns. "Hotter!" he roared. The form bent and rose, hurling more logs into the mouth of the firebox. Sweat beading on his skin, Pavla snatched up the birchwood branch and slapped it against his legs. The sting was unearthly, divine, bringing up the toxins, releasing them through his skin. He flailed and whipped at the tattooed shackles clamped around his ankles, purging the poisons of his body. That was what the birchwood was for, of course. But he knew now, in the hot center of the pain, why he had come. In the zone, the worst sin a Vor could commit was breaking the thieves' code, disgracing the Brotherhood. If he did not stand by his decorations, they were taken from him. With sandpaper, shards of glass, a lump of brick. Sometimes the offender was held by 5 men, a red-hot frying pan pressed to the back of his hand to black out the pigment beneath. So this, then, was why Pavla had been drawn to the inferno. With the branch he continued to strike at himself. His hands, the ring tattoos, slapping at his chest, beating the 8-pointed star, the ornate church domes marking his internments, the scrolled lettering across his ribs. "Let me be dead to you." Sweat flew from his nose, his chin. It puddled at his feet. He flailed harder, slashed at the tulip thrice wrapped with barbed wire, tried to carve the bare-toothed scowl from the wolf capping his shoulder. And then, doubling over, whipping the branch over his shoulder, raking the leaves across the inked eyes on his back. His screams turned to animal roars, cords standing out on his neck, each blow intensifying the heat until it seemed his entire body glowed like an ember. "Hotter!" he cried, but the form was now lost entirely to the thickening steam. The leaves shushed and rattled, a primitive instrument beating an age-old rhythm. Bits of foliage broke off, sticking to his red flesh. His sinuses burned, his lungs pulsed. He gasped in the heady scent of released pain and fresh-peeled skin, intoxicated on the taste of his own agony, choking on the knife-sharp purity of the air. He lashed at the abrasions, the sharp leaf edges finding greater purchase, rending the ink from his flesh. Screaming, he battered at his grief, beating the imperfection from himself, blood weeping from his brands. Finally he paused in heart-arresting exhaustion, his chest heaving, his face awash with tears and sweat, and let the stained birchwood branch fall from his fist. Burgundy drops spattered the tile at his feet. He stared down at himself through the swirling steam. His decorations moved, alive with veins of blood. They drifted on his skin, rippling and breathing, and the revelation lit him from within. He hadn't gouged the decorations from his body. He had reclaimed them. Chapter 47. "Nevada?" Ciel offered. "Dude, the Grand Canyon is epic." Janie rubbed her temples. "First of all, Jason, the Grand Canyon is in Arizona." "Really?" "Last I checked. And second, we're not really embarking on a sightseeing tour." Leaving just before first light, they'd driven a short ways up State Route 2 toward Eagle Rock before pulling over to convene at a roadside diner. They required a game plan, but there was another reason Nate had opted for the early rest stop. His hands had grown loose and sloppy on the steering wheel, and he doubted his ability to hold the Jeep on the road. Forced to make a frank assessment, he had to concede that his body felt worse than it had yet, more in thrall to the illness. And not just the muscles, but dizziness, weakness, a dull throbbing in his stomach. On the way to the corner booth now, he lagged behind with Janie to tell her softly that he needed her to take over at the wheel, and she nodded her solemn consent. "Maybe we shouldn't risk going on the road," she said in a low voice. "We can't be running around with you if—" "No way," Nate said. "If it gets to that, leave me at a bus stop." At this, Janie grimaced, unamused. "We have to get out of the state," he continued quietly. As far away as possible. Besides, where the hell would we stay around here? Breaking and entering is too dangerous, as we just learned. CL and Jason reached the table ahead, CL watching the heated, if hushed, exchange across the restaurant, and so Nate and Janie cranked neutral expressions onto their faces, forged forward, and sat down to order breakfast. Sitting with his back to the wall, handgun in his jacket, and several $1,000s in cash stuffed into his pockets, Nate kept watch of the truckers and postal officers at the counter, sipping their coffee and forking hotcakes. CL picked at her food. Jason stuffed another giant bite into his mouth. After asking if the eggs were organic, no, and if the biscuits were made with lard, yes, he had sanctimoniously settled on a salad. With bacon. Nate set his pills next to his coffee mug in a neat line. The antibiotics again. Another 500 milligram surge to ravage his stomach further, and good old reliably ineffective Rilliazole. The Lovin' Spoonful caroled from the vintage-style jukebox, "Believe in the magic that can set you free." Would that he could. CL looked across at Nate. "Why are you so quiet?" "Don't mean to be." Troublingly, his voice was weak. He couldn't get any power behind it. With shaking hands, he reached for the pills. It took some concentration to bring them to his mouth. He washed them down with a sip of decaf. "He's fine," Janie said, too quickly. "Just exhausted, like the rest of us." The coffee's bitter aftertaste lingered, and instinctively he reached for the sugar packs. It wasn't until he had one in his weak, trembling grasp that he realized the challenge before him, of tearing it open, pouring the crystals, stirring. He flapped the pack against his knuckles, trying for casual, but CL's brown eyes remained on him, not buying the routine. He let the sugar fall, and her stare dropped to his shaking fingers. Too obvious now to take his hands off the table. He strained, willing them to be still, but was rescued by Janie, who reached over and clasped them as if romantically, firming them and hiding the tremor. Thankfully, Jason's obliviousness could be counted on. "I still can't believe that chick. The dude's daughter offed herself." Behind the counter, sausage links landed on the grill with a sizzle and a puff of steam. "She was just 17, Nate said. CL said, "She was a drunk-driving psychopath." "She was still a kid," Nate said. "Like both of you." CL looked away sharply. Freeing his hands from Janie's, Nate reached for his coffee again, but only succeeded in slopping some over the rim. He dried his hands on a napkin, all too aware of his daughter across from him. He did not want to look up, but finally he did. Sure enough, she was lasered in on his hands. "There's this experimental therapy." She jerked in a breath. "In Switzerland." "Oh, honey," he said. "No." But she drove on. "I looked it up on the internet." "No, CL. There's nothing that'll—" "No? Just no? If we live through this, you can't fucking try it?" "Watch your language," Janie said. CL glared at Nate. "God, you wonder why I hate you." She banged her fist on the table, making the plates and cups jump. A spoon bounced off into Jason's lap. The diner silenced, the patrons' collective focus pulling toward the corner booth, and then CL stormed out, leaving the door jingling cheerily. Nate tracked her through the window. Casper awaited her in the Jeep, tail knocking the headrests. "At least she hates you," Jason said quietly. Nate said, numbly, "Huh?" Jason tugged his collar down in the front to reveal a necklace tattoo formed of words and letters. "Old bastard, 1/23/70, 5/10/2010. "Cirrhosis," he said. "Dying just made him meaner. I told myself I hated him, but I really wanted him just to fucking recognize, something in me." He shook his head. "Never mind. I'm just saying. Hate's an emotion, He scooted out and went after her. Nate drank a sip of water. His face was twitching, and it took a moment for him to realize that it was not from being upset. Janie's voice, as if from a deep well. "Okay?" Hand pressed to his cheek, he nodded. He could feel the muscle jumping beneath his palm. Fasciculation, the doctors called it. He had been warned. Just need bathroom. His voice, even weaker than before. He weaved a bit on his feet but managed a course for the men's room, closing the door behind him with his hip. The room was dank, swirling with black flies. He regarded his face in the rust-flecked mirror, the twitch just below his right eye. He squinted, trying to make it stop, but still the skin rippled. A swell of lightheadedness came on, static dotting his view along with the flies, and he staggered, banging into the hand-towel dispenser. The room blurred. Fresh air. He needed fresh air. Shoving through the bathroom door, he took a hard right and moved swiftly through the kitchen, nearly knocking the rear screen from its hinges. The smell from the dumpsters swarmed him, and he took a knee next to crates stuffed with rotting heads of cabbage. He tried to rise, but nausea kept him down. Refuse crowded in on him, his view swirling drunkenly, and then the ground came up hard against his cheek. His blinks grew longer. Each breath rocked the crumpled napkin an inch from his mouth. A masculine figure approached, off-kilter and blurry, hoisting up his jeans like a cowboy. Blood pattered the ground before his combat boots. He had a hole straight through the middle of him, intestines dangling like marionette strings, the sun shining right through him. When he crouched, the hole disappeared and a shadow fell across Nate. The shadow of death. He looked up and saw Charles's face peering down, a hint of sorrow hiding behind the wise-ass scowl. "See you soon, partner." Charles reached out and thumbed Nate's eyelids closed. Chapter 48. "No hospital," Nate murmured, slumped in the passenger seat, the window cool against his cheek. The view outside scrolled by, a blur. Janie honked and stomped on the gas pedal, veering around a Mercedes. "You lost your say in the matter when you passed out in an alley." CL's voice, high and tremulous, came from the back seat. "Are you okay, Dad? Is he going to be okay?" "I'm fine, honey," Nate said. "Jason, he doesn't sound fine." The noise of CL smacking him. "Shut the fuck up, Jason!" "Where?" Nate managed between swells of nausea. "We're going to my hospital," Janie said. "If this asshole in an Audi in front of us ever learns to drive..." "Oh, first place they'll look. I know the doctors, the intake nurses. I can get you in without putting you in the system. You'll be John Doe. It's our best bet." Already they were redlining up smog-drenched Van Nuys Boulevard. Sure enough, the long white block of the Sherman Oaks Hospital zoomed past. Despite its unpromising location, the community hospital had top-notch staff who serviced a full gamut of the injured and the ailing. Meeting Janie here for lunch early in their marriage, Nate was as likely to stumble across a gardener cradling a severed, hanky-wrapped finger as a celebrity walking her kid out of the world-class burn unit. "CL shouldn't with us." "She can wait in the park up the street." "I can drive," Jason said brightly. "Fine." Janie tugged a wad of hundreds from her pocket and tossed it back at CL. "Take the Jeep and the dog. I'll call you every hour." Nate tried to shape his mouth into another complaint, but had to focus on breathing so as not to throw up. The Jeep lurched to a stop in front of the emergency room doors, and then Casper was barking as Jason clambered forward into the driver's seat. Janie appeared through Nate's window, her fingers at the handle, and then he was tumbling out into her arms. They headed in, Janie bearing half his weight, the glass doors yawning open before them. "Antibiotics?" Dr. Griffin flipped the chart. "Who the hell put him on antibiotics?" Janie looked across at Nate, who rustled on the stiff white sheets of the hospital bed and said weakly, "She was ER doc." ER doc, terrific. With his condition, she didn't think it necessary to pick up the phone to his treating physician, or at least to consult Hippocrates on her iPhone. "What's he taking?" "Keflex," Janie said. 500 mg's QID. "What for?" "I keep getting stabbed," Nate said. Dr. Griffin shot him a look over the top of his perpetually slipping tortoiseshell glasses. His brown eyes, nearly as dark as his skin, held a pinpoint focus that didn't match the saggy mien, the professorial potbelly, or the day-old scruff. "We have an interaction?" Janie asked, getting the doctor back on task. Though Nate wasn't familiar with Dr. Griffin, Janie's working rapport with him was evident. Antibiotics raise the level of riluzole in the blood, the doctor said. Not only do the liver enzymes spike, which can cause liver failure, but they increase the likelihood and severity of side effects, which are... Janey cut in. Weakness, fatigue, nausea, headaches, abdominal pain, dizziness, which in turn can exacerbate ALS symptoms. Nate rolled his head on the pillow, keeping pace with the ping-pong match. An IV line pushed fluid steadily into his arm. Already he was feeling a bit more clear-headed. As he untangled the medical speak, he felt a faint pulse of hope. "So it'll get better?" he asked. "The muscle weakness?" "It should subside, yes, along with the dizziness and nausea once your blood levels drop." Nate took a few cautious sips of air, relieved. "How long will that take?" he asked. His voice box felt feeble, no weight behind the words. 6 to 8 hours for the Keflex to leave the bloodstream, Janey said. Another 6 or so for the riluzole levels to back down to normal. But that's not the point. Dr. Griffin tugged at his jowls, which had surprising give. You need supportive care. Fluids, rest. Rest, Nate protested. You are sick, Mr. Overbay. I don't have to tell you that ALS is serious business. What you're doing to yourself, it's not tenable. You are dehydrated, hypoglycemic, suffering from lack of sleep. You can't do this given your condition. Dr. Griffin dropped the chart on the end of Nate's bed and turned to Janey. Give your John Doe here another liter of saline and see if you can talk some sense into him. Janey crossed her arms, shot a breath at the ceiling. I've been trying for years. The needle's pressure in his arm stayed constant, even when Nate dozed off. He surfaced from a brief sleep, blinking to consciousness, and focused on the tiny form at the foot of his bed. At first he thought it was a dream image hanging on, a vision from the spirit world. A painfully thin Hispanic boy, maybe 6, with a bald, leukemic head that in combination with oversized eyes made him look vaguely alien. He wore black pajamas decorated with white bones, a skeleton costume, and clutched a starched pillowcase. Trick or treat, he said. Nate sat up quickly. Charles he was used to, but this... He managed to say, The boy shook the pillowcase imploringly. It's Halloween. Was it? Nate rewound the days, reorienting himself. It was. And the boy was real. Or at least he appeared to be. The ceiling-hung dividing curtain had been partly drawn back so that Nate could see, above the unoccupied bed, dusk darkening the windows. Trick-or-treat time. He glanced across at his food tray. I have Jell-O. No. There. The boy pointed to a cup that had appeared on Nate's nightstand. They leave you candy for us. See? So we can have Halloween even though we're stuck in here. Nate reached into the cup, pulled out a mini Three Musketeers, and with a trembling hand dropped it into the boy's pillowcase. Want more? You have to save it for the others. Others? But the boy was already at the door, heading to his next benefactor. My bones glow in the dark, he announced. His little hand clicked the light switch. Sure enough, there it was, a cartoonish skeleton with a faint green tinge. The light came back on, Nate making sure to wipe the astonished expression off his face. A little girl entered next with fuzzy angel wings and a burn savaging her chin and throat. Fighting the knot forming in his throat, Nate produced a gentle grin for her and a bite-sized butterfinger. Next, a preteen pulling her own IV pole. They kept trickling in, one after the other, with their tiny voices and heart-rending costumes. After the last child departed, Nate carefully extracted his IV line and stepped into the hall. There they all were in the corridor, a ragged parade, standing in rough assembly under the benign direction of an immense, soft-featured orderly. Nate's hand quaked, and his ankle had again gone numb, yet he refused to tear his eyes from the spectacle and withdraw to his bed. With their glow-in-the-dark bones and angel wings, the children seemed to point the way to where he was headed. Pixie faces lit with delight, they showed off their costumes and compared their hauls. All that hope and promise, uneroded, even here in a hospital ward on Halloween. From the nurse's station at the far end of the hall, Janie looked on too. Nate managed a nod, and she gave a smile and a little wave. "Come on now," the orderly called out to her brood. "Time to hit the next floor up." They followed her to the stairs like a row of ducklings, a diminutive Darth Vader wrestling off his mask and taking a few genuine asthmatic wheezes as he passed from sight. The tender display unlocked something inside Nate's chest, and all the anguish of the past week and a half rushed out, overwhelming him. Sagging against the wall, he pressed his thumb and forefinger to his eyes. But it was no use. The emotion came, swelling over him, and he hunched into himself, drawing halting breaths, struggling not to cry. Janie was at his side, rubbing his back, somehow grasping the unexplainable, and doubled over, he gripped her forearm. His mind spun, throwing out sense memories. His mother wasting away on that hospice bed in the dim air of the living room, the smell of decay on her breath. Abiba's shading his eyes, staring back from the top of that dune. McGuire staring at his severed leg uncomprehendingly. "Don't leave me, don't leave me, don't you leave me." Little girl with a burned face and angel wings. For a time Nate and Janie held each other and breathed together, taking in the sounds and smells of the bustling medical ward in motion. A waft of iodine, wobbly wheels on a gurney, a yielding cough, muffled by a closed door. A set of clogs tapped through Nate's field of vision, a nurse calling out, "Good to see you again, girl. You been on vacation?" "Sort of," Janie said. "Good to see you too, Renee." "Oh, I logged you in." Janie stiffened in Nate's arms. "Wait. You what?" "You forgot to sign in. Can't get paid if you don't." "When? When?" "Relax, girl. When I was coming back from my coffee run, I saw you in here with Dr. Suspenders. What's that, 40 minutes ago?" At the end of the crowded corridor, the elevator dinged. A flush of heat rolled through Nate's face, the premonition of something dire to come. He straightened up, lifting his head to see the lit circle announcing the car's arrival, flicking in and out of view between patients and doctors. The doors peeled open, and Misha stepped out. Chapter 49. The security guard overflowing the folding chair next to the elevator glanced up from the LA Times, then returned his gaze to the print. Misha glided to the nurse's station at which Janie had been standing moments before. "I am looking for Nurse Jane Overbay." "I'm sorry, she's not working today." Misha walked past the nurse's station, heading down the crowded hall. Still he didn't spot Janie and Nate, frozen in the bustling corridor. "Sir, where's your visitor pass?" "I'm sorry, you can't go in here without a visitor pass. Sir!" Without breaking stride, Misha drew a handgun from inside his jacket, aiming over the counter as he passed, and shot the nurse through the hip point blank. The force blew her straight off the chair onto the floor, where she began convulsing. Behind him, the security guard could barely wobble to his feet before Misha pulled a second gun with his free hand and fired twice, streaking the wall behind the man. A newspaper section fluttered down atop his body, soaking up blood. A beat of stunned silence. And then the medical ward erupted, patients shouting, wheelchairs overturning, bodies stampeding for the stairs. As Misha powered down the hall, kicking aside gurneys and toppling IV poles, Janie shoved Nate through the doorway into his room. He scrambled across the bed and grabbed his jacket, flipping it around, looking for the pocket, willing his weak hands to work faster. Footsteps, screams, another gunshot, followed by a primal howl. "He's just shooting people," Janie said. Nate had the gun out finally, in his trembling grasp. He pushed Janie behind the dividing curtain and tugged it. In the ceiling track, the nylon wheels gave a screech, the sound lost beneath the crash of a cart overturning in the hall, and more shouts of panic. The boom of a door being kicked in up the hall, a startled shriek, then a matching screech of a curtain being raked back. Seconds later, another boom, another screech. Janie's panicked breaths against Nate's ear. "He's going room to room." They waited, the scrub's green sheet rippling before their faces. With an unsteady thumb, Nate pushed the safety off his Beretta. Heavy footsteps. Probably boots. The complaint of a desiccated voice. A crash, then a faint moan. Boom. Screech. Dr. Griffin's voice right outside in the corridor. Don't. Just don't. Gunshot. Janey gave out a faint cry, pressed both hands across her mouth. They could hear Dr. Griffin's wet, labored breaths. Now, right next door. Boom. Screech. Janey's whisper came again, a rush of hot air. We should run. Nate firmed his hands around the stock and mouthed, No time. The door to Nate's room was open. They'd get no benefit of a warning. But the footsteps neared. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Somehow, even through the opaque curtain, Nate sensed a change in the quality of the air. A presence. Misha was in the doorway. One brisk pace into the room. Another. Nate willed his forearms still. He took a silent step back and raised the gun. The barrel wavered ever so slightly in his weak grip. Janey leaned against the wall, her face tense with anticipation. Nate aimed at the curtain, chest high, ready for the burst of movement. A scream came from down the hall, then feminine footsteps skittering toward the stairs. Misha stopped. He must have been debating whether to continue on toward the curtain or go after the footsteps in the hall. Was he pondering whether the fleeing woman was Janey? They could hear him drawing breath, calm and steady. The guy's heart rate probably hadn't ticked north of 60. Nate sighted on the rubbery partition curtain, knowing that Misha was a few feet beyond, but unsure where. A missed shot would be answered with a barrage. The woman's footsteps in the hall grew louder. Misha set down his boot again, the faintest scuff against the tile. Nate shifted the gun toward the noise and felt it slip soundlessly through his weakened fingers. With all his focus, he willed his hands to clamp, but the muscles wouldn't obey. The gun spun in slow-motion rotation, the checkering on the handle grazing his fingertips. And then it was free, in the air, tumbling toward the hard tile. He tried to suck in a breath, but found his lungs already full. Bending, he lunged for the gun, missing, but then Janey's hand shot into sight and caught it 2 inches off the floor. She had made not a noise. Crouching, they stared at each other, wide-eyed, neither daring to breathe. A squeak of Misha's boot on the tile, just beyond the curtain. In the stillness, they heard the woman's footsteps veer up an adjoining corridor, the sound starting to fade, and then another noise chimed in, that of distant sirens. Misha retreated now, sprinting off, presumably after her. Nate and Janey exhaled together, an explosion of relief. Moans reached them from the hall. Dr. Griffin, in agony. Janey inched the curtain aside, and they peered through the still-open door. Dr. Griffin lay in the corridor, hands across his thigh, blood spurting through his fingers at heartbeat intervals and painting thin lines on the floor. Arterial bleed, Janey said, pushing the pistol into Nate's hands. I'll stabilize him and be right back. A minute, tops. She started up, but Nate grabbed her shoulder. Misha's still out there. She pointed at Dr. Griffin. He will die if I don't go. The frantic look between them couldn't have lasted a second, but it stretched to an eternity, one objection after another shuffling through Nate's mind. The determination on Janey's face told him he didn't really have a say anyway. He removed his hand from her shoulder. Take the gun, he said. I can't grip it. Pocketing the Beretta, she was up and into the hall, a quick glimpse bringing into view only a few knocked-over patients and a resident hiding behind a gurney. No, Misha. Tearing a manual blood pressure cuff from a cart, she sprinted across to Dr. Griffin. The slick red of his hands was all the more pronounced against his skin, which had gone dusty gray. He applied feeble pressure, too stunned to bear down on the wound. Supplies rolled in the growing puddle. He'd knocked over a cart on his way down. I think I went out from the shock, he was mumbling. But I'm back now. Janey tugged off his loafer and worked the cuff over his sock, sliding it up along his saturated pant leg and over the gushing rupture above his knee to the proximal side of the wound. His body went rigid with pain, but she ignored his reaction. Her hand pumping furiously, she inflated the cuff to full pressure, the bleeding slowing, slowing, then stopping. Grabbing at the scattered supplies, she came up with a cylindrical pack, which she ripped open with her teeth. Crouching over him, she plugged the gauze into the wound, readjusting the doctor's hands. Not out of the woods. Tamponade the bleed. Here. Hard. Harder. With one hand, she thumbed an edge of paper tape up off a roll. He looked up at her, his expression of gratitude turning to alarm. She didn't have time to turn around before a hand set down on her head, fisting her hair and ripping her straight back off her feet. Chapter 50. Watching through the doorway in a state of suspended panic, Nate didn't see Misha's hand seize Janie's hair so much as he anticipated it. The fear of each torturous second finally realized. Misha himself never came into view, just his arm reaching into frame, the fist clenching, the tendons of the wrist flexing powerfully. Janie was gone so quickly she might have been whipped off by a truck, the Beretta tumbling from her pocket to spin listlessly on the floor. He heard her make a noise like a roar, part pain, part rage, and then Misha's voice sang out to him. "Nate Overbay, I have your wife. Come out, please." His steps plodded slowly down the hall. The sirens sounded closer, but not close enough. Nate leaped up too fast, his weak ankle giving out. His chest no sooner slapped the tile than he was moving to rise again, shuffling forward. Dr. Griffin's grunts of agony covered the noise of Nate stepping into the corridor. Facing away from Nate, Misha was literally towing Janie down the hall by her hair, dragging her slowly and calmly. She twisted and yelled, arcing with pain, the whites of her eyes impossibly big. Her hands, dark with the doctor's blood, were fastened on Misha's wrist, trying to relieve the pressure on her hair. In his free hand, Misha gripped one pistol. The handle of the second protruded from the back of his true blue jeans. He kept on, his heavy boots taking big strides, not noticing Nate stepping into the open behind them. The sirens were louder yet. Ahead, an orderly opened a door, and never slowing, Misha shot him in the shoulder. The man spun around, falling back and away, and the door wobbled closed behind him, a wet splotch marking the wood. The Beretta was still, improbably, spinning on the tile where it had fallen. Nate stepped in front of Dr. Griffin and picked it up, his hand complaining against the weight of it. It wobbled severely in his grasp as he raised it, the tip jogging across the scene ahead like the sights on a video game with a broken control. No way he could take a shot. Frustration rose inside him, driving him to a fury. He was about to cast the gun aside and limp in pursuit, when something on the floor caught his eye. A roll of paper tape, with a short sticky length lifted from the end. He stooped and picked it up. Digging a finger through the trigger guard, he wound tape around the pistol and his hand, fusing metal and flesh. The tape made a soft shushing sound as it peeled from the roll. He rapped and rapped. "Nate Overbay. If I get to the elevator before you come out, I will shoot her through the top of her head." Nate exhaled evenly through pursed lips. Janie writhed beneath the clenched fist, sliding backward away from Nate, the shot getting harder every second. With her eyes, she implored him. The sirens screamed outside. Nate lifted the pistol, willing his elbow steady, willing his muscles strong. The gun wavered, the sights trembling across Janie, Misha, Janie, Misha. Misha reached the end of the corridor and slapped the elevator button. He started to turn. Nate closed his eyes, took a single breath, opened them. Misha stared down the corridor at him, across the wreckage of carts, tipped over wheelchairs, the bodies of the wounded. A Western standoff. The Ukrainian's face was alight with surprise and something like amusement. Nate watched him through the 3 elevated dots of white on the steel slide, the sights, perfectly aligned. At Misha's back, the elevator dinged open. Misha started to raise his gun hand, and Nate squeezed. A puff of red rose from Misha's shoulder. He released Janie, staggering back a step into the elevator, an instant of fear claiming his face before he regained his composure. He examined the tuft of raised fabric at his sleeve, flecked with blood. No more than a graze, but it had forced him to release Janie. The wail of the sirens was matched by the roar of multiple engines, vehicle after vehicle screeching around a turn, maybe a block away. The elevator doors began to slide closed. Janey rolled to the side, out of Misha's vantage before he could find his focus again. The recoil had set Nate's arm on fire, fatiguing the muscle. He struggled to keep the Beretta raised, but the tip lowered to aim at the floor, 15 feet in front of him. A smirk firmed Misha's features, and he lifted a hand and flicked the blood from his shoulder, a fuck-you gesture of carelessness, before the doors clamped shut, wiping him from view. Janey scrambled up and peered over the counter to check on the nurse who'd been shot. Her face went limp. Lost cause. Turning, she ran toward Nate and Dr. Griffin, stooping to swipe a bag of saline from the floor. Without slowing, she spiked the bag with a length of sterile tubing. The doctor's hands were now firm around the gauze, the blood pressure cuff holding. "I got it," Dr. Griffin said. "Get out of here." But she was on her knees, fighting a catheter needle from its packaging, thrusting it into his vein with a single swift gesture. She screwed the free end of the tubing into the IV and slapped the saline bag in the doctor's palm. "Squeeze. Other hand stays on the wound. You understand?" The sirens reached an ear-splitting screech. Dr. Griffin nodded briskly. "Good. Thanks." Janey ushered Nate toward the back corridor, helping shoulder some of his weight when his foot dragged. They reached the patient transport elevator, and she swiped her ID card, then stabbed at the button repeatedly until the car arrived. As they started down to the ground floor, she dialed her cell phone. "Meet us in the liquor store parking lot, 2 storefronts south. Now. That means now." She looked at the screen. It had cut out. Her hand, crusted with the doctor's blood, swung at her side. The elevator car whirred down with excruciating slowness. Nate used his teeth to tear at the tape around his gun hand. He ripped the Beretta loose, shoved it in the back of his jeans, then reached for her. "Your hair." "I'm fine," she said. "I'm fine." Her knee jogged up and down, a tick. "These doors open. We're going to go left through the cafeteria, duck through the kitchen, and then stroll right out onto the sidewalk. Got me?" "Yes." They arrived and moved onto the well-lit floor. Not a soul in sight. Advancing briskly, they followed the prescribed route, Janey hiding her hands in her pockets before they stepped into the brisk night air. A continuous line of squad cars flashed past as they shuffled up the alley toward the sidewalk, Nate barely keeping his feet beneath him. Ahead, a patrolman jogged by, disappearing past the mouth of the alley, not seeming to spot them. Nate breathed through clenched teeth. They kept on. The patrolman reversed back into view, staring down the alley at them. Nate's legs locked up. The patrolman's hand moved to his holster. Janey rushed forward, stepping in front of Nate, her ID card flapping around her neck. "I'm a nurse here. Someone's shooting up the medical ward." "I know," the cop said. This is one of the patients. There are more who need help on the 3rd floor and an injured doc. We've got plenty of paramedics. There's a back entrance here. We'll clear the building, then hurry. Go." The man obeyed, jogging past them, talking into his radio. He didn't give Nate a second look. With some effort, Nate started up his legs again. He put his arm around Janey's shoulders as they stepped out onto Van Nuys Boulevard. Just a couple out for a stroll. They put their back to the hospital. Nate could practically feel the heat from all those lights. They heard doors banging in, voices shouting, radios squawking. Janey was murmuring to herself, but Nate couldn't make out the words. The liquor store was 40 yards ahead, and then 20. The Jeep flew into the lot, bouncing one tire over the curb, and Nate caught a flash of Ciel's terrified face in the passenger seat. He drew Janey closer, finally discerning her words. "It's over now. It's over. It's over." It wasn't until she'd helped him up and into the back seat that she broke down, sobbing. Chapter 51. Beside Nate in the back of the Jeep, Janey remained stiff, leaning forward, straight arms pushing down on her knees, the hollow of her neck pronounced. They were 20 minutes from the hospital, but she was still fleeing it. Though she was done crying, each breath ended in a slight hitch. Up front, Jason sang along incorrectly to the AC/DC disc he had taken from Monkey Biz 12's Silver Lake house, keeping time on the steering wheel. "The walls was aching, my heart was baking, and we were shaking 'cause you—" "Where are we gonna go?" Janey said. "They can track everything. There's nowhere." No one we can call." "My father," Nate said. In the front, CL reached across and slapped off the radio. "Did you say your father?" "I've never even met him," Janie said. "That's exactly why we should call him," Nate said. "He's not on any of our emergency contact lists, phone records, nothing. No one will think to look." "He still lives in your childhood house, doesn't he? Won't they look there?" "He's got a cabin. Or at least he used to." Jason took a corner too sharply, making Casper bounce to attention between the suitcases in the back. Nate put his phone in his lap and stared down at it for a moment. His skin prickled, all those memories buried in his cells. The tires thrummed across the road. Everyone stayed quiet, deliberately focused on the scrolling view past the windows, giving him space. His thumb traced the familiar pattern on the number pad. A ring, then another. "Hello?" The voice was drier than before, but even over the phone every subtlety of pitch and timbre found resonance. "It's Nate." "Who?" The freeway flew past. "Dad?" "It's me." The line crackled. Then his father, through the phone lines. "Nate." The words came hard, but he pushed them through. "You still got that place in Bouquet Canyon? With your friends?" A beat while his father tried to catch up to the hasty conversation. "Just me and Ross now. Hugh passed, but I'm pretty much the only one who ever—" "Is it under your name?" "No. Ross set up one of those, a partnership. What's this about, Nate?" Nate pressed his forehead to the pane. Outside, headlights and red brakes streaked together, the whole world passing them by, and them it. It took him a while to find the words, and even longer to say them. "I'm in trouble, Dad." The pause drew out, no sound but the faint rush of his father's breaths. Nate had no idea what was coming next. The old man cleared his throat, an awkward prelude. "Then I'll be right there," he said. They followed the directions to the outskirts of Santa Clarita, the freeway yielding to a smaller freeway, which in turn gave way to a two-lane road. Houses petered out, and traffic grew sparser, though Harleys roared by with enough regularity to suggest a biker bar tucked off somewhere behind the pines. They passed the mouth of the Angeles National Forest and the reservoir itself, the road winding more aggressively as they headed up Bouquet Canyon. Between the trees, fishermen flashed into view, their heads bent beneath khaki hats, toting poles and strings of rainbow trout that gleamed in the headlights' glow. Roadside, families loaded coolers and grocery bags of picnic residue into tailgates, kids braying and quarreling as the fathers pulled at long necks, one last beer before the drive. At the turnoff, someone had jumped the gun and erected a plywood cutout of Santa on a chopper with the spray-painted rhetorical, "What's your wish for the new year?" Jason veered upslope, and they chased the creek, the not-quite cabin houses spacing out more and more, and then it was all pines and oaks and the occasional tendril of smoke from a hidden chimney. That was one of the miracles of Los Angeles. Less than an hour from Rodeo Drive, and you might as well have been transported to a square state. Nate felt his nerves rising with the altitude. He'd not seen his father in a decade and a half, and was uncertain what he'd be confronting on just about every level. Offering a cheery wave, Jason steered past a few forest rangers in their trucks. Janie spoke for the first time in half an hour. "Thank God you have a license." Through the wisps of his bangs, Jason's eyes flicked to the rear view. "I don't have a license. I just said I could drive." A drawn-out silence. CL took care to stare straight ahead through the windshield. Finally, Nate's scowl lightened a bit, and then Janie tittered, and they all laughed a little. Jason the loudest. Jason said, "So I can keep—" "Pull over," Janie said. She steered them the final leg and down the driveway, a dirt slope leading to a craftsman perched a stone's throw from a finger of the creek. A bowed footbridge arced across the ribbon of water like something from Disney. At the side of the enclosed porch, bent over the propane tank fussing with a knob, was Nate's father. He straightened up, dusting his hands, and came toward the Jeep without waving. "Really?" CL said breathlessly. That's him? He was grayer, a touch stooped, the years heavy on him. But he had good, healthy color in his cheeks, and his eyes were clear and sober. He wore a flannel shirt fastidiously buttoned to the throat, and it struck Nate that he had never seen the man in a T-shirt. In a flash, Nate was 5 years old again, strapped to the foam back seat of the LeSabre convertible, his father's elbow perched confidently on the windowsill ahead, holding the world together. They climbed out, Casper bounding from the back and Stretch yawning with a curled tongue. Shuffling in the leaves, they confronted one another, Nate standing to favor his left foot. CL, he said. This is your grandfather. The old man's eyes crinkled as he regarded her for the first time. Hello, then. CL gave a self-conscious wave, all wrist. Hi. Janie gave Nate's father a quick hug, and then Jason strode forward. I'm Jason, her boyfriend. With minimal interest, Nate's father took the kid's oversized hand, looking past him at Nate. They're not sleeping in the same room. You're telling me, Nate said. They studied each other from a safe distance. I suppose you're wondering what the hell is going on. In due time. It's late. And you look tired. For the first time in his life, Nate was pleased at his father's reticence. A rush of gratitude overtook him. Thanks for coming, Dad. His father turned for the house without so much as a nod. No use in standing around out here, he said. They showered and changed while Nate's father pan-fried some elk steaks, which he served with over-easy eggs and mugs of hot cider. Drying his shaggy hair and staring down at his plate, Jason said, I'm sort of a vegetarian. And Nate's father replied, Eat the damn food, son. For a man's getaway, the place was surprisingly cozy, with spongy carpeting, throw blankets over the chairs, and exposed wood beams bracing the vaulted ceiling. No television. Nate's father threw some cedar logs in the fireplace, and they ate on the surrounding couches, breathing in the sweet fragrance, letting the flames warm them. Casper lapped meat from a mixing bowl with enough exuberance to push it across the linoleum. His tags dinged against the metal lip, and then he gave out a tragic whimper that the elk was no more. Wearing a borrowed sweater 3 sizes too big, Janie leaned into Nate, and he rested his arm across her narrow shoulders, and CL looked at them, and for once said nothing cynical. He stole looks at his father, not quite believing that they were here under the same vaulted ceiling, and damned if the old man didn't almost smile a time or two. Nate felt his muscles relax by degrees. Maybe it was the meds starting to leave his system, or maybe he just finally had the space to let go a little. CL cracked a stupid joke and then giggled at it herself, leaning into her mom. Janie started laughing too, and then Nate. He caught their reflection off the glass fireplace screen, something about the arrangement of the 3 of them tugging at a thread of a memory. And it struck him. The family portrait. Same pose. 8 long years later. The sight of them was all different, but somehow the same. They finished eating and talking, then sat for a moment in silence, basking in the afterglow, no one wanting the gathering to break up. It was magical. A momentary respite from reality. After a while, as CL and Jason, with some prompting, cleared the dishes, Nate took his cell phone and started outside. Janie caught his arm. Where you going? Find a signal. Abara. After the hospital. She plucked the phone from his hand and turned it off. Not tonight, she said gently. Just one night. He could give her that. Later, though it took some doing, Nate climbed the ladder to the open loft where CL was bedding down. Beyond the dormer window, black fangs of treetops bit into the star-patterned sky. He combat crawled a few feet toward her pillow. Are you stupid? Crawling up here with your muscles all tweaked? Yes. He leaned to kiss her on the forehead, but before he could, she hugged him around the neck, holding on. What's going to happen to us? Her voice caught, and he felt her cheek growing hot against his. He pulled away to answer, but she just squeezed tighter. He said, I will let nothing happen to you. You can't promise that. Yes, I can. Are we ever going to get home again? He thought, I am home. He kissed her on the forehead and started to back out of the cramped space when she asked, Why'd you and Mom split up? He halted, hunched beneath the low ceiling. It took me a long time to come home from the war. How long? He considered. Till now. So you fell out of love with her? No, never. But you couldn't figure out how to love her right, either. That's really what men are like. This is what I have to look forward to. He smiled a little. She said, If you loved her, us, then how could you stand being away? I couldn't. I always thought tomorrow would be different. And it wasn't. No, but today was. She smiled secretly and lowered her head to the pillow. Dad, will you? Of course. He inched forward and lay up there by her until she fell asleep. After descending with difficulty, he searched out his father and spotted him just outside the back door, scraping leftovers into a composter. He started for him, but a neat row of framed photos hanging in the brief hall brought him up short. His own school pictures from preschool on, ending with his second-grade photo. The year before his mother got sick. He stared at the shrine-like display of himself, a collared shirt each time out, the neat side part, his small face not yet shadowed with loss. The abrupt end at second grade. He pictured those pen marks in Ciel's doorway, her heights marked at various ages. Where was the line at which childhood ended? His mind drifted to Nastia in her VIP booth, an ash-heavy cigarette forked between manicured fingers. Despite our best efforts, we fail each other, he thought, all the time. And yet there was still so much to keep trying for. At once his father was at his side, looking on with him at the 4 small frames. You deserved to have that wall filled. By the time Nate could recover to reply, his father had moved on down the hall. Nate stood for a while, leaning against the wall beside those pictures. He was about to start back when he heard the quiet plucking of guitar strings from the front of the house. He made his way through the kitchen and living room, Jason's form drawing into view outside on the porch swing. The kid sat Indian style, large shoulders bowed, guitar across his lap. Nate drew near to the window. Jason was singing so softly that the words were barely audible, but the song slowly resolved. McCartney's Blackbird. Jason's voice was startlingly good, high-pitched and pure, almost feminine. Nate kept on toward the door, a snatch of lyrics coming clear. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. But when he stepped onto the enclosed porch, Jason stopped playing abruptly, the guitar lying awkwardly across his thighs like a lapdog that could at any instant turn hostile. They faced each other there in the light of the dark black night. The door clicked shut behind Nate, cold running up his sleeves and around his neck. Why don't you play that instead of the other crap? You really know how to pay a compliment. You really know how to play. The kid actually blushed. Yeah, well, I'm serious. Why don't you play more like that? Jason shrugged, jerking his head to flick the hair out of his eyes. Dunno. Guess I figured I wasn't supposed to. You know, be good at something. Nate sat beside him, the porch swing rocking. Maybe it's easier to just lump along sometimes. No, Jason said. It's exhausting to be a fuck-up. Nate laughed. Jason picked at his shoe. All my life I was told no. Can't go outside to play, can't do algebra, can't date a smart girl. Well, I'm sick of it. A touch sharp, an accusation. Nate thought for a time, then said, You should be. The crickets were at it out there in the blackness. Jason nodded a bit to himself. You know when you hear a song on the radio that you just dig, and it sticks in your head, right? So you download it from iTunes, At first you'll love it. Take it with you to the skate park, go to the beach with it, everywhere. But then you have it, so you get sick of it. And later you hear it on the radio, it's not as exciting. Because you own it, right? He licked his chapped lips. That's how it was with other girls. But I never feel that way about CL. They swayed a little on the porch swing, the silence growing awkward. Then Jason reached over and chucked Nate on the shoulder, a touch too hard. Glad we had this talk, Pops. Suppressing a grin, Nate rose. Good night, Jason. Jason threw his hands out, all smart-ass smirk. Come on. Shouldn't we, go throw a ball? Quick bonding game of catch? Nate passed through the door. Safely out of view, he couldn't help but crack a smile. Janie lay across him in the sweaty aftermath, her lips at his chest, the blades of her shoulders forming an erotic ridgeline in the darkness. Starlight angled through the curtainless pane, blanketing half the bed in a faint blue glow. Her mouth worked up his neck and found his mouth. She lifted her head, catching the sheet of light, her face smooth and beatific, save the inadvertent half-sneer of her swollen lips. He tugged at her hair, damp and heavy at the nape, and she pulled forward into the gentle pressure, tilting her head as if to stretch her neck. The moment was timeless. No, it was of a different time. It was before Fort Benning and the sandbox, before the man-boy shackled to an outhouse and a Bibas, and a helicopter that capsized 4 feet above a dune, before death notifications and a failure of will in the car outside Charles's childhood home, before nightmares and ghosts and a Westwood apartment with 2 photographs thumbtacked to the wall, before safe deposit boxes and interrogation rooms and oversized footprints in the back lawn, before neurologists and little white pills, and a body that slowly and unpredictably betrayed him. But of course, it wasn't. The muscle beneath his cheek rippled, a tiny bout of fasciculation, and Janie's eyes tracked down to it. Her breathing changed ever so slightly, the mood taking a turn, paradise interrupted by a twinge of the flesh. The illness had brought him home again, but it also meant that he wouldn't be able to stay. His voice was husky. I'm gonna die, he told her. Her fingertips were at his face, fording his lips. I don't care. Do you have any idea how awful this is gonna get? I don't care. Her mouth trembled, then firmed with anger. Your eyes can dry up, and you can stop talking and lie there choking on fluid in your lungs. I don't care. She clutched at him, her nails digging into the skin beneath his collarbone. You can stop swallowing and have a ventilator rammed down your throat and barely be able to blink, but I still want you there. Dying. For me. I don't care. I don't care. She lowered her damp forehead to his chest and kept it there for a time. He held her and looked at the stars outside and thought how they'd be there the morning after he died and the morning after that. He stroked her back, and she fell asleep on him, and half his body went numb from the weight of her. But he didn't dare move, didn't want to waste a single instant of it. Finally she stirred and shifted off him, raising her sleep-heavy face. I don't mean it, she said. He ran his fingers gently down her back and up again. I know. Chapter 52. Nate slept hard and awakened new. Beside him the quilt was flipped back to empty sheets. Janie had slipped out, letting him sleep. With wonder he flexed his hands, rotated his feet, clenched his jaw. Hints of weakness, minor aches. Not perfect, but a world better. Standing, he stretched, straining for the ceiling, fingers spread, pushing as far and high as his body allowed. It felt divine. The drug interaction had given him a preview of the future. Testing the strength in his hands again, he realized that he now had a brief window before the decline happened again, and with finality. He vowed, not to waste it. He paced outside, nose to his cell phone, searching out a signal. Mistaking this for play, Casper ran at his side, thwacking Nate's legs with his tail. Nate wound up in the center of the footbridge, where 2 bars materialized and a third flickered moodily. The stream below was as clear as air, the rocks of the bed vibrant with mossy greens. He sent a text to Ibarra that simply read, "You there?" and seconds later got an answer. "Call me in 20, and a phone number. He wandered back inside, where his father handed him a cup of coffee, the morning newspaper, and a plate full of fresh blueberry pancakes. The rustic Martha Stewart routine continued to surprise the hell out of Nate, but he had to concede that years of living alone had made his father proficient in the kitchen. Nate took a sip of coffee, closed his eyes into the pleasure of it, then handed the mug back. "I can only drink decaf now." His father frowned at the curiousness of this, but asked nothing. Janie was in the shower, the kids up in the loft. The hushed teenage voices were pleasant enough, though experience had shown that a petty argument was likely to erupt at any second. Nate ate and swallowed his Rilliazole, glancing at the newspaper's subtle headline, "Hospital Massacre." He scanned down, finding little in the way of helpful information. Unidentified shooter, 2 dead, multiple injuries, all survivors now stable. No mention of Nate or Janie. The agency was probably withholding information for the investigation. Beneath the fold, photos showed the nurse who had manned the front station and the security guard. The 2 black and white pictures held Nate's attention. What little regard Misha and Pavla had shown for these lives. Obstacles to be obliterated in their pursuit. Scorched earth was right. With Nastya's suicide, it seemed that every restraint and objective had fallen away. Pavla wanted nothing now, except vengeance. From habit, Nate flipped to the obituaries and was surprised to see the same photograph of the nurse reproduced there. Luann Dupree's dedication to her profession and her leadership at the community level within the California Nurses Association were an inspiration to her many friends and colleagues. Nate's fingernail underscored the last 2 sentences. Luann is survived by her immediate family, her parents, brother, son, daughter-in-law, and nieces and nephews. She is also survived by her fiancé and his 4 children. Before her senseless death, Luann Dupree's had made a mark. She had been well loved, and she'd be missed. Nate made her a silent apology, tapped her photograph respectfully, and headed for the bridge with his cell phone. A host of messages dating back a few days. Sergeant Jen Brown making clear he'd better get his ass in to sign that paperwork, several reporters who had somehow gotten a hold of his number, a few friends inquiring about the news story on the bank robbery. He deleted them all and made the call. Ibarra wasted no time. "The fuck happened?" "That's a conversation." "You think? A hospital raid like something out of Fallujah. Have you seen the news reports on this thing?" "No, actually." "It's a big deal. Comment from the mayor and police chief, the whole 9. "Can you connect it to Shevchenko?" "Of course not. We pulled security footage. The shooter's a guy who doesn't even exist." Some muffled noise. "Hang on. Okay, sorry. It's all confusion right now, but at least eyewitness reports have you pegged as a victim. I think the DA and lead investigators are beginning to understand now the stakes. Why you did what you had to do, including the airplane threat." Nate shot a breath at the cold sky. "So I'm off the hook." "Not quite. Not yet. But things are tilting that direction. You've still got a lot to answer for, but I'm working on it." "Is there an arrest warrant out on me?" "No. You wanted for some serious fucking questioning, obviously, but that's not even the main concern. We can't have you guys running around out there with what Pavla and his boys are willing to do. This thing's quickly escalating. What if they catch you in a shopping mall?" "We weren't exactly planning a trip to Crate and Barrel. You know what I mean. We need to keep you safe, to keep the public safe. In-house, it's opened up the discussion again about protection. You and I need to figure out how to bring you in and negotiate all this so you guys are protected. Keep your damn phone on today. Let me be your guide through the shitstorm." The line disconnected. Nate stared at the phone. Then he went inside to update everyone on the semi-good news. Tidying up in the background, his father took it in quietly, murmuring the occasional, mm-hmm, and Nate gleaned that Janie had brought him up to speed on the other fronts as well. When Nate laid out Ibarra's plan, Janie and CL radiated a nervous hopefulness that scared him a little. It didn't yet feel safe to believe that their lives could turn normal again, that they could find some shelter and protection from the chaos, find a way back inside the world they knew. After he went back out to the tiny zone of reception with his cell phone, sat on the edge of the bridge, and let his shoes dangle so the tips touched the stream, Casper stood beside him, smelling of wet dirt and musk, shifting his weight so he pressed heavily against Nate's side. Nate put his arm around the muscular stalk of the dog's neck, across the twinning patches of lighter fur that the breeders called angel wings. Casper's brow furrowed as he watched birds dart from tree to tree. After a time, the wood creaked behind them. "Quite a Greek tragedy you got on your hands," his father said. "And the Lou Gehrig's on top of it all." With an old man groan, he lowered himself beside Nate, Casper reluctantly yielding ground, and they stared at the changing leaves, the breeze brisk, the air impossibly clean. "You got life insurance? For Janie and CL?" That was his dad. Pragmatics first. "Yeah," Nate said. "As long as I don't kill myself." "Was that a consideration?" "Yes." His father nodded once, solemnly. "Dying's rough. But so's living wrong, I guess." Nate's shoe touched the stream, froth rising around the toe. "I've done enough of that already." "As have I." The air tasted of pine, a pleasant kind of smokiness. "How can I thank you for this?" His father chuckled a little, though Nate didn't understand what he found amusing. "When your mom died, I was in no kind of shape, and I could tell that you just wanted to keep out of my way. But you couldn't figure out how to do it. And I couldn't figure out how to help you. Help myself. It's a terrible feeling, knowing you're screwing up something so important and screwing it up anyway." Nate thought about stumbling into CL's room in the clutch of a nightmare, blood streaming down his forehead, Janie crying in the bedroom while he'd listened through the thin bathroom door. So many ways he'd been frozen in place, well before the actual ice block. "When I cleaned up later," his father continued, "I figured I owed you. To repay the favor, keep out of your way. I didn't figure you wanted me around." This was the most Nate could recall his father speaking at one go, and he wanted to honor it by resisting anything trite, placating, or untrue. He said, "Maybe this is the one good thing out of this." "What?" "Sitting here together now." His father made a muffled noise at the back of his throat and nodded, a sad grin crinkling the skin at his temples. Side by side, they watched the patterns of the stream form and dissolve, each froth-flecked curl spending its lifespan of a single instant before getting swept away under the bridge. The cell phone rested on Nate's thigh. Still nothing. He remained in the sole spot of reception on the bridge, a chained dog. But sitting with the scent of the pines and the rush of the stream, he didn't mind. Janie brought him a blanket and a few cups of decaf, affecting a waitress's demeanor, and he tipped her each time with a kiss. Now he closed his eyes and breathed the sharp air and waited for the damned text alert to chime. On the porch swing, CL flipped through a magazine. Beside her, Jason enacted a comically fake yawn and stretch, landing his arm across her shoulders. She pushed at him. "Go away. You smell like boy." The predictable squabble ensued, escalating until Jason harumphed inside. CL noticed Nate on his perch at the bridge and rolled her eyes at him. He shrugged. Her boots clopped across the porch, and she walked heavily over, letting gravity tug at her shoulders. She slumped down next to him. "Jay can be such an asshole." "I thought it was shithead." "What?" "Nothing." Then Nate was surprised to hear himself say, "He's not so bad." CL tilted her head, incredulous. "You're sticking up for Jason I am just saying. You've always been so goddamn smart, so truthful, that you can use that to bludgeon people. Her mouth stayed open in a stunned half-smile. Like Jason. Jason as in my boyfriend, Jason. Yes. He's not terrible. Hang on. Let me get a tape recorder. Listen, CL. She appealed to an imaginary onlooker. Court stenographer, can you read that back? It is possible to be too smart, and it can get in your way. You can shoot yourself in the foot. Finally, she broke character. You're in no position to point fingers. Sure I am. He aimed his index finger at his chest. Don't be like me. He risked a glance at her face. Sure enough, loosening into a grin. I'm just saying. You deserve to have whatever you want. But he can be so annoying. No shit, he's annoying. But he also has certain attributes which are not altogether reprehensible. In his lap, the cell phone rang. Nate opened the phone, set it to his ear. Ibarra said, "My house, midnight. Texting you the address now," and clicked off. Nate slipped the phone into his pocket. CO was chewing her lip, no doubt still contemplating his last words. The shiny row of her bangs was ruler straight, of a single piece. The richest, darkest hair he'd ever seen. A triumph of nature. She trailed off. What? Nothing. It's stupid. No, he said. What? I wish I was something you could be proud of. She kicked gently at the stream, specks of spray landing like ice on their cheeks. You're right, he said. What? That is stupid. Her wide cheeks grew wider, a grin to spite herself. She backhanded his shoulder. Proud of you? He said. You're the single best thing I can take any credit for. He hoped for some eye contact, but she kept her focus glued to the passing water. A blush came up in her cheeks, and it wasn't all from the wind. I gave you up once already, he said. And I'm gonna have to again, sometime soon. He swallowed, and it took some effort. Besides your mom. You're the only thing I'll miss. Ciel looked away, and then she smiled a sweet, faint smile. Shut up. She wiped her running eyeliner, and as a small gift to her, he pretended not to notice. But there's so much stuff. She sniffled, dragged her sleeve beneath her nose. So much stuff you didn't get to do. He put his arm around her shoulder. I got to do this. The azure sheet of the sky dimmed a degree at a time. After a while, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Chapter 53. Rusted metal numbers nailed to a split-rail fence indicated Agent Ibarra's address. The long driveway sliced through a swath of eucalyptus, towering trunks that disappeared into the ink-black sky. No house in sight from the main road. Nate drove right past, parked a quarter-mile up the street, and cut back on foot. The past 10 days had taught him that he couldn't be cautious enough. Ibarra's property was isolated here on a shoulder of the Santa Susana Mountains. Craggy boulders hemmed in the road. To Nate's back loomed Rocky Peak, and unfurled below was the apron of the valley, Chatsworth in the foreground with its parks and porn studios, its family homes and crack dens. A little something of everything in a brief throw of land, a rural twist on downtown L.A., 30 miles to the southeast. Curls of shed bark littered the driveway, softening his footfall. The cell phone in his pocket, now on silent mode, contained Ibarra's last text with the address. The scent of the eucalyptus laced the breeze, reminding Nate of the heavy air of the Banya. A humble ranch house lurched into sight around the bend with every step, coming visible in vertical slices between the trees. Farther back among the gray trunks, a freestanding barn blended into the shadows. Much of the main house was dark, though lights glowed in a few rooms. A piece of paper fluttered from the front door, distinct beneath the porch lamp. Odd. Nate felt a stab of apprehension. A good ruse for an ambush. He stared at the note, debating, then left the driveway, circled the ranch house as quietly as possible, and peered through the rear windows. The house, smaller than it appeared, was clearly a bachelor's place. No girls' rooms, or purses, or feminine jackets slung over chairs. In the main room, a TV and wet bar predominated, a single bedroom decorated with Lakers memorabilia. For a moment, Nate questioned whether he'd approached the wrong house. But then he spotted the framed certificate from Quantico on the wall of the converted office, and the badge resting next to a set of car keys on the desk. This was Ibarra's house, all right. But there was no Puerto Rican wife who misplaced her birth control pills, no deceptive teenage daughters, no loyal dog who came home after Ibarra let him out through a gate that didn't exist. Though Nate knew that Ibarra told his family stories as a manipulation tactic, the scope of the deception was pretty staggering. At the end of the day, he was a law enforcement agent who lived alone and had invented an entire family life in hopes of eliciting rapport with suspects. Nate wanted to feel betrayal, even anger, but peering in at the single unwashed plate on the kitchen counter and the line of remote controls on the couch's armrest, he could summon nothing but empathy. Still, it was odd that Ibarra had asked him here to the house, where all the lies could be discovered. Had the direness of the situation made him abandon pretense? What else had he lied about? Was it possible that he might even be one of Pavla's well-paid contacts inside the system? It seemed unlikely. In his gut, Nate sensed that Ibarra was a good agent. But he would find no firm answers here. He had to get to the note, nailed to the front door. Taking his time, minding each movement, he returned to the driveway. A twinge pulsed to life in his left ankle, the disease reminding him it still lurked in his nervous system, biding its time. Pushing down harder on the foot, he thought, not now. After picking his way through the trees around the front of the house, he risked an approach to the porch. The words on the paper were visible, even from a distance. Nate, I'm back in the barn. The unlit barn, toward the rear of the property. Backing away, Nate pulled the Beretta from the waistband of his jeans and began a cautious approach. With his other hand, he extracted his cell phone and thumbed in 911, but waited to push call. He advanced on the old-fashioned barn warily. No windows. The considerable door in the front was slid closed, and there would be no opening it quietly. Moving to the rear, Nate spotted a second sliding door, this one already open a few feet, showing a sliver of dark interior. From what he could see, the barn had been repurposed, with half-built cars, tools, and dissected engines strewn about the concrete floor. In the far corner, a bare bulb hung from the loft, what little it illuminated blocked by a decrepit stall partition. Was Ibarra back there, working on something? That stab of paranoia came again. Nate hesitated, not wanting to announce himself. Letting the gun lead, he eased inside. The foundation, tacky with oil, emanated a chill so intense it might as well have been air conditioning. He planned each step, not wanting to kick a stray wrench. The stagnant air smelled earthy, a hint of rot. Moving farther in, he tried to get an angle around that stall partition, but various machinery and the rusting husk of a vintage Mustang blocked him from spotting what was beneath the bulb. The smell grew stronger, became a stench. The toe of his shoe struck something light and delicate on the floor, and it skidded a few inches, giving off a faint metallic rattle. He went rigid, thumb tight on the call button, gripping the pistol with his other hand. He stopped breathing, tried not to make a sound. Slowly, he crouched, keeping his gaze and the barrel on the darkness. His fingers patted the cold ground, searching out the object. His hand came up with it, lifting it before his eyes so he could make it out in the blackness. A holy medal on a gold chain. Ibarra's necklace, the clasp torn. Like the floor, the necklace seemed unnaturally cold. Not just cold. Wet. His senses revved to high alert, fight or flight kicking in, the grainy gloom suddenly swirling with unseen menace. He pressed his trembling fingertips to the concrete foundation. A puddle. Frigid. Melted ice. With an industrial clang, the overheads went on, flooding the massive barn with daylight. His feet lost purchase on the slick floor. Down on his ass, blinking against the sudden glare, he took in the 4 men encircling him, the 4 hands gripping 4 pistols, each aimed at his skull. They'd been waiting, close enough to touch him in the darkness. But the Ukrainians weren't what was most fearful. It was the sight beyond, finally visible behind that stall partition. Chapter 54. The men were on him immediately, boots pinning his wrists to the floor, hands wrenching free first the Beretta, then his cell phone, which snapped closed. He was kicked once in the temple, his head snapping back, the sight beneath the bare bulb flashing again into sickening view. Ice block. A bara, unattached from himself, displayed in parts. Rescue saw on the ground, utterly slathered, the circular blade gummed up and bent from overuse. Matte black handcuffs, now empty, dangled from a chain. Woozy from the kick, Nate was hoisted to his feet. 2 more ice blocks waiting at the back of the barn came visible, along with several rolls of plastic drop cloth, reserved for him and his daughter. Blind terror, bile creeping up his throat. He had to remind himself to breathe so he wouldn't black out. Pavla stepped around the partition, sliding a hand along the edge of the ice block. Tattoos crawled up his neck, down his wrists, escaping his shirt. Mr. Ibarra was a sad man. No wife, no children. Alone. Pavla approached, and there was no mistaking the animal rage simmering just beneath the sinew of his face. It is hard to be alone, to have nothing worth living for. He wiped his hand on his pants, leaving a dark smear. Valeric gripped one of Nate's arms, Dima the other, while Misha pressed a pistol to Nate's temple. His face a swollen mess, Yuri looked on, wearing gloves and another black guayabera. Blood flecked the front of his shirt, thighs, forearms, face, even the key fob hanging from his breast pocket. Struggling to find air, Nate turned away, wanting to see anything but the ice block and its gruesome display. Pavla grabbed Nate's face, grinding his cheeks painfully against his molars and forcing his head toward what remained of a bara. This man was your last hope. He told everything, as will you. He leaned in, and Nate could smell the breath leaking through his teeth. Where your daughter is. We will get her here. No. The word barely left Nate's lips. Pavla laughed. You do not realize that before we even played this chess match, you had lost. Because we are in America, you think your laws cannot be bought. Your computer systems and watch lists. Every one of your movements. Each ATM withdrawal your wife makes. His hawkish eyes searched Nate for a reaction. I know. You buy people. No. We buy people's time. In 5-minute chunks. Little favors. One database search here, a bank report there. There is nowhere you and your family could have gone that my money would not reach. It was over before it began. And now, we will have you and your daughter side by side. When we are done with you, you will beg us to hurt her instead of you. Either way, Nate said, you're gonna kill me. Yes, you will die. But that is not the part that interests me. Pavla's eyes reshaped, a squint of amusement and menace. It is the hour before that. Keeping his stare on Nate, he gestured with a hand. Bring saw here. Yuri did as he was told, thrusting the dripping saw at Nate until the smell made him gag. Grabbing the handle, he shoved it away. Yuri raised the saw, checking the set of prints on the sticky handle, the bent blade rasping against the guard bar. Content, he walked the saw over and set it at the base of the ice block. Exhibit A. He trusted you, Pavla said. Ibarra. But the other agents, they did not. They will be upset to learn you justify their suspicions. Would you like to hear a recording of call he made to headquarters telling that he changed his mind over you? That he was concerned you were... He turned and murmured a question to Misha, who said, unstable. Nate fought another lurch of his gorge and forced out the words, but the FBI has a file on you. Everyone has file on me. They have evidence on the witness killings. They're building a case. Let me be clear, Pavla said, sounding out each word. They can use team of forensic accountants, but they will never connect me to Danny Urban. The name barely making it through the sneer. And those killings. The confidence blazing through Pavla's glare removed all doubt. In that instant, Nate felt every hope collapse. His only law enforcement ally lay severed on an ice block. Nate himself was captured, sure to be tortured, sure to die. And CL was next on the chopping block. He gagged some more on the wartime smell and the feeling of the residue on his hands, choking on despair. He reached for anything to give him strength. The impression of Janie came to him, her mouth at his collarbone. Why'd you make me wait so long? And then his vow to CL. I will let nothing happen to you. You can't promise that. Yes, I can. He lifted his head, steeled with purpose. Stall, gather information, negotiate, redirect, anything and everything to shake loose that grain of a chance. Pavla had turned to Misha, brushing against him. Let us get started. You went to all this trouble to frame me, Nate said. But once the cops find my carved-up body, they're going to know I didn't kill Ibarra, and they'll come after you for it. Misha flicked his yellow bangs from his eyes, the ridiculous Beatles mop moving as a single hair-sprayed unit. No one will find your pieces, only your fingerprints, and the agent. We will clean the scene. Prepare it. You will tell us where your fat daughter is, Pavla said. You will kill her with words from your own mouth. You broke the saw, Nate blurted. What are you going to use on me? Yuri. We have backup. Pavla nodded at him, and the big man ambled toward the door. Nate said quickly, I made a 911 call, before I walked in here. Misha looked bored. You did not. Right before you grabbed me. Check the phone. None of the men moved. Check the phone. Pausing, Yuri reached into his pocket and raised Nate's phone, clicking through. 2-second duration call. A hang-up. So what? He started for the door again, but Nate noticed a flicker of concern on Pavla's face and pressed the advantage hard. My cell phone number is red-flagged with the authorities. They've been waiting to track me down. Now they get a 911 hang-up that traces to a cell tower near Agent Ibarra's house? The same agent you just had call in to say he was concerned I was unstable? They won't come, Misha said. Maybe not. Nate stared at Pavla. Yuri crushed the phone in his hand. Literally crushed it in one hand. It gave off a crackle, pieces of the tough plastic case sticking out of his fist at all angles. The remains hit the concrete floor with a thud. Yuri took a heated step toward Nate, that key fob flapping in his breast pocket, but Pavla held up a hand. Pull car around. Quietly. We move him. Do this at warehouse where we take our time. The last 3 words he spit into Nate's face. Yuri glared at Nate, then hurried out. They waited in the chill, the ice blocks crackling now and again as they melted, Nate keeping his eyes from the red smear below the bare bulb. After a time, an engine pierced the silence, growing louder, a car drifting up in front of the barn and then turning off. A key scratched in a lock, and then came the distinctive sound of a trunk yawning open. A few seconds later, the immense front barn door shuddered back, Yuri's massive form framed against the opening. Behind him, the dark town car waited. With no ceremony, he crossed and seized Nate by the throat and shirt, hauling him through the space like a rolled carpet. Nate wheezed, air cinched off, legs dragging behind him. The capacious trunk awaited, a duffel bag taking up barely a third of the space. As they neared, Yuri hoisted Nate up and hurled him inside. His head struck something hard inside the duffel, and then the trunk slammed, leaving him in pitch black. Frantically, He twisted the key fob he'd managed to lift from Yuri's pocket. He fumbled it, heard it tap somewhere by his neck. Contorting, he searched desperately with his fingertips, finally nudging something. Seizing the key, he felt for the tiny buttons and hit the one with the raised bump. The car chirped twice, locking. From outside came noise and confusion.
How did he... Other keys. Now you tell me he is inside the fucking...
Nate rolled over, kicking at the front wall of the trunk, hoping to knock the rear seat backs down so he could squirm into the main cabin. His quick breaths bounced off the roof. His shoulder blades banged back against metal. Again and again he hammered his feet forward. Zero give. Clearly the town car didn't have the fold-down feature he was praying for. There'd be no getting through. The duffel was lodged beneath him, something jamming his kidney, and he remembered that clank when whatever was inside had struck his head. Something hard enough to hammer through the division. As the voices outside grew angrier, he swung the bag around, fought the zipper open, and groped at the contents, trying to guess at what the hell he had. His hands closed on a curved metal handle, and for the first time tonight he felt the advantage tilt in his direction. He ripped the cord, and the backup rescue saw roared deafeningly to life. The blade seethed in the contained space, all heat and teeth. One slip and he'd lose a limb. Bracing himself, he raked the blade against the trunk wall, sparks and shrapnel flying back into his eyes, his mouth. The smell of burned upholstery and greased metal clogged his throat. Under the strain, he felt the weakness of his muscles. Given his condition, he wouldn't be able to keep the pressure on for long. He stopped, the blade quieting, and kicked at the spot he'd carved out. His foot blew through, but the hole wasn't big enough. From outside,
locked in there with the...
As he revved the blade inches from his cheek, he heard a percussion, and then a straw of light impaled the darkness. A bullet hole. Wrenching with all his might, he slashed at the dividing wall, then dropped the saw and smashed through the rear seatbacks, a series of bullets skewering the cargo space behind him. Panting, he scrambled over the console into the driver's seat. Misha stood 5 feet back from the driver's window, aiming for Nate's head. So it would end here, in the front seat of a town car. Nate had only an instant to wonder why Misha was standing so far back when he pulled the trigger. Flinching away, Nate heard himself bellow. Inches from his temple, the driver's window wobbled and spit out a chip. Bullet-resistant. Of course, the boss's car would be bullet-resistant. Misha fired again and again, aiming at the same spot. Nate rammed the keys into the ignition and floored it, the town car leaping forward, fishtailing around, clipping the rolled-open barn door. As the ass end of the vehicle swept past the men, they all leaped back except Pavla. The rear bumper swung within inches of his knees, but he held his ground, unimpressed, glaring through the rear windshield, his craggy face and dead eyes promising, as the car accelerated away, that Nate's safety was only temporary. Nate hurtled up the long driveway and careened onto the main road, spilling into the empty oncoming lane, wrestling the car back under control just in time to skid to a stop parallel to his parked Jeep. He stumbled out, across, in, his own set of keys at the ready. The engine roared to life. Wiping sweat from his brow, his blood-sticky hands firm around the wheel, he aimed the hood at the glowing dotted line and clamped the pedal to the floor. Hurtling through darkness, he felt a sensation overtake him, that he was flying out of his own grave. Chapter 55. 3 a.m, and Nate had just finished scrubbing Ibarra's blood from his hands. He'd sneaked back into the Bouquet Canyon house, careful not to awaken his father or the kids. Janie had stirred as he'd slipped past into the bathroom, but he couldn't bring himself to wake her yet, to tell her what they had done to Ibarra. Beneath the punishing heat of the nozzle, Nate felt the reality of his situation settle in, and he emerged from the shower cloaked in a mood of black finality. Charles waited, holding his towel out for him and dripping blood on the clean tiles. Nate took the towel, his left arm quaking slightly. He refused to acknowledge the ache emanating from deep inside the muscle. "I'm running out of options, Charles," he said. "And time. I gotta make a move. But I don't want to." Charles took this in solemnly, chewing a cheek. "You were the guy on the beach," he said. who dove into the waves and saved the girl. I was. But when we went over, you lost something. Nate was almost afraid to say it out loud. You mean the helicopter? When I didn't jump. And with my mom, Charles said. You could have told her I was dead. You were right there, parked at the curb. But she had to hear it from a stranger. Nate nodded. He was afraid to blink, to speak. When he did, his voice scratched his throat. That's why you've been here all this time, he said. You've never forgiven me. Of course I have, Charles said. You've never forgiven you. I don't understand, Nate said. What's that have to do with this? This decision now? Charles's face was speckled with dried blood, his lashes heavy with sand. You gotta decide, for once and for all, he said. Which guy are you? The guy on the beach? Or the guy outside my mother's house? Nate dried himself, taking a moment to flex his left hand. Charles's breath leaked through the blown-open lungs in his chest cavity. Nate dressed and hung the towel neatly over the rack. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he paused. The guy on the beach, he said. He and Janie sat the way they used to as college kids, Indian style on the bed, facing each other. The mood tonight, however, was anything but hopeful. Nate couldn't get the image of Ibarra out of his mind. He thought of that lonely house, the single plate resting on the kitchen counter. Good people keep getting killed because of me, he said. No, Janie said, her face still ashen from Nate's report. People are getting killed because of Pavla Shevchenko. Don't let guilt confuse the issue. It can't keep going this way. I won't let it. And at any minute the choice is going to be taken away from me. As soon as my fingerprints are discovered on that saw, I'm done. I will have killed a federal agent. You can go in, explain, and they'll believe me? Even if it's true, I can't explain everything away. There's too much against me now, Janie. You know that. Ibarra was my best, my only advocate. And before they killed him, they forced him to call in and say he was wrong about me. Then his body, my prints, along with everything else, it's done. But the case they're building against Shevchenko, they're not going to be able to tie him to those murders. He covers his tracks too well, and we can't keep hiding forever. You know that, too. It's only a matter of time before his men track down you and CL here, or anywhere else. You can't live like this. Our daughter can't. Janie's breathing quickened. So, what's that leave us? The starlight softened the room's edges, and he thought about the previous night here in this bed, how everything had been safe and promising then. A fantasy, sure, but one well worth having. He touched her cheek gently. No way out, but through. What are you going to do? She pulled away. Go to war? He said nothing. She coughed out a one-note laugh and looked to the ceiling. With what? Yourself? No weapons? You had one gun and they took that. I'm going now to figure that out. She covered her mouth, a gesture that might have looked prudish if not for her anguish. I've made so many mistakes, Nate said. But the ones I regret the most are the things I didn't do. The things I let fear keep me from doing. But now, with this, he lifted his left arm, rotated the weakened wrist. And everything else. There's none of that. No more not doing. He moved her hand down away from her face and held it in her lap. I will not go to my grave knowing that these guys are after you and my daughter. She squeezed his hand hard, holding on. What are you going to do? Anything I have to. His knuckles ached, but she didn't relent. You come back. She bit her lower lip hard enough that the color left beneath her teeth. You come back and say goodbye first. It took some effort for him to let go of her hand. Casper followed him down the hall, his nails making too much noise on the floorboards. Nate tapped a knuckle against his father's door and heard a muffled answer. "Come in." He stood in the doorway as his father rustled up against the headboard, pulling on a pair of spectacles. Early morning leaked around the curtains, a pale shade of gray. "Dad," he said, "it's gonna get bad."
Hardly call it a picnic now.
Worse. Soon enough I'll be framed as a cop killer. The whole law enforcement community is gonna come after me, on top of those men. I gotta leave and take care of some stuff. It's dangerous for you to stay around Janie and CL.
I got them.
It's much safer for you to go back.
I'm not asking, Nate.
The hard words rang around the room. He cleared his throat apologetically.
I can help protect them from those men. And anyone else.
I don't want you to be at risk, Dad. Nate's father pulled off his spectacles and rubbed his eyes. When he looked up, his weathered face was as vulnerable as Nate had ever seen it.
I haven't done anything worth anything in a long time. Don't take this away from me, son.
They regarded each other in the semi-darkness. Nate nodded once and withdrew. Beneath the fan that had been half torn from the ceiling by the weight of his daughter's body, Pavla spread Nastia's clothes across her luxurious duvet. With a razor blade, her razor blade, he visited a great, calm violence on her shirts and skirts, her bras and panties. He wore bifocals, his sole concession to his age, which lent him greater gravity and a dignified elegance he did not often display. He required them. It was meticulous and vital work. Firming the razor between thumb and fist, he dragged a dress across his arm, the blade's corner rising through the silk like a shark's fin. Beyond the picture window, the lights of the strip were on a low simmer, daybreak still barely a notion at the horizon. The spectacular city view had been freed once and for all, the curtains torn from the rod and shredded at Pavla's hand. Traces of Nastia's lipsticked message remained, red smudges on the pane. Yuri and Misha entered and stood like waiters waiting to be acknowledged. Plucking a red bra from the mound, Pavla sliced through one cup, then the other.
What?
The police responded to Ibarra's barn, Misha said. Off our tip. They are processing the evidence now. Good. Pavla cut the buttons from a sheer blouse one by one. And Overbay. Yuri said, we are watching the airports and...
Find him.
Pavla's hands stopped, then resumed, making an incision down the length of the blouse, splitting it between the shoulders.
Don't watch. Do.
We have been spending money to gather addresses, Yuri said. Overbay's buddy pals from the war, his friends, guest houses or second homes. The wife's parents have condo in Arrowhead. His father has cabin in Bouquet Canyon. A doctor friend of wife has Malibu Beach House. Those kinds of places. It is how they track criminals. Pavla said, what of the wife's old boyfriend? He drove east after crossing us. As of last night, he checked into a motel in Ohio. No phone calls to or from him. He is useless to them. Pavla snatched the sheaf of papers from Yuri's hand and flipped through them.
How much did this cost me?
$15,000. Pavla handed the papers back and turned his attention to a pair of panties on the bed. There are 4 of you. Split the list in half and go. Start with nearest places first. He pushed a strip of black lace across the blade until it frayed, then gave way. Misha had exited, but Yuri remained, his big swollen face the picture of concern.
Go, Pavla yelled. Leave me.
The door clicked quietly closed. Pavla cut through more black lace, then shoved the razor savagely through the crotch, tearing, ripping. He was sweating, his arms straining against the fabric, and he realized he was burying a roar in his throat. A spasm of fury seized him. He raked the mound of sliced fabric off the duvet and watched the strips and ribbons scatter across the floor, the remnants of his broken daughter. But it wasn't until he turned the razor on himself, carving a furrow up his ink-sheathed forearm and releasing the pain that had been scouring his insides, that he finally understood the sweet agony Nastia had found in the blade. Chapter 56. The 6 a.m. cold whipped through the imprecise seal of the not-so-weatherproof Wrangler's soft top, the stream blowing across Nate's forehead as steady and loud as cranked-on air conditioning. Praying that Eddie Yeep would be as usual the first coroner at the morgue, Nate input the number into the cell phone he'd borrowed from Janie and stepped on the gas. Before he risked his next move, he had to know if he was wanted yet for the murder of Agent Ibarra, and Eddie was, he hoped, the guy with his hands inside the guts of the case. As the line rang, Nate ran through the reasoning he'd constructed as he'd flown down the freeway. A murder in Chatsworth would fall under the jurisdiction of the Devonshire station, which meant the body and the crime scene should be processed by LAPD. Because Ibarra was an FBI agent, the case would go federal, but Nate was banking on the fact that no one would want to transport evidence across the country to the lab at Quantico because of both the delay and the risk of deterioration of the chillingly fresh evidence, which meant that his best bet for getting information on the case's status was from... Eddie Yeep picked up. "Hello?" "Hey, Eddie, it's Nate." "Nate, bank hero Nate?" The greeting boded well. Not a salutation offered to a cop killer. "Listen," Nate said. "I caught a death notification for that agent killed out in Chatsworth. Ibarra. I have to go tell his mother." "I thought FBI handled their own." "I guess they're as short-staffed with this stuff as we are. Anyway, Brown asked me to handle it." "You coming in?" "Later. But I was wondering if you could give me a preview." "Well, Jonesy's in bad shape. They used an honest-to-God rescue saw. You believe that?" Nate parked at a meter a few blocks away from the police administration building. If things went bad and he had to bolt, he didn't want to get stuck in a parking garage. "Any physical evidence?" "I got bupkis off what was left of Jonesy, but scuttlebutt is the latent print unit pulled something off the rescue saw." Climbing out, Nate paused, then slammed the door, a little harder than necessary, and started briskly toward the building. "Where are they with that?" "Prints are at the lab now." "Already?" "Fast-tracked. Killed an agent, you know." "When do you think they'll have results?" "I'd say any minute." Nate picked up the pace, just shy of a jog. "Ask you one more question?" "Course." "I assume FBI's handling the investigation, but who's the detective liaison?" "Ken Nowak." By arriving unreasonably early, Nate hoped to dodge colleagues and complications. Even so, as he stepped out from the elevator with an empty duffel bag slung over his shoulder, he proceeded cautiously, unsure what he'd find. Sergeant Jen Brown's office was dark, and most of the cubicles empty. Unnoticed, he picked his way toward his desk. A loud voice startled him. "Surprised you'd show your face around here." He turned, Ken Nowak drawing into sight around a partition wall. Leaning back in his chair, that hockey puck of a keyring resting next to his propped-up loafers. Ken lowered his feet and settled forward with a touch of menace. "After that whole airport terrorist incident, I mean." Nate released a breath as evenly as he could manage. "It was just a mix-up." "I bet. What you doing here?" "Picking up my stuff." "You don't need that." With a smirk, Ken gestured at the empty duffel hanging from Nate's shoulder. "They already took care of your shit for you." Nate glanced over at his desk. Sure enough, his personal things were boxed and waiting. His non-personal things, files, forms, research, appeared to be gone. "Oh," he said, hoping he looked appropriately dismayed. "Well, I have to wait for Brown anyway. She had some stuff for me to sign. I'm guessing severance paperwork, so I don't sue anyone." Ken elected not to take up the feigned attempt at worker camaraderie. Nate took a breath. "How about you? Isn't this a little early?" "I've been here half the night." Big case, FBI agent iced out in Chatsworth. Literally. I'm waiting on print results from the lab. Ken turned back to his desk and took a sip of coffee. We get our hands on the piece of shit who did it ain't gonna be a pretty sight. Nate managed a nod, staring at the phone just beyond Ken's knuckles. As soon as it rang, he was dead. He moved swiftly to his desk and powered up the computer. What he needed, what he'd come for, were weapons. Real weapons, as in assault rifles, handguns, C4, a virtual armory. Like the one Danny Urban had collected, the one that had been seized by the cops and put into an evidence locker down the hall. The problem was, Nate didn't know which evidence locker, but the database did. His muscles had gone tense, braced to hear the ring of Ken's phone. Typing furiously, he called up the login screen and keyed in his username and password. Access denied. Of course. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. Plan B. Now. Rising, he crossed to Ken's desk. I meant to ask, you still driving that gold Chrysler? Champagne. Right. I parked near you. I think someone dinged you. Rear bumper's half off. You're kidding me. Already Ken was up, digging for his car keys, hustling out. You'd better be wrong, Overbay. Nate waited for him to pass from sight, and then he swiped the thick ring of work keys Ken had left behind. As he moved to go, Ken's phone rang, the caller ID screen lighting up. Scientific Investigation Division. The crime lab. Nate lunged to lower the volume on the ringer, not daring to breathe. A frozen instant. But Ken's footsteps continued up the hall, and then the elevator car chimed its arrival. Nate blew out a shaky exhale. A moment later, the voicemail button blinked its red alert. He tore his eyes from the phone and ran down the hall, readjusting the empty duffel across his back. He had 5 minutes, 7 tops. The evidence room was off the main corridor, just shy of the elevators. The reinforced door stood locked, the metal shutter rolled down behind the guard cage. Nate stared helplessly from the auto-locking doorknob to the lump of keys sitting in his palm, maybe 20 of them. Had he hoped that one would have a big label on it reading Evidence Lockers? With fumbling hands, Nate tried one key after another. The deadbolt stood firm, unimpressed with his offerings. Another key failed, and the next. Sweat ran down Nate's forehead, stung his eyes. A memory surfaced. Had he read somewhere that LAPD had changed the rules after Rampart, so cops no longer were allowed keys to the evidence room? Which meant that even if he did have time to check every... A voice from behind broke through his thoughts. Help you there, Overbay? His hands froze. Hiding the keys, he lowered them into his pocket. Slowly, he turned. Bernice Daniels, the evidence custodian, loomed behind him, holding up a gleaming silver key connected by a plastic clip coil to the front pocket of her overburdened polyester pants. She was a dense, squat woman, boulder-like buttocks providing a counterweight to a sturdy bosom. She was lovely and cheery, an oversized heart to match her proportions. Flustered, he scratched at his head, feigning casual. Yeah, actually, I was just waiting for you. Sergeant Brown assigned me to the Danny Urban case. And I like to, look through every last piece of evidence, I know. But it's been a while since homeboy Hitman caught a bullet barrage. Why are you serving the death notification now? Less than 10 yards away, a set of elevator doors peeled open, and Ken Nowak stepped forth. Nate cleared his throat, regaining his focus. They just located a son. So I have to go let him know. Oh, dear. Bernice opened the door, stepping inside and hoisting the metal shutter behind the guard cage. Annoyed, Ken walked briskly by. The hell, Overbay? My car's fine. That's good. I must have had the wrong car. I'm surprised there's another. It's a rare color. Ken continued past, heading toward his desk and awaiting voicemail message, identifying Nate as Ibarra's killer. Nate watched him walking away, every step one more tick of the countdown. He turned back, debated making a break for the elevator. Bernice's voice pulled him from his trance. I believe the Urban case is locker 78B. Here, you'll need to sign the evidence log. Of course. The metal door swung open, revealing the promised armory. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward and started grabbing whatever he could, raking items from shelves and hooks into the open duffel. Assault rifle, handguns, magazine, boxes of ammo, blocks of C4, electric blasting caps, even a grenade. How much time until Ken charged through the door behind him? 10 seconds? 5? He sensed Bernice hovering at his back, troubled.
Nate?
She spoke slowly, as if to an insane person.
What are you doing?
He zipped the bag and stood. Bernice's mouth was literally agape. No sound of footsteps coming up the hall. Can you give me a hand with this? He slid a heavy evidence box from a wall rack straight across into Bernice's arms. She received its weight, cradling it against her chest. Reaching down, he snapped the coil clip with the key from her pant pocket, stepped outside, and swung the auto-locking door shut, trapping her inside. He stared at her through the metal cage. I'm sorry, Bernice. Shouldering the hefty duffel, he ran for the elevator and thumbed the down button. At the end of the hall, Ken appeared, wheeling around the last row of cubicles. He paused, his broad shoulders rotating as he scanned, and locked onto Nate. Between them, Bernice began shouting and banging on the cage. Ken started sprinting up the corridor. Nate jabbed at the elevator's down button again and again. Ken hurtled at him, shoes slapping tile, a running back sensing the end zone. Bernice was hollering now, maximizing those impressive lungs. The doors parted. Nate slid through, tapped the ground floor button, holding it in so hard that his finger bent back. Though Ken was out of sight, his labored breaths and furious footfalls came through the closing doors and seemed to reverberate around the car. Ken's fingertips flew into view just as the doors clamped shut, and then Nate staggered back a step, pulled by the weight of the duffel, and coughed out a chunk of air. Arming sweat off his brow and reconsidering his route, he clicked the button for the second floor so as to dodge security in the lobby. He slid out at the first crack of light, letting the doors scrape him from either side, and then he hustled down 2 corridors to a rear stairwell, his left foot slightly sluggish. He took the stairs 2 at a time and shoved through an emergency door, setting off a shrill alarm. Stepping around a decorative hedge, he jogged for his jeep, the weaponry clanking reassuringly against his back. Chapter 57. Nate sat in his jeep at the curb, staring up the steps of the front walk. Through the kitchen window, he watched her. Though it was almost noon, she still wore a bathrobe, and she fussed about the coffee maker, her movements slowed by age. Even from here he could see she'd lost a good amount of weight, and he hoped that she wasn't ill. He climbed out, making sure to lock the jeep given what was in the cargo hold, then mounted the stairs and rang the bell. A delay, the shuffle of footsteps. Grace Brightbill answered, one frail hand resting on the knob. She looked much older than Nate would have thought, but living alone could do that to a person. A whorl of puzzlement appeared in the wrinkles of her forehead. It's... Nate had to clear his throat and start over. It's Nate Overbay, Mrs. Brightbill. Charles's old college roommate. Her face lightened with recognition.
Nate, of course. Come in, come in.
Thanking her, he entered, enveloped by warm air and the scent of cinnamon. Though it was barely November, a Christmas tray on the coffee table held a raft of desiccated brownies. She followed his gaze.
Would you like one?
No, he said, too quickly. No, thank you, I just ate. A voice said, Yup, she's still at it. And Nate looked up to see Charles reclining, one ankle hooked over a knee, arms spread on the couch back. Black, dried blood caked his hands, and sand dusted his hair. Through the hole blown in his stomach, Nate could make out the plaid upholstery behind him. Grace gestured Nate toward the couch, then sat in a worn denim chair draped with a crocheted blanket. He took the cushion next to Charles, who watched him with keen interest. A dusty upright piano in the background held countless framed pictures of Charles, many from his boyhood. That dopey, optimistic smile.
I'm happy for the visit,
Grace said. I'm sorry I didn't come earlier. Nate laced his fingers, staring down, working up the courage. I was with Charles when he died. She looked up and away, the skin loose at her neck. Her ankles shifted below the hem of the robe, the skin dry and white. "I was afraid to see you," he continued slowly, "to talk to you, because of what that might bring up for me. And that wasn't right." She nodded a few times. "I'd like to know," she said. "Everything. I've been living in a haze of government-issue obfuscation for almost a decade now. And that's been the worst part of the grieving. Not knowing." He'd forgotten her razor clarity, perhaps because it always seemed at odds with her chipper demeanor. A former teacher, she used her words precisely. "Are you sure you want the details?" "I think I'm entitled." She readjusted the blanket across her legs. "I've certainly had enough time to think about it." Nate glanced across at Charles, who for once didn't say anything. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple jerking. Nate began, starting with Abibas and the little girl with the paddle ball. How Charles had found the skinny man they were seeking, hiding behind a generator, the roasting walk out to the sand dunes, Abibas forgetting his notebook, Nate's moment of indecision, and how Charles leaped on the rucksack. At this, Grace's eyes moistened, and she lifted a tissue produced from thin air to her cheeks. Her eyes closed, a glow coming up beneath her grief-stricken face, altering her expression. It took a moment for Nate to identify it. Pride. He kept on, how he recalled seeing the rotor blades kiss the sand, and then not much of the minutes after. McGuire screaming, holding his severed leg, and Charles's gut, the morass of dark blood, how Nate had carried him over his back, running to get help, and how he couldn't let go, even when the sergeant asked him to. Somewhere in the telling, Nate realized he'd gone hoarse with emotion, the words a rush at his mouth. "Don't leave me." He kept telling me, "Don't leave me." At long last, she rose with difficulty. She crossed and laid a fragile hand on his shoulder, light as a feather. "You never did." The words went straight to the core of him, the simplest truth, and yet one that redrew the lines of a picture he'd thought was carved in stone. She walked slowly from the room, heading toward the rear of the house, and Nate understood somehow that she wouldn't be back. When he rose, he saw that Charles was standing in the front doorway, forearms pressed to the frame on either side, a cowboy's lean. A playful enough posture, but it was clear that he was moved by what had preceded and was doing his best to cover up. He screwed on his crooked grin. "What next?" "Sorry, partner," Nate said. "From here, I walk alone." He brushed through him, heading out the door. Chapter 58. New Odessa. The scrolled letters on the glowing yellow sign were visible from a block away. The parking lot sat empty until Nate pulled the Jeep in and slotted it into a front space. The vast bouncer, the one who'd shoved his face to the table, preened beneath the awning, peering at the dark glass inset in the oak door and making imperceptible changes to his cropped hair. He turned as Nate approached and grinned broadly, showing off a gap between his front teeth. "You come back for more?" Removing a handgun from the waistband of his jeans, Nate walked right past him, firing down through his thigh. As the big man grunted and began a slow-motion collapse, Nate pushed through the big door, never breaking stride. The waitstaff flitted between the empty tables, changing linens and flatware, making the most of the pre-dinner break. They paused at Nate's entrance, the memory of the gunshot hanging in the dim air. In the TV mounted above the bar, he caught a picture of himself and a snip of a newscaster's chirpy declaration. In a startling reversal, the former bank hero now wanted in connection with the murder of a federal officer. He kept on, pistol low at his side, weaving through workers. In the rear banquet hall, a band dressed in costumes suited to a medieval fair tuned their instruments, the shrill cacophony amplified off the brick walls. Nate beelined for the VIP table encircled by pillars. Sure enough, The Georgian was there, poring over paperwork, one jaundiced hand poking at an accountant's calculator as the other groped blindly between a platter of pickled fish and a wineglass. He lifted his head at the sound of Nate's approach, his meaty lips twitching with disdain. Nate kicked the chair straight out from under him, the hefty man toppling forward, his face smashing into the platter. The wineglass went sideways, his hands groping at the tablecloth, pulling himself up even as the cloth lost traction. Wheezing, he collapsed into the neighboring chair, hand cupped beneath his mouth, drooling blood through his fingers onto the starched linen. Red wine blotted his shirt. A piece of herring clung to the bulge beneath his chin. His eyes were wide, rolling, and his vast chest heaved. The lock of dyed black hair swooped up and away from his forehead, as if aspiring to flight. With his strong hand, Nate slammed the big head to the table, pressed Danny Urban's Glock 19 to his temple, and brought his clenched teeth to just above the man's ear. "Tell him I'm coming for him. Tonight. Understand?" The Georgian's frantic nod against the tablecloth rattled the shards of the shattered platter. Nate left him in the mess. The workers stood frozen between the tables. As he walked past, they lowered their eyes with respect. Under the awning, the bouncer was slumped back against the wall, each short breath blowing a string of saliva from his mouth. Bone glinted deep in the wound. His pant leg was lifted, snared on the ankle holster, and he leaned forward a few inches, reaching vainly for the gun. His trembling fingers were feet away, and not getting any closer. Nate stepped over his legs, on his way out. Yuri and Misha had taken the replacement Jaguar because the town car looked too conspicuous. A sheet of paper wedged on the dashboard and reflected up onto the windshield held numerous addresses, each a secondary residence of one of the Overbay's relatives or friends. The top two addresses were crossed out. Next up was the cabin belonging to Nate's father. Flicking a cigarette out the window, Yuri turned off at the base of Bouquet Canyon and headed upslope. Wearing a sport coat and jeans bleached to within a shade of white, Misha reclined in the passenger seat, turning the map this way and that. Blue and red lights flashed behind them, and Yuri lifted his eyes to the rear view, cursing under his breath. A Chevy Tahoe, raised on big knobby tires with a light bar and a big black bumper guard like a shark's mouth. A Forest Service Ranger. As Yuri signaled and pulled over, Misha removed a pistol from beneath his sport coat and racked the slide to chamber around. Yuri waved at him. "Not yet." As the ranger approached in his pressed green uniform and the silly broad-brimmed hat, Misha slid the pistol beneath his leg and smoothed his hands down his thighs. The ranger tapped the glass, and Yuri rolled down the window. "Whoa there, pal. What happened to your face?" "I have climbing accident. The rope, it—" Yuri made a snapping noise. The ranger whistled. "Well, I suppose you're wondering why I pulled you over." "Yes, sir." "You tossed a cigarette out the window." Yuri smashed his palm to his forehead, a big show of self-recrimination, and swore at himself in Ukrainian. The ranger bobbed his head, amused. "Where are you boys from?" "Ukraine." "I got a sister-in-law from Russia." "Different country," Misha said. Yuri turned his head slowly and offered Misha a covert glare. "St. Petersburg," the ranger said. "Beautiful." "Yes," Yuri said. "I tell you what, I know how you folks smoke there, so I'll just give you a warning. This is fire hazard country. You can't be doing that here." Yuri gave him a thumbs up. "Okie dokie. And careful climbing. Watch yourself. I don't want to have to search and rescue you." "That won't be necessary." The ranger nodded and started away. "Officer," Misha called out, the handcuffs hidden in his lapel pocket giving off a faint jangle as he leaned forward. Yuri's hands clenched the wheel. The ranger came back to the window. Misha held out the map and the piece of paper. He pointed to the address of the cabin. "We are looking for a friend's house, but the street is not on the map." The ranger looked at it. "Oh, right. There's a turnoff here, see? Marked by a big, stupid Santa Claus sign. Take that road a quarter mile and you'll see the house. No more than 5 minutes." Misha smiled. "Thank you very much." Yuri rolled up his window and eased out onto the road. They drove a while, finally spotting the ridiculous plywood sign of Santa astride a motorcycle. "What's your wish for the new year?" The cell phone rang, and Yuri answered on Bluetooth, Pavla's voice hissing through the speakers. "He's coming. Get here now." The reception flickered in and out, and Yuri pulled over in the shade of the plywood sign to hold the connection. "What happened?" "He went to New Odessa, passed threat to me through the Georgian. Said he is coming for me. I served time on the Arctic Circle, and he thinks he can say anything to threaten me." A rare show of outrage. Yuri and Misha looked at each other. "We will be right there." Yuri clicked off the call. Misha tapped the window with a knuckle, indicating the turnoff right beyond their front tires. "We are all the way here. Why not go and look?" Yuri hesitated, casting a glance up the dirt road. "Because Pavla did not tell us to." "How long can one look take?" Yuri weighed this, then slotted the gear shift into drive and started down the road. They coasted around the bend, the cabin coming into view way up ahead, a stream of smoke rising from the chimney. An older man appeared from the side of the house and started up the porch, bearing a stack of firewood in his arms. Yuri's phone rang again, once, and then the signal went dead. He touched the brakes, stared down nervously at the phone. No bars. Up ahead, the screen door banged shut, the man vanishing into the house. Yuri exhaled through his teeth. The father is alone. No sign of the jeep. He considered a moment longer, then flipped the car around. Misha made a sound of disappointment. "Okay, then. We will go to Pavla's house and prepare for Overbay." "Why did he go to the Georgian?" Yuri asked. "Why does he warn us?" Misha lifted the pistol from beneath his leg, dropped the mag, then locked the slide to the rear so the bullet ejected. It spun shimmering in an arc before his face until he trapped it in a fist. "He wants us all in one place." Chapter 59. During the drive back to his father's cabin, Nate's muscles hummed with energy. The weakness remained, sure, but the current of adrenaline seemed to be recharging them. He passed a few outsized forest ranger trucks, a fancy Jag, a minivan or two, but mostly the canyon roads were quiet. When he arrived, Janie, the kids, and his father were playing Pictionary before the fire as Casper slumbered on the hearth. Janie's head snapped around at Nate's entrance, her face gentle and sorrowful. Amid the greetings, they shared a private understanding. He had just run a few errands, nothing more. And tonight, he'd run a few more. He quickly excused himself to the bedroom, the game raging at his back, Jason's booming voice drowning out the competition. "It's a cat with a wig, dogs playing poker, the cat in the hat, chimney sweep, chimney sweep!" Nate peeled off his clothes. His foot dragged across the bathroom tile, which did not bode well, and he had to take extra care stepping over the lip of the tub. In the shower, he leaned his head into the stream as if trying to shove through it, warming his tendons and joints as a prophylactic measure against the strain to come. He spoke the mantra in his mind. "I can still feel this. My nerves still function. My muscles still work." After an appropriate delay, Janie appeared. He heard the door click, and she sat on the sink, and they shared in each other's company silently. After, he shaved, brushed his teeth, and dressed slowly, meticulously, Janie sitting on the quilt, knowing. He pushed buttons into place, threaded his belt, smoothed down his jeans over his socks, his hands trembling slightly, but obeying. The board game had broken up by the time they emerged. Jason and CL were out front on the porch swing, Nate's father cleaning dishes. Nate found 2 cans of Campbell's tomato soup in a cupboard and cranked off the tops with a rusty opener. He cleaned the jagged circles of metal, dried them on the thigh of his jeans, and slipped them into his pocket. As he walked out, leaving the open cans full on the counter, his father just looked at him. Janie followed him to the front door, his father and Casper trailing. Stepping onto the porch, Nate could feel his heart like a fist pressing up toward his throat. Jason picked quietly at his guitar, and CL sat sideways against one armrest, reading a vampire book, her feet wedged into him for warmth. Distracted. Nate regarded her for a moment, the beat in his throat intensifying, then leaned over and kissed her on the forehead. A fine mist had come up, dappling the nodding leaves framing the porch. The Jeep waited, parked right off the steps. The sky grew darker by the second. He could feel the soup can tops pressing into the meat of his thigh, and he thought of the brutal use he intended for them. Soon. Too soon. "I've got to go take care of a few things," he said. Jason looked up. "Want me to drive?" The thing was, the kid was serious. "If you run into Brobocop," Jason continued, "you might wish I was there." "Right," Nate said. "Yellow belt, green stripe, Jeet Kune Do." Jason started to protest, and Nate held up a hand. "Kidding. I know, Taekwondo. Chillax. Just saying, I got your back." "I know, Jay," Nate said. "Thanks." He brightened. "Jay," he repeated. "Right on." Nate's father lingered near the Jeep, peering through the rear window. The barrel of an assault rifle poked up, barely in view. Nate saw the old man's posture wilt, his down-bent face loosening with realization, and something in his own chest gave way a little. CL spread the book across her knee. "Where you going, Dad?" Nate's father stepped in front of the window, blocking the rifle from her line of sight. Nate gave him a tiny nod of appreciation, and his father looked away, his mouth bunching. Nate turned back to his daughter. "Just need to handle some business with the people who were after us." "Like when you got all mad at those guys at the bank?" "Oh, honey," he said, "I haven't gotten mad yet." Her extraordinary brown eyes, set off by those long lashes, took his measure. "Is it going to be okay?" He remembered a trip they'd taken when she was 4, their airplane shuddering over the Rockies. He'd been convinced they were going to drop out of the sky, but he'd told her it was all fine. That's just how airplanes flew sometimes. And she'd gone contentedly back to her coloring book while he and Janie had white-knuckled their armrests and braced for a plummet. "Yeah," he smiled down at her. "It's gonna be okay." Satisfied, she returned to her book. Her take-it-for-granted faith in him was the most precious gift she could have given him. He stepped from the porch into the mud, and his father came up off his lean on the Jeep. They regarded each other, his father's face shifting as he grappled whatever he was feeling back under control. Nate said, "Dad, I want to tell you how much." "Don't you have somewhere to be?" He squeezed Nate's shoulder once, gently, then lowered his head mournfully and moved inside, the screen door banging after him. Janie stood in the mud with Nate before the Jeep. The mist had given over to a faint rain, her blonde wisps turning dark at the points. Focusing to make sure his hand listened to what he was telling it, Nate put the key in the door. "Bye, Dad," CL called out from the porch swing. She waved, flashed a big smile, then went back to her book. "I'm going to tell her to come over," Janie said. "You should get to hug her at least." "No," he said. "This is perfect." A few guitar chords vibrated the air around them, Jason working out the progressions of Blackbird on the porch behind them. Janie pressed her fist to her mouth, and her shoulders rose, but she was fighting everything down, not wanting CL to see. Nate lowered his hand to her, as if asking her to dance. She took it, her flesh cold and wet in the rain. Water ran down her face, mixing with tears. The delicate lines of her collarbone, visible beneath her soaked t-shirt, rose and fell with her quick breaths. A smile tugged at her mouth, but didn't quite take. "See you around, husband." "Catch you on the other side, wife." She stepped into his kiss, and he gripped her narrow shoulders, raised and trembling against the cold. He savored the feel of her full lips, and then pulled away, and they touched foreheads, the rain making them blink. Those translucent blue eyes, her wide, lovely mouth, the sporadic band of freckles against her milk-white skin. "I was drowning," he said, "and you saved me." He tore himself away, climbed into the Jeep, and drove off, wiping at the wetness of his face. He didn't look back, because his self-control would not withstand another glimpse of her. Around the bend, he became aware of Casper galloping beside the jeep, still favoring one front paw, and he skidded over in the slush and climbed out. He walked back, and they confronted each other in the road. "Sit," he said, and the dog obeyed. Nate put down his hand. "Shake." Casper offered up a muddy paw. Nate said, "Stay." Casper's square head pulled back regally on his muscular neck. The yellow of his eyes shone through the brown, intelligent wrinkles furrowing his forehead, and it seemed in the way it has seemed for centuries between men and dogs, that he understood precisely what was being said, and what was not. Casper withdrew his paw, let it drop to the wet earth. Nate straightened up. "Good boy." He kept the muddy smudge on his palm, not wanting to wipe it off. In the rear view, he could still see Casper there, sitting in the down-slanting rain, watching him drive away. Chapter 60. The grill of the jeep pointed up the paved walk at Pavla Shevchenko's front doors. A stretch of 20 or so feet, 2 drops of 3 concrete steps each, then the house itself, nestled into the hillside. The engine ran, though Nate was not behind the wheel or even inside the vehicle. With an AR-15 assault rifle slung over his shoulder, a Glock 19 shoved into the band of his jeans, and a frag grenade wedged in his front pocket, he stood behind the open driver's door, holding in his hands a football-size hunk of fine-grained granite he'd pulled from Pavla's own front yard. Around the corner, parked under the protective cover of a neighbor's drooping sycamore, he had prepped everything. Danny Urban, with his militia-like sensibilities, had made Nate's job easier by acquiring gear familiar to an army grunt. Nate had wrapped 2 blocks of C4 with tape, adhered them above the gas tank, and sunk a military-issue M6 electric blasting cap into the white putty. Then it came down to junior high physics, creating a simple circuit. There was no leg wire in the duffel bag, an omission owed to Nate's haste in raiding the evidence locker. After pondering the dilemma, he'd removed one of the Jeep's rear speakers and stripped out several lengths of radio wire, which he'd connected to the blasting cap and the car battery before laying the 2 ends well apart on the ground before the front bumper. From his pocket he'd removed the 2 soup can tops and taped 1 lead to each. When the jagged metal circles touched, they would complete the circuit, and the Wrangler would go apocalyptic. Now he needed a piece of paper to buffer the soup can tops until contact. He searched the Jeep, finding nothing. No flyers, no CD jewel case from which to pull a cover. The service manual was long gone, his registration tattered and thin, and the proof of insurance slip too small to risk. How was it possible that there wasn't a single piece of sufficient paper in the vehicle? His concern mounted, edging on panic. He couldn't imagine coming all this way and having to deconstruct the bomb, drive down the hill, and go paper shopping. A young father approached with his daughter, laughing and splashing through puddles in their rain boots. As they passed, the man stared at Nate curiously. The wires, C4, and duffel were not adequately indistinct even in the darkness. Nate forced a smile and said, "Engine trouble," and the pair hurried along. Watching them leave, hand in hand, Nate felt a solution take shape. He reached for his back pocket, removing the 2 photographs. CL crouching beside her soccer ball, her grin punctuated by gaps. Janie laughing with him at their wedding. Closing his eyes, he kissed them each. Very carefully, he taped the soup can tops around the pictures, sandwiching them, and adhered the makeshift pressure plate to the Jeep's grill. A collision of any force would tear the photographs and push the metal circles into contact. He'd seen this make of car bomb a half-dozen times at checkpoints in the sandbox, and he knew what the aftermath looked like. 2.5 pounds of explosives supersized by a half-tank of gasoline should be enough to open Pavla's front door. Standing now at the end of the walk, his weakened arms straining under the weight of the granite, Nate said a silent prayer to Lady Luck and dropped the stone onto the gas pedal. The engine roared. Reaching across, he cranked on the radio, and shithead Jason's AC/DC disc spun to life, Brian Johnson wailing from the remaining car speakers, "Won't take no prisoners, won't spare no lives." Below, the front door cracked open, Valerick poking his head out, the stub of his sleek ponytail wagging into view. The heel of his hand rode the stock of an AK-47. They were ready, and waiting. But not for this. Nate yanked the gear shift into drive, and the Jeep rocketed away, knocking his arm. Valerick's head reared back, the whites of his eyes pronounced, and the big door slammed shut. The Jeep caught air off the first set of stairs, bounced off kilter, and hurtled toward the front door at a tilt, Nate already walking behind, tugging on the sling, rotating the assault rifle into his hands. "Gonna take you to—" The explosion was expansive. The front door and surrounding wall obliterated, the front windows turned to shrapnel. Nate kept on through the blowback, heat and wind scorching his cheeks, his dropped left foot shushing across the concrete. The air stank of gasoline and burned metal. He sliced through a billowing wall of soot and drifted into the crumbled foyer, the angel of death. Cloaked in the swirling cloud, rubble loose underfoot, he listened for sounds of life. A gurgle. Squinting, he cut through the dense air and found Valerick slumped at the base of a blown-out wall. The blast overpressure had ruptured the air sacs in his lungs, thick dark soup pouring down his chin, drenching his collar. Nate pictured McGuire in his green and khaki ACUs, joking over a failed suicide bomber rustling and gagging on a dirt warehouse floor. "Looks like Homeboy won the wet t-shirt contest." Valerick burbled up at Nate. "Hi there," Nate said. Crouching over him, Nate pulled the pin from the grenade and nestled it under his body, so the spoon held. He jogged a few steps into the powdered air, hid behind a burning cabinet, and waited. Panicked voices, feet pounding a staircase, then creaking overhead. Pavla, retreating to safety. Nate was about to press on when he heard ragged coughing coming from the kitchen, followed by hoarse cries. "Valerick! Valerick!" Gun in hand, Dima jogged by, his form resolving briefly from the dust, though Nate couldn't risk stopping to aim and fire, not with his weakened left hand slowing his reaction time. He kept his back to the cabinet, the AR-15 at the ready. It was a low-end model, single-stage trigger, uncollapsible stock, and no floated barrel, and he reminded himself to use it calmly and carefully. There came a moist choking as Valerick tried to warn his friend, and then a blast blew a tunnel of clear air through the foyer and partway down the hall. Shrapnel studded the cabinet and the adjoining wall. Nate heard Dima's body strike tile, then the sound of scrabbling limbs. He was up, moving. Valerick's body must have shielded some of the blast. Nate pivoted out from behind the cabinet, fire licking at his sleeve, and headed toward the kitchen. Dima staggered away, a bobbing run, his silhouette framed by the lights sparkling through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the rear of the house. As Nate approached, Dima turned, broad chest flexing as he tried to lift the gun, and Nate stitched a line of bullets from groin to clavicle. Dima flew back against the blinds, knocking them flat, the bright skyline beyond disappearing. His body stood propped against the glass. Taking no chances, Nate unleashed a torrent of bullets into the standing corpse, the pane shattering, the blinds stretching to hold the body's weight and then ripping free. Dima tumbled through, vanishing into the abyss of the canyon, followed by a cascade of glass pebbles. Nate released the mag, letting it clatter to the floor, and slammed in another with his quaking left hand. He was just starting to turn when it happened. He felt the impact first. A sledgehammer swung into his shoulder blade, and he staggered forward, a bent knee barely supporting his weight. Ellipses of blood, his blood, sprayed the kitchen floor, giving off a pleasant shine. The sound of the gunshot registered vaguely, an afterthought. The AR-15 had flown from his body, sling and all, to spin at the kitchen's edge, near the blown-out glass. Nate pitched forward to the floor, bracing himself from total collapse with his one functional arm as Yuri approached from behind, chuckling. Nate could feel the handgun pressed into his belly, but his left hand was useless, his right bearing all his weight. If he dropped fully to the floor, freeing his good hand, Yuri would put a bullet through the back of his skull. He closed his eyes, focusing through the throb in his shoulder. The Glock 19 in his waistband had no thumb safety, and the trigger pull was the same every time out. No extra double-action resistance at the front end, which meant a quicker first shot. Yuri said, "Now, we can begin." Nate whipped his right hand off the floor, his torso falling even as he grabbed for the gun at his waist. Through a miracle, he hooked the handle properly, yanked and twisted, squeezing off a shot before his bloodied shoulder struck the floor and sent a lightning bolt through his torso. The Glock bounced free as Yuri reeled back, one arm pinwheeling, and hit the floor. The big man's black guayabara grew even darker at his side, blood seeping through. Injured, handguns out of reach, they lay panting, staring at each other across the glass-strewn floor. The AR-15 still spun listlessly a few feet from them both by the window's edge, rasping quietly as it wound down. Their stares pulled to the assault rifle, back to each other. They both scrambled for it, lunging and crawling. 4 hands grabbed the barrel simultaneously. Not letting go, Nate pivoted, kicking Yuri, who slid to the edge, his movement slicked by the round pebbles of glass rolling beneath him. Yuri's grip firmed on the AR-15, and then one leg went over the brink, the weight tugging at him. His eyes widened in that swollen face. His other leg poured over the brink, then his hips, and then he grunted and sank into the open air, pulling Nate with him, the 2 men bound by their death lock on the assault rifle. Nate was dragged toward the edge, the tips of his shoes scraping across the tile, and he was just about to let go when they reached some magical equilibrium of friction and muscle, and halted. His head and arms dangled over the lip. His left shoulder screamed in agony. Broken glass bit into his chest. But he kept his grip. The assault rifle was completely vertical, aimed straight down off the ledge. Hanging on with bloodless hands, Yuri swayed back and forth, bucking and yelping, the canyon falling away beneath his feet. Then he stilled, realizing suddenly which end of the assault rifle he'd wound up with. The wrong end. Nate slipped his finger through the trigger guard. Yuri stared helplessly straight up into the bore, inches from his eyes, and adjusting his grip, Nate discharged the assault rifle through the other man's head. As Yuri plummeted, Nate jerked away painfully from the edge. He grabbed the Glock, stuffed it back into his waistband. It took a full minute for him to get up onto his feet, but then he was limping toward the stairs, leading with the AR-15. His weak left arm, further compromised by the gunshot at the shoulder, could do little more than prop up the barrel. As he came up onto the concrete plane of the second floor, the vast open space with its walls of windows caught Nate off guard. Nowhere to hide. In fact, aside from a giant mattress with heaped sheets, several pillars, and a floating staircase, the great room was bare. Not a sign of Pavla or Misha. The staircase led to a hatch thrown open to the night air. Had they already escaped to the roof? Nate made a snap decision to clear the floor before moving on. Breathing hard, he hurried behind the first pillar. Moonlight tumbled through the huge skylight, laying a distorted block across the concrete. Motes swam in the shaft of faint light. Every direction was pale, silver, gray, the red silk sheets on the mattress providing the only splotch of color. The walls of glass and evenly spaced pillars created a hall of mirrors effect. The strain of holding Yuri's body for all that time had cost him, his right arm too, now weak and tingling. He waited, listening. Was that the faint sound of breathing he heard off the concrete and glass? Someone else's, or his own, thrown back at him? The pillars were broad, industrial. Pavla could even be hiding on the opposite side of the very one Nate had shouldered into. Bracing himself, he pivoted around the corner and then the next, keeping an eye out for movement behind the other pillars as well. His left foot dragging, his shoulder complaining with every jolt, he broke cover, running to the next pillar. He made the same painful progress around it. When he sprinted for the third, he heard footsteps somewhere else in the room, echoes disguising the source. Gunshots blew out the windows behind him, and he arrived at the far pillar, panting, the fresh draft chilling the sweat on his face.
"I'm here, Pavla,"
he called out. No response. The AR-15 rattled in his grip. Blood streaked down his left arm, dripping off the elbow. each limb skewered by pinpricks. He looked down at his fingers, willing them to hold on. A spate of lightheadedness came on in a fury, then departed just as abruptly. He risked a glance across the enormous space. 3 equidistant pillars marked the long stretch of the opposing wall as well. The glow of the moon through the skylight cast ghostly reflections off some of the windows. Peering out, he studied the glass behind the far pillars for mirrored images, finally spotting a shard of a figure, barely visible given the angle. Narrow build, cap of blonde hair, gun held in both hands, pointing at the floor. Misha. Which meant Pavla was on the roof. With the blood loss and the state of his muscles, Nate wouldn't have much time before he was too weak to be useful. Quietly, he withdrew the light Glock from his waistband. The AR-15 slipped in his left hand, almost clattering to the concrete. He'd have to do everything with his right. He set the Glock silently on the floor beyond the pillar, the handle positioned for a quick grab. Then he switched the assault rifle to his right hand. Easing from behind the pillar, he knelt in a shooter's position. Using his remaining strength, he tossed the assault rifle to the side of the pillar. Before the gun reached the peak of its trajectory, he snatched up the Glock, doing his best to steady the pistol in his right hand. Insensate as a slab of meat, his left hand pressed to the base of the handle, propping it up. Static fuzzed his vision, and he blinked it away, and then everything went down in 3 quick claps. The assault rifle striking the floor. Misha darting from behind the pillar, firing at the blank air above the rifle, and Nate squeezing the trigger. Misha spun, a spray of blood painting the window behind him, then struck the floor, half concealed by the pillar, his shoes twitching. Grunting, Nate started across, each step a fresh agony. His limbs felt so weak that it seemed he was moving himself with his core, dragging his feet along with his stomach muscles. The cold air of the room smelled of spicy cologne. He passed the mattress, rotating the gun barrel from Misha's feet to the square of black sky atop the floating staircase. Step, pause. Step, pause. Keep moving. To his left, he heard a whisper of fabric, and too late, he realized. He flung himself away, landing on his back and firing as Pavla reared up from the mattress, a silk sheet fluttering behind him like a cape. The room exploded with gunfire, each crack amplified, each muzzle flare multiplied off the walls of facing glass. Concrete chipped near Nate's face, flecks biting into his cheek, and he saw 2 holes open up in the still descending sheet behind Pavla, everything miraculously missing until a bullet slammed into Nate's side. The howl issuing from his lips was little more than a heated rush of air. The old man leaped from the mattress onto the floating staircase and bounced toward the laid-open hatch, lunging 2, 3 steps at a time. On his back, Nate aimed the trembling pistol and squeezed off one shot after another, the sparks catching up to the man until a round finally caught his calf just before it pulled up out of sight. Pavla's body thumped down on the roof, unseen. Not so much as a yelp. An instant of silence. Then a scraping. Nate looked down at his side. A quarter-size hole, leaking ink. He reached behind, found the exit wound. Through and through. Rolling to all fours, he forced himself to his feet. The only way he could walk was in a half-shuffle, tugging one leg along. His right hand held the gun, so he tried to clamp the wound with his left, but could apply virtually no pressure at all. He mounted the stairs, drizzling blood in a neat line at his feet. His vision spotted, his legs growing wobbly beneath him. He pictured Ciel with her coloring book on that airplane, bouncing over the Rockies. Is it gonna be okay? Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Climbing the stairs took such focus that he barely noticed when his head pulled up into the sightline. A flash of light, and a bullet wavered the air inches from his temple, the bark of the gun coming on a split-second delay. Across the roof, Pavla backed up, tender on his wounded leg, readying for a second shot. Nate lifted the gun as far as his strength allowed, and fired. A bullet embedded in Pavla's thigh, tearing his pants, revealing the tattooed star on his kneecap. Pavla's gun clattered to the rooftop, sliding to the edge and then off, and he clenched his jaw and took a few hobbling steps toward Nate, his sinewy face contorting with rage. I will not kneel to you. Nate's next shot shattered his hip. Pavla jerked 90 degrees, red mist puffing from his waist. He wobbled on his feet, then squared himself again, screaming, tendons standing out on his blue-inked neck. "I will not—" Hands shaking around the Glock. Nate shot out his ankle. Pavla collapsed onto the roof, his knees striking hard, jolting him before he fell flat onto his stomach. Then he started dragging himself away, elbow after elbow, toward the brink of the roof. Nate started after him. The staggering openness and panoramic view snatched the breath from his lungs, and he paused for a drunken instant to regain his balance. It seemed he was standing on top of the entire city. Los Angeles unfurled below, a bejeweled blanket. The digital billboards and flashing club signs, green stoplights and stalled cars, all the stop-go, all that hot cold, all those souls floating through the streets on gleaming rims, walking the corners on patched-up pumps, clogging the alleys, gripping brown-bagged bottles. Everything was flayed open and laid bare, the gunnabees and winged dreamers, the glittering lights coursing block to block, the blood of the city. Here Nate had soared and crashed, and here he had salvaged from the wreckage the slivers worth keeping, had pieced them together with trembling hands to form something better, something true. The taste of the night air was oddly pleasing, wild fennel and sage of the canyon mixed with ash from the explosion. His blood felt warm against his skin and then quickly cold. He sent a signal to his legs, and a moment later they started moving again. On his belly ahead, Pavla grunted and scraped. Walking across the wide skylight, Nate left footprints of blood. He'd just reached the other side when a voice said, "Stop." Nate halted, gun lowered, shoulders slumping, his inhalations coming in weak rasps. For a moment he just breathed, and he heard Misha breathing behind him too, waiting for a single wrong move. Slowly, Nate turned. Misha stood on the skylight, aiming directly at his forehead. Nate's Glock remained at his side in his all-but-dead right hand. He couldn't raise it if he tried. Misha's boyish face looked smooth and innocent in the pale light. Blood gleamed on one of his hands, a pinky finger sticking out at the wrong angle, but that didn't stop him from keeping the sights dead level. "Did you really think you could do it?" Reluctant admiration found its way into Misha's voice. With his damaged hand, he reached slowly for a pocket, pulling out a pair of matte black handcuffs. The pinky, bent perpendicular to the back of his hand, looked like a snapped twig. "Even if you killed us all, a man such as Pavla Shevchenko makes one phone call, and 10 more of us get on a boat in Kiev. And if you kill all them, he snaps his fingers and 20 more come to fill their place." Nate's gun hand twitched, and Misha's eyes dropped to it. A single threatening movement, and it was over. Nate said, "Then I guess I'll have to kill him too." Misha's rosy lips pressed together, amused. "You cannot even raise your hand." Nate said, "Don't have to," and fired down into the skylight. The center of the thick pain gave way, Misha lurching back, his arms flaring as his gun discharged, and then he dropped down into the break, fangs of glass biting into him. Sinking to his torso, he lunged to hold on, the handcuffs flying from his grip and skittering across the rooftop. He managed to clutch the crumbling edge, his fingertips sliding on the intact ledges of glass. The points had raked through his body on its way down, one shard buried between his ribs. A tiny spurt of bright arterial blood splashed against the pane. As soon as the dagger of glass stopped damming that wound, he was done. He stared at the tip of Nate's shoe. "A hand," he sputtered. His fingers slid another millimeter, leaving 4 streaks on the glass. Nate raised his shoe, put it on Misha's shoulder, and sank him through the shattered skylight. Misha landed in the block of moonlight, his limbs twisted this way and that, glass tinkling on the concrete floor around him. Nate swayed on his feet, summoning strength, the wound in his side drooling. He'd lost a lot of blood. Behind him he could hear Pavla grunting, still dragging himself away. The breeze carried the sound of sirens. Down at the base of the hill, flashing lights turned off Laurel Canyon. Winding their way up, They swept around a bend, vanishing for the moment. Nate forced his body to turn, to walk. He caught up to Pavla a few yards before the precipice. Despite his decimated lower body, Pavla had reached a vent pipe and was prying at it, powerful forearm muscles flexing beneath their tattoo wrappings. Remarkably, he'd made some progress, the pipe rattling a bit in the flashing. His movements had slowed, but he was still at it, and Nate realized that he would stay at it until he tore free a weapon, pulled himself back to Nate, and staved in his head. Most shocking was how unfazed Pavla seemed by it all. The still smoldering house, his fragmented legs, the executioner stalking him across the roof. He grunted and tugged, his inked fingers relentless around the pipe, every last ounce of strength bent to dragging himself 1 inch closer to violence. Standing over him, Nate aimed down at the back of his neck and pulled the trigger. The Glock gave a muted snap. No more rounds. Pavla never looked up, never stopped tugging at the pipe, but he registered the sound and gave a rasping chuckle. "You think this is pain?" he said, panting, the roof pressed to his mouth, muffling his words. He released a few notes of laughter, sweat shining on his cheek, the nape of his neck. Nate grabbed the back of his shirt and dragged him across the roof, Pavla's hands scrabbling for traction, his feet dragging limply. Nate's grip gave out just at the edge. A few 100 feet below, the canyon finally bottomed out in a seam of boulders and jagged rocks. Pavla's legs were a mess, streaming blood, one foot twisted around on the ankle. He couldn't rise or run, but he clawed his way up Nate's body, tearing at his shirt, grabbing his shoulders, bringing his face close. The warble of sirens grew clearer. Mustering one last burst of energy, Nate braced himself to hurl Pavla from the roof. There was a click between the men's bodies, and Pavla grinned maniacally up into Nate's face. A victorious leer. Nate glanced down. Pavla had gotten Misha's handcuffs and locked one cuff around his own wrist, and the other around Nate's. "Now, if you throw me, I take you with me," Pavla hissed. The breeze came up, whipping Nate's hair, carrying the earthy scent of the canyon and soot from the dwindling fire on the first floor. He turned his head, regarding the drop. Way down at the bottom, spotlit by a preternatural throw of moonlight, Charles stood atop one of the boulders, the breeze lifting his hair and sucking the smoke from his decimated torso. He gazed up, waiting. "You actually gonna help this time?" Nate asked. "Or just stand there, looking dead?" "Help," Charles said. "This is all you." Even across the ember-flecked distance, the words were clear as day in Nate's head. "It's always been just you." Nate felt something that had been gripping his insides release, something so long forgotten that he knew it now only from its absence. Charles's stomach began to fill in, the edges of the wound stitching together, and the dried blood on his face and hands moistened and flowed backward, sucking into his body like a horror movie on rewind. Charles touched his intact stomach in wonderment. Then he looked up at Nate again and grinned. "About fucking time," he said. Pavla sputtered and clutched at Nate, forcing his focus back to the roof and the steel rings enclosing their wrists, joining them. The weight of the man hanging on him, the muscles glistening with sweat, blood, and ink. One step to the left, the plummet. Nate felt the grainy night take itself apart, pixel by pixel, and reconstitute itself. He thought about Janie's body surrendering to him in the riptide, wheeling her out of the maternity ward with that pink bundle in her lap. Ciel's saving up at the car wash to try to pay for private school. His $1 million life insurance policy. Sitting on the bridge above that stream, his daughter's head resting against his shoulder. Janie's mouth at his collarbone, her ankles crossed at the small of his back. Their house, with the loose brick on the front porch, mortared into place again. The family portrait, hidden in the depths of Ciel's closet, waiting. Pavla held on with all his strength. He looked into Nate and must not have liked what he saw. for his grin ossified on his face, a skeletal grimace. Nate tugged his wrist back, testing the strength of the handcuffs. Then he gave the faintest of smiles. What was found? Funny how falling feels like flying, for a little while. Otis Bad Blake. Shevchenko, Pavlo Maximovich, ? To November 2nd. Overbay, Nathan John, August 10th, 1976, to November 2nd. Nathan John Overbay died Friday of injuries sustained in a fall. On October 23rd, Nate played a heroic role in thwarting a robbery at the First Union Bank of Southern California, likely saving many lives in the process. The aftermath of that event found him targeted by the criminals behind the failed heist. A statement released by the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office credits Nate's courageous actions with leading investigators to a cache of incriminating evidence that helped break up the criminal ring. Born and raised in Los Angeles, Nate attended UCLA on an ROTC scholarship before serving in the U.S. Army. Upon completion of military service, Nate became a professional crisis responder with LAPD, where he was highly regarded by his colleagues for his empathy and commitment. He is survived by his father, his loving wife, Jane, and his daughter, CL. Epilogue. Morning light suffused the kitchen, bleaching the walls, buffing the counter to a high shine, and lending the room a bright, afterworld tint. Wearing the pressed blouse and plaid skirt of her private school uniform, CL perched on one of the bar stools, spooning oatmeal into her mouth and staring thoughtfully through the wide doorway into the living room. Above the mantel, the old family portrait hung at a minor tilt. She and Janie had restored it to its rightful place the previous night in a quiet, impromptu ceremony. There had been no words, just the two of them working in concert to balance on the stool, lift the heavy frame, and guide the hanging wire home. Afterward, they'd stood for a time gazing up, holding hands. Now CL breathed the morning quiet and ate her breakfast. Her face was as pretty as ever, and full, though not as full as it had been. Footfalls descended the stairs, and then Janie emerged, rubbing one eye with the heel of her hand and stifling a yawn. Passing behind CL, she gave her daughter's neck an affectionate squeeze, and CL caught her hand and clasped it. Janie paused, followed CL's stare across to the portrait, and they took a collective moment, the three of them preserved in a crisp photograph, cracking up, the frame still slightly askew. Janie started up the coffee maker, leaning over it on locked arms as it percolated, and then she filled her mug and sipped, her eyes wistful. CL finished her breakfast, washed the bowl in the sink, and they headed together for the garage. The door closed behind them. A moment later, it opened again. CL came back in, crossed to the living room, and lifting a solitary finger, straightened the family portrait. She studied it a moment, her features heavy with remembrance, and then a private memory flickered beneath the surface, firming her cheeks, bringing up an incipient smile. She jogged back out, lighter on her feet. The door swung shut. The sun lifted above the east-facing windows, softening the quality of light. The house sat at peace.